BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Bronford.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Finals day approaches. It's the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Manchester. And we have 4 finals to start the day, but this is just a flavour of what we've seen so far. Of course, mostly heats and semi-finals, setting the story. And eventually we'll see more shots like that, but with athletes having medals around their necks. Of course, some of those titles have already been decided. More on that in a moment. Don't forget, roster. The athletics website and app is the place to see the full timetable and all of the live results as they come in, and doing a pretty good job of the field event results coming through as well, which is always good to have that parity. So there we are, meets.rosterathletics.com, and of course you can download the app on your phone from your respective app store. So as mentioned, 4 finals are starting this morning then. We've got men's hammer. As we just have a look here, there are 15 athletes involved. There are some 15 that we can see on the entry list anyway. Looks as though we are in the first round here, and 4 have registered a mark so far. And a couple of red flags in this first round. So we've also got the men's high jump and men and women's triple jump underway. So looking here at James Berry. So Berry, personal best of 60 metres 77. That was set in Hereford last year in a Midlands League meeting. He's the England under-23 hammer silver medalist. Medal won last summer, of course. So obviously unusual to have hammer along with 2 triple jump finals and high jump as well, but they're kind of all in one corner, so should get a glimpse of each one. We'll rotate between them as best we can. So it could be a good battle, this hammer. It was won by the Loughborough athlete Katie Head in the women's event yesterday. James Berry goes into an early lead, 66 metres and 8. Well, that's extraordinary, because that would be a personal best by more than 5 metres. So I did hear some applause on the far side. That must have been why. First round men's triple jump, Archie Yeo leading the way, 15.69, only athlete over 15 metres. Women's triple jump, Michelle Yalekwe leading, but Georgie Ford-Wales, previous champion here, still to start her competition. So James Berry with a fantastic start. I wonder whether that will be beaten, that effort today. We've got Sean Kerry, who was 7th at the UK Championships last year. This is his BUCS debut, but he's previously been at Rice University, and he has a personal best of 67.59. Owen Merritt just there. A throw we saw another Loughborough athlete, 65.58, also showing as a personal best. So really impressive start here from these hammer throwers. So puts Loughborough in first and second. In the early stage of this men's hammer final, Sean Kerry going out to 61.12 for third place. Harry Ricketts winning the title last year. 57.06 for him in this first round for the Brunel students. That was a St Mary's Henry Collins just a moment ago we saw. 46.49 has come up for him. He's in 6th place, but still 4 yet to go. This is Khalid Bahamed, the Kuwaiti athlete for Loughborough. So 10th in the throwing order. So over to the triple jump. As I say, the finals happening adjacent to one another. Quite unusual that. And the high jump also in early stages, bar 186. Men's high jump final here. So yeah, just to run you through some of the runners and riders then. And in the men's triple jump final, still Archie Yeo, 15.69 first round. Moving into second round now. See here, women's triple jump final. Georgie Ford-Wells first round going out to 12.90, so some 67 centimetres further than anyone else. Michelle Yelekwe had been the leader with 12.23. As I say, men's final moving into the second round. And it looks like we're looking at the East London best of David Onwudiwe. Onwudiwe, who got a personal best of 14.29 to win the Irish indoor title. This is Olivia Rea of Leeds Beckett. PB of 12.28 this year. A former Yorkshire triple jump champion. Best result at BUCS is 4th last year, improving her PB this year from 12.28 from 12.16, I should say, by 12 centimetres therefore. So it's like Lauren Hill of Cardiff, 11.79 in qualification. Over to Alex Gray of Bath. Gray was 8th at last year's BUCS indoors, personal best of 14.10. This is Julie Ann Bochi of Loughborough. Personal best 11.97. Last year she was a bronze medalist at the England Under-20 Indoor Championships.
Now moving to the second round of the men's hammer.
So top 3 in the women's triple: Georgie Ford-Wells, Michelle Yelekwe, Melissa Booth of Loughborough. 2 Loughborough athletes in the top 3. Not the first time we said that this weekend. Judy Ambulant coming into this round, she had 11:59, puts her in 9th place. Expecting that we'll have just the top 8 going through to the second half of the competition, the last 3 rounds. No improvement for Bochi, 11:42 in the second round. So Glasgow versus Silva Nobuza, we saw just coming out the pit in the women's triple final. This is Deshaun Lascelles, so he's in 2nd place at the moment, 14:70. 99 centimetres behind Archie Yeo of Loughborough, his teammate. So again, also 2 Loughborough athletes in the top 3 in the men's triple jump and the women's triple jump final. And then in 3rd place at the moment, it's Ndom Abuagi of Manchester, who's at 9 centimetres behind Deshaun Lascelles, who we saw just jumping then. That's the Brunel man Toby Dronfield, also certainly a medal contender. Has won 2 BUCS medals in the past, indoors in 2023 and also last year. So looking for first BUCS outdoors medal. And a couple of athletes who have won in the past not here, including Henry Clarkson, Jordan Aki-Sawyer, who was in front of him last year's indoors, also not here. Archie Yeo, winner of the title indoors last year, though, is here and winning the UK indoor title. So Archie Yeo should be the favourite, only athlete with a PB over 16 metres. On to Rhys Robinson in the women's final. Bronze medalist here 2 years ago. 5th at BUCS indoors, personal best of 12:43. So Robinson in 4th place at the moment, but just 2 centimetres separating her and Melissa Booth. Oriada Pegba of Birmingham in 8th place in the triple jump. I believe he's also entered into the long jump, potentially his strongest event for Adepegba. He was bronze medalist indoors in that long jump, but has got a triple jump PB this year of 14:91. Interestingly, in this men's triple final, we've got 6 personal bests among the finalists already this year. On to Michelle Yalekwe, very impressive indoors, and she has improved seemingly each year throughout her BUCS career. 12:85 new personal best, 52 centimetres improvement this year, I make it. Won the England under-20 triple jump title last year indoors, and twice a bronze medalist at these championships indoors as well. So Yalekwe was our leader, 12:23. She's trying to respond, of course, with that jump we just saw to Ford Wells. She has cut the gap, she has improved by 21 centimetres. It's now Ford Wells 12:90, Yalekwe 12:44, and Booth 12:11. No improvement for Rhys Robinson that jump a moment ago, still 12:09, 2 centimetres between 3rd and 4th. Ndom Abuagi of Manchester, last jump we saw, 14:61, just 1 centimetre between 3rd and 4th in the men's triple jump final. So exciting and close as things stand. I think this may be Michael Alajiki of Loughborough. No measurement in the first round for him. In the second round, Alajiki improves into 2nd place. So 15:69 Archie Yeo, 2nd Alajiki 14:77, 17 centimetres ahead of Deshaun Lascelles 14:70, and then he is now 8 centimetres ahead of 4th place Toby Dronfield, who's also improved. So this is a big second round now. once the athletes have dusted off the cobwebs. Second round, big improvers. Josh Knox then. His dad was watching on here in the stadium, came over and said hello yesterday. Knox, who's been very consistent. This is his 6th BUCS triple jump final, I make it. As we see Amy Ware, who was a long jump and triple jump medalist at BUCS indoors. (13.21) her new PB, and she was second behind Georgie Ford-Wales in Sheffield in February. Also second the previous year behind Lily Hullen. So it's been difficult to kind of get that top spot for her, but 3 BUCS medals, 6 top 5 finishes, I make it, for Amy Ware across long jump and triple jump. We've seen a few double up over recent years. I think Oriada Pegba is one of those who's in both. Not sure if there are any on the women's side. So this looks to me like, is it Archie Yeo, our leader? Yes, it is. So 15.69. Since he jumped that, the gap has been cut a little. But still with a commanding advantage here. The UK indoor champion, of course, in this second round. So been lots of change in this men's triple jump final in the last few moments. 14.77 for Archie Yeo. Lots of jumping coming thick and fast here, and we will endeavour also to watch the hammer. But here we go. This is the favourite in the women's triple jump, having seen the men's leader. Now over to the women's. Georgie Ford-Wales, first UK indoor title for her in February, just running through there. Unable to execute that particular jump. So these two finals alongside one another. So Yo Alajiki Lascelles, top 3 men's triple. Ford-Wales Agbaremi Yalekwi in women's triple. In the high jump, bar at 191. So 3 athletes clear: Harry Wiley, Samuel Davis and Peter Kunati Salako. So usually up towards 10 metres when we're starting to separate the medals. Kimani Jack yet to enter, in fact. Kimani Jack, one of the favourites. Luke Ball as well. Those two had a great battle indoors. Kimani Jack, who won the title indoors and out 2024, and Luke Ball, the champion indoors this year. And later on, Manchester Met have a great opportunity to retain the women's high jump title continuously through all the way from 2022 to this year through Emily Madden-Foreman and Halle Ferguson. This is one of her teammates. This is Destiny Sadiku in the men's triple jump that we can see. Not quite jumping just yet. Favour Akpan, I believe this is, in the women's final. 12.01 so far for 7th place. Needs 8 centimetres to go up positionally. This is Melissa Booth of Loughborough, so she is in 5th place with 12.11 and 12.44 at the moment needed for a podium. As you can see, the athletes coming out for the 5000B final. Booth personal best 12.48, so certainly capable of getting a medal. She was a finalist indoors. Last year she was the Northern Indoor silver medalist. And also Greater Manchester champion, so I'd imagine very much at home in this stadium, Manchester Regional Arena here, where we have been. This is the 3rd year in succession. The Olivia Rea. 12.28 at best, I mentioned, so also capable of improving. She currently finds herself in 9th place on 11.91. We have 7 athletes over 12 metres at this point. Needs 8 centimetres to improve positionally. So running down here, hitting the board, and looks fairly clean there. Now starting to move into the 3rd round. In fact, Akpan was the first jump of the 3rd round. Same situation with the men's. They're running pretty much line astern. There's 12 athletes in both finals. That's one reason why. Had qualification earlier in the weekend. David Onwudiwe looking for his first valid mark. It looked like the white flag flashed up there. (14.29) at best. That's the personal best to win Irish indoor gold. It had been 13.61 from 2022, so this has been a great year so far for Onwudiwe of East London. So we'll keep up to date with the field. We'll check in with the high jump and hammer as well. We'll just get this 5,000 metre B final underway before we do anything else. So 5,000 metre A final coming up later at 10:50, by the way. So just over 20 minutes time. And then of course pretty much finals there on in. Few qualifications that still need to be done, including women's shot put, and 200 metre semi-finals coming up from 11:35. So we take a quick look at the timetable. So that in particular is showing track. As you can see there, in the next couple of hours or so, we'll have half a dozen finals. And then the same picture there on in. And the timetable continues up until almost 5 o'clock with those relays, so it's a little bit shorter of a day. So men's 5,000 metre B final, 25 athletes on the start list. I'll just run you through a couple of the athletes in this. Rafe Serif of St Mary's, someone who's previously been in the A final, which will feature the likes of Will Barnacutt, we hope, later. Toma Tarragano as well, previous BUCS champions. Serif, England under-23 1,500 metre finalist last year. Look at it, it's a really, really big field of athletes. Almost could have had a C final here. That would have obviously taken up quite a considerable amount of the programme. But yes, good to see great participation. Serif of St Mary's, one of those ought to be able to win this final. But then again, don't expect to see a lightning quick race. One incentive for the athletes would be that if the final is a slow race, then there is a chance of a medal because it produces an aggregate result across A and B finals. But also in this, quite a few athletes who are sub 15 minutes. Luke Davis of Newcastle, Harry Bell of Durham, Zach Horton of Lincoln, Jacob Harrison of Exeter, and then a few just outside 15 minutes. Chris Colson of Newcastle, William Walker of York, Matthew Morgan of Bath. So a full set of athletes, of course, on the Roster Athletics website and app. We'll have a look as they come past. Of course, come through now for the first time, and that looks to be that St Mary's vest of Rafe Serif. Coming through with 11 laps to go, of course. Just behind him, Portsmouth's Cameron Walker-Powell. We've also got in this lead group Matthew Morgan of Bath. I say lead group, but I mean really the sharp end of the race. And also right up there was Zach Horton of Lincoln. So a few of the athletes we picked out before the start wanted to get in a good position in the early stages.
Also up there is Isaac Batty, the Sheffield University student. Check back on Southampton. We've got a few leading on the splits, as always.
So opening kilometre 2:58.18. So obviously 3 minutes through will be 15 pace. So heading for something around 14:50, but I'm sure we'll see lots of ebbs and flows of this race, and we'll see this pack broken up, big group of athletes at the front, as it was always likely to be. So Rafe Serif happy to lead these athletes out. He's got 9 laps to go now. Let's have a look who else is now in this lead group. Wearing 21 on his leg is Jacob Atwell of Southampton. Yeah, again, one of those with a PB just outside of 15 minutes, 15:12. You've pretty much got 20 athletes in this lead group. Right, let's have a look at split screen now, because we know these are field medals soon to be decided, and they were decided quite quickly indoors. In fact, you tend to get a high attrition. We saw it in the pole vault at 4:66 yesterday. Reed Foster sailing through after entering the competition late on. So we're going through third attempts, it looks like, at 191. Oh, it's just moved up to first attempts, 196. So we do still have quite a few athletes left in. Kimani Jack and Luke Ball, who we expect to see big gold medal contenders, they haven't yet entered. However, we do have still going Will Jackson and Ben Pitts, third time clearance for them at 191. So still 10 athletes involved. Jeffrey Morris, Lionel Awona, Louis Reynolds, second time clearances at 191. And then first time clearances for Peter Kunati-Salako, Samuel Davis and Harry Wiley, as mentioned a couple of moments ago. There is Harry at 196. So that's his first failure of the competition. Bronze medalist indoors, and also someone who consistently makes BUCS finals as well. I had a look beforehand because yeah, he was also a medalist behind Kelechi Agwacha, silver medalist in 2023. So he has 2 BUCS medals and 6 times a top 6 finisher, and every chance of doing that today. So really keen to see how this high jump competition progresses. And it could be that this height of 196 is where things really become tougher, but nice clearance just there for Louis Reynolds of Loughborough. So that helps him, although there are 10 athletes still going, that helps him in his quest for a medal. Interesting as well that Kimani Jack entering one height later than Luke Ball. We expect to see Luke Ball in momentarily, but Kimani Jack will will go one height further. It'll be interesting to see what that height will be, whether they'll continue in increments of 5 centimetres up to 201. Potentially not. This is Jeffrey Morris of Leeds Beckett. We heard that Leeds Beckett's best high jumpers were known as the Bouncy Boys. And they did have a great contingent for quite a few years. The likes of Tom Quisser, Morgan Williams, I think is in the hurdles this year. Of course, their big medal shout with David Chapman in the 200 metres. He's got 2 rounds to come today. Semis from 11:35 and final, assuming he makes it, obviously be expected to at 2 o'clock. So Morris bringing the bar down. Let's see what Peter Krunati-Salako of Cardiff Met can do. A medal contender here potentially. So same fate as Morris and Wiley. So he has a personal best of 2:06, and he has equalled that this year. So doing so most recently at the England Under-20 Indoor Championships in Sheffield, where he was second. That event often having the weekend before the BUCS Indoors. So really interesting to see this high jump final develop. Was a little closer there. That was Will Jackson of Loughborough. So it's another event with 4 Loughborough athletes in the final. So really impressive depth. Ben Pitts of Sheffield Hallam. He unfortunately not able to go clear either. I did say that there would often be one height where there's a high rate of attrition. Certainly some of these athletes did fail first time of asking 191 and made amends after. Looks like Oliver Adnett. No, in fact, that's Samuel Davis, wearing 928 for Loughborough. It is difficult to tell them apart with 4 of them. Similar hairstyles as well. And that is a great clearance for Samuel Davis, the Welsh athlete. He was 4th at BUCS Indoors. Personal best of 2:10. That was at the Loughborough Indoor Open earlier this year. UK Under-20 bronze medalist. So nice clearance there, and it puts him into the lead because he's had 2 first-time clearances, but of course that's without Kimani Jack or Luke Ball having entered the competition yet. So that's how things stand in the high jump at the moment, with the bar at 196. I'll just give you a quick update. Triple jump in the men's event. Well, the order is pretty similar to what it was before. Archie Yeo leading 15.71, so improving by 2 centimetres in the 3rd round, which it looks like we've just completed. So break in action, of course, until the 4th round. Toby Dronfield, he's been the mover, 15 metres exactly, so cutting the gap to the lead, but moving up to 2nd place. And Michael Alajiki remains in the medal positions on 14.77, that jump we saw in the 2nd round. In the women's event, Georgie Ford-Wells improving to 13.60. Latifa Agbaremi into 2nd with 12.61, and Michelle Yelekwe also still in the medals with 12.44. And of course there are 4 field finals going on at the same time. So in the men's hammer at the moment, we are coming towards the end of the 3rd round, and it's still James Berry with 66.08, personal best, leading the way by half a metre from Owen Merritt in 2nd place, and Sean Kerry in 3rd, 61.12. So haven't missed any notable throws there so far as the top 3 go, because those were all ones we saw in the 1st round. Harry Ricketts in third place, some 3.5 metres back off the medals, 57.81. So surprised to see quite a big gap back to last year's champion in fourth place in the men's hammer as they get ready to head into the fourth round in the next few minutes. So focusing then the conclusion, last 2 laps of this men's 5,000 metre B final. A final coming up in 10 minutes time. Looking here at Coulson, the runaway leader, as you've been watching on your screen. Great to have the split screen technology in use. You can also now follow the hammer as well towards the end of the third round. So Coulson of Newcastle, I mentioned the 2 decent Newcastle athletes before the start of this race, but impressive from Coulson. Wasn't the fastest coming in, but has just eked out this advantage lap by lap. Very intelligent display from the athlete who's got a personal best of exactly 15 minutes. Really pushing on now here, great display. And tiring behind him. Hits the bell, 13:16:23, and should smash his personal best here. It's Kit Lom of Exeter in second place. Good battle over third. Another of the Newcastle athletes, Luke Davis, who we mentioned before the start of the race. And then the Southampton man, Chris Hudson, who was in the lead group early on and has remained there. Loughlin of Edge Hill looks to be in 5th place in this B final. So they are a good 20 or so seconds behind our leader, who's now, as you can see, coming into this top bend, lapping other athletes. So he's putting himself, and I only say this quietly, putting himself in some contention for a medal. There's always a possibility that it will be a slow tactical race. With most of the athletes around the mid-14 range. So Coulson now, he is spinning it into tire a little bit, but look at this. He's going to set a personal best by an extraordinary amount. Some 35 plus seconds. 14:24:50, and now a decent finish from the Exeter man. And a good battle there over third. So Lom for Exeter in second place, and then it's Luke Davis just ahead of Hudson and Loughlin. And then in 6th place it looked like it was a Cardno of Edinburgh. So results starting to come through on Roster Athletics website and app for this B final. A final coming up in 7 minutes time. We'll be back to the field very shortly. So you can see some really exhausted athletes there, one particular in the Kiel vest. As always, we see the sportsmanship applauding the athletes coming through. Matthew Burton still out there on the track, has 1 lap to go. So I'll just try and update you on men's high jump, which I think at the moment would be only action until the 4th rounds resume in the field. Well, I'll say that I think men's triple jump has already got back underway. So Samuel Davis, we saw that 196 clearance. Harry Wiley's done it the 2nd time of asking. Luke Ball has come in and cleared his first height at 196, and Louis Reynolds, the other to go over saw that as well. So, yes, 4 athletes are clear at 196. They're going through third attempts now. Kimani Jack yet to enter. He'll come in at the next height. And Peter Krunity-Salako, Lionel Owona, Jeffrey Morris, Ben Pitts, Will Jackson all have their third attempts to come. So they're trying to stay in the competition. And of course, we could lose up to 5 athletes in the next couple of minutes. So suddenly we're closer to deciding the medals, as there would only be 5 left in. Matthew Burton across the line, the Coventry student. The athletes will soon be about to come out then for the 5,000 A final in a few minutes. Well, nothing notable to mention from the 4th rounds of the triple jump just yet. It's either been passes or red flags or no improvements for athletes lower down, 6th, 7th and 8th. But obviously you can see everything on roster. Men's hammer 4th round not yet underway. So Barr looked to be brought down there by Morris of Leeds Beckett. So looks like he's out of the competition at 196. This time we do see a clearance though from Peter Krunity-Salako, so he remains in medal contention. Let's see if anyone else can use that as inspiration to stay in this high jump final. It's pretty chilly out there. Athletes looking to keep warm, but we always see that, of course, often regardless of the weather. Weather believed to be 10 degrees. A wind of 10 miles an hour. Certainly it's pretty gusty. I'm not sure that's an effective measurement. Just to Google search the weather. That's what I did. Unfortunately though, 3rd time failure there for athlete 940, which is Will Jackson. This is Peter Krunity-Salako there. You can see, just checked a little bit his run up. Looked very determined and did extremely well. Really does look great when the technique is spot on. Ben Pitts of Sheffield Hallam in the same situation. So approaching from this near side, the left, bringing the bar down quite early there, unfortunately for Pitts. It wasn't to be his day to get over 196. 6 athletes currently jumping, and Kimani Jack yet to enter. So I make it that just Lionel Owona has the 3rd attempt still remaining here. Owona, another athlete who's consistently made finals for Nottingham Trent. This is his 6th BUCS final. Finished in the top 5 4 times, aiming to do so once again, but will need this clearance. You can see putting takedown. Perhaps taking a few steps back. And that's maybe when he starts his acceleration. Looks like he's got the Spider-Man on top. Here comes Owona from this side, the right. Bar come down, no. It wasn't that close in the end, unfortunately, for Owona. Personal best of 2:18 from a few years ago. So, yes, 4th and 5th in the past. Wondered whether he could win a medal just outside it, unfortunately, today. So, coming up, men's 5,000 metre A final. We'll take you through the lineup. One the gun goes. So again, two waves of athletes here, and believe that we have a similar sort of lineup to the 25 we had previously. It's 26 in fact, just having a look. 2 didn't finish, but 23 did in that B final. So yes, taking a look along here, Will Barnicott is involved. He's just starting in his second place behind Tomo Tarragano. There's every chance of a Birmingham 1-2 here. Again, wouldn't be the first time that we'd seen that. Tomo Tarragano, a previous winner of the 10,000 metre title. That was 2 years ago and tends to take place in Loughborough the month before BUCS Outdoors. Of course, difficult to find time in the programme, and athletes wouldn't necessarily, would be quite unlikely to do 5,000 and 10,000 in the same weekend, and it tends to be a similar group of athletes. Then again, it is very early in the season for them. Will Barnicott, though, winning this particular title outdoors last year. He was a bronze medalist at the European Under-23 Championships in Finland. That was similarly windy as it is here today. Personal best of 13:19.66, so that was set in France last year, and yeah, similar to Tyler Billiard, who missed BUCS indoors for a race in France, I think it was. Indoors, you kind of want to see BUCS champions getting some opportunities for progression, getting some fast races with pacemakers to try and set times, to try and make these big championships. Obviously, those still under 20 and under 23, you have the European Championships in Tampere and in Bergen in Finland and Norway this year, and that will be a fabulous opportunity. But yeah, some will soon be senior, and we're talking about the decisions of whether to stay in the sport once you need to pay the bills. So certainly, if you're able to compete for major champs at senior level, then that makes a difference as well. And sometimes those races abroad, it's good to see those students getting those opportunities. We can't begrudge them. Good to see that career progression, even if occasionally it means that not here at BUCS. Just saw in the background there Harry Wiley, first attempt failure, 2:01 in the high jump. We'll keep you up to date if anyone does clear 2:01. They haven't at the moment. In the women's triple jump, Georgie Ford-Wells still leading 13:60. Amy Ware 12:88 she's improved to, up into second place, and Latifa Agbaremi pushed down to third but has improved to 12:74. In the men's final, still the same as you were, Yo Dronfield Alajiki. And men's hammer just getting underway, fourth round. So this is Amar Elabsi, 49.06 for ninth place so far for him. Looks like everyone will get all athletes will get 6 throws. And there are 13 athletes in fact. So yes, Hammer would have been a B and an A final, but I think that just the depth is only up to 13 athletes overall. It is, as we were saying, one of the most complex technical events in the sport, and there are fewer competition opportunities and fewer specialist facilities as well. So Will Barnicott now taking over the lead, and there's 9 laps to go now. Barnicott from Tarragano. Alex Malloy also at the sharp end of this race, perhaps we should say. Again, someone who's also won a bronze medal in the past at a European Championship. This time it was in 2021 in Tallinn at the European Under-20s, and that was over 3,000 metres. In fact, at Under-20 level, they tend to do 3,000 and 5,000, moving up to 5,000 and 10,000 at Under-23 level. Malloy, he was a silver medalist indoors earlier this year at BUCS, and a bronze medalist over 1,500 also in 2023, but trying out the 5,000 metres outdoors last couple of years. say, trying out. I mean, he does have great range. Have to remember, though, that Will Barnicot's personal best considerably faster than other athletes in this by some 25 seconds. 8 laps to go. Will Barnicot looking over to Tomeo Tarragona as if to say, perhaps we can push this on a bit and break up this group somewhat. Josh Blevins of Leeds Beckett it is who's in 3rd place there in this lead group. And Elliot Smith Rasmussen of Nottingham Trent, the Danish athlete, in 4th place as things stand. So coming up to 7.5 laps to go. In the men's high jump, Kimani Jack entering at 2:01, clearing 2:01, and this I think will be where we really see the field narrow down more. No one else has cleared 2:01 so far. Davis, Reynolds, Wiley, Quinity Solako, all with one first-time failure. In the men's hammer that you can see in the background, no improvement so far in the 4th round. And Berry, Merritt and Kerry, almost rhyming, medalists there potentially. All the 3 athletes are over 61 metres, no one else over 58. And they're yet to go in this 4th round. In the men's triple jump, one improvement in this 4th round has been Dom Abouaki. He was in the medals early on. He's improved to 14.64, so by 3 centimetres he's in 5th place. And then in the women's triple jump, again, we're down to the top 8. So we've lost Mabuza, Hill, Boakye and Gray. Reese Robinson has improved to 12.36. Not enough to improve positioning though, she's in 6th place. So keeping you up to date with all of those 4 field finals and the action on the track. And it's pretty much as you were with Will Barnicot at the front. So, new leader emerging now though, just having a look, it's leg number 20, Finley Ross Davey of Edinburgh, so overtaking the 2 BUCS champions. So Finley Ross Davey is a 3rd-year artificial intelligence with computer science student at the University of Edinburgh. Has a personal best of 14:06.48. So what's that? 47 seconds off Barnicot's personal best, but as we know, not necessarily fastest paced races, but tactical, real close battles for medals, which is what we like to see. Finley Ross Davey was 9th at the BUCS Cross Country Championships in Cardiff on 1st of February. And seems to have good cross-country pedigree as well, because he was 2nd at the Scottish National Cross Country Championships last February and 4th this year. So he's just taking this on now. 4 laps to go. Well, it said 4 and then the official put it back up to 5. So it means we have 2 kilometres to go. 8:48.47 there. The 3K point. So it could be on for something like 14:10, 14:20 pace. Again, probably have lots of ebbs and flows, and imagine Will Barnicot may well push on at some point. 14:24, of course, was the time of Chris Coulson. Big margin of victory he had in the B final. So important part of this hammer final then in the 4th round. Looks like Owen Merritt here. In fact, it's James Berry. They're continuing with the initial order rather than going 8th to 1st, or indeed even 13th to 1st. So James Berry leading the way. Massive personal best by 5.5 metres. Merritt also setting a lifetime best. So he leads the way still. So no improvement there for Owen Merritt. 65.58 still his best. That last measurement, 4th round, 63.78 as James Berry steps into the circle. .37.8 with 1 kilometre to go in the 5,000 metre A final. Well, not a huge deal has changed since they got started 12 minutes ago. We can see the pace now just starting to pick up here. James Berry, no improvement in the 4th round, the hammer, 62.83. Back to the high jump and triple jump soon. But of course, we're heading into the closing stages. 2 laps to go here. One Nottingham Trent athlete appears to have dropped out of this final. So it was about 20 athletes at the front, it's now more like 10. Will Barnicott back to the front. Tomo Terragano resumes the order that they had previously. Alex Malloy of Loughborough on the outside. So coming up to 500 metres to go. On to the last lap soon. 13 minutes into this race. Barnicott again looks over to Tarragano, but to be honest, I imagine he'll be more concentrating on himself at this point. He's still looking round though. Not long to go in this race. It's his other teammate, Isaac Hirschman-Chandler, who takes it on. I think he's looking for a 1-2-3, you know. They want to lock out this podium. Malloy still there of Loughborough, but suddenly the kick is on. Well, this was planned before the race, surely. Malloy, the only one that can live with this. And everyone looking round. Suddenly they know what's up. 3 Birmingham gunners here. Malloy, with that 1500 metre pedigree, European under-20 medalist in the past, but Barnicott always expected to be so strong. Tarragano, a previous 10,000 metre champion. We knew that he could stick with Barnicott so long as the kick wasn't too strong. In the end, they thought this through. Malloy still trying to break up this Birmingham 1-2-3, but oh no, he won't. Birmingham lock out the podium as Will Barnicott successfully defends his 5,000 metre gold. What a result for the Birmingham boys. 14, 13, 16. I tell you what, they're only 11 seconds faster than the B final. So a little bit slow of a race, and it wouldn't have been a Birmingham 1-2-3. I think they are all faster just than Coulson in the end. Just a few seconds back was Hirschman-Chandler. Malloy, though, threatened to upset the party, but in the end, Birmingham will be absolutely delighted with that. More so, don't even have the words to describe it. They'll be gloating about that. 1-2-3 over Loughborough for Birmingham. And well, we're hoping to have Cam Bailey, our Birmingham former BUCS gold medalists with us a little later on, so Danny Hales as well, hope to ask them about that. I'm sure they enjoyed it. Well, what a fantastic finish to that race. Don't often get lockouts of podiums. Loughborough have had a few, and sometimes in field events more likely, where there isn't necessarily the technical depth. But in the 5,000 metres, that is particularly impressive. It really makes it feel like a team event as well. Oliver Smart also posing for the photo there, waiting for the full result to come up. Well, that's going to be the headlines, one of the headlines of the day, I should say. Regardless of what else happens, I doubt we'll get many 1, 2, 3s. I think it was teased yesterday by, who was it? Might have been Lenny Saville who mentioned that Birmingham had a 1, 2, 3 locked out. It was very well orchestrated, and it was like cycling. Obviously you got the peloton comparison as well, but the push on and the team leader, you know, Will Barnicott, defending champion, the fastest athlete in the field. Anyway, we can wax lyrical about that for days. We need to focus on this high jump now, so really crucial stage. Bar up to 2:04 very quickly then, because it was at 2:01. Jack, Wiley, Ball, Davis and Solarco all over. Luke Ball, champion indoors, and suddenly this is his first failure. So first blink for Luke Ball at Bath. Basil Rock was on with us, the 800 metre indoor medalist for Bath, and he was saying look out for Luke Ball. But this is a good time to stay with the high jump. Going through these second attempts. It is cold out there, you can see with the dry robe. Kununti Solarco trying to keep himself warm. Kimani Jack there just sitting down. He waited latest of all to enter the competition. Quinity Solarco just staying in when others couldn't. Louis Reynolds, we lost him with 2 failures we'd seen, and then a third time failure at 2:01. Quinity Solarco, third time of asking, remained in this high jump final. 5 athletes left and all now jumping with Jack in. Quinity Solarco went for it, gave it the big reach, but obviously remains in. I believe that's actually his second failure there. Didn't see the first one while that 5,000 metres was concluding. Harry Wiley in the background there, hoping to get on the podium. He is over at 2:04 along with Kimani Jack. So we're just a moment away from deciding who is going to be our medalists. Samuel Davis of Loughborough, that brilliant clearance we saw at 196. 2:10's his personal best, so he's within 6 centimetres of it. 4th indoors, doesn't want to finish there again. He wants a medal this time. Fabulous clearance there from Davis. Knew it was in his capability, having done it already this year. The Welsh under-20 high jump champion, UK under-20 bronze medalist. So Luke Ball next to go. Obviously, he beat Kimani Jack indoors, but Jack, the only one over this height out of the 2 of them. The 2 of them we expected to be most likely to take gold here, but Harry Wiley very much in the conversation along with Samuel Davis. And Luke Ball's second time failure at 2:04. And don't forget, perfect before this height. So suddenly the picture can all change. That's how it stands then. 3 men over 2:04, Jack, Wiley and Davis, and 2 men who have 1 more attempt to go. No change to the top 3 in the women's triple jump. It's Ford Wells, Ware and Agbarami, 1360 12.88 and 12.74. In the men's triple jump, Deshaun Lascelles back into the top 2. So Archie Yeo, 15.81. Deshaun Lascelles, 15.41. And Toby Dronfield confirmed, it looks like, as the medalists. So Loughborough looking to lock out both triple jumps. Kuniti Salako should still have time on the clock. Here we go, personal best of 2:06, he's close to it. Oh, that was a good attempt. Kuniti Salako out of the competition. 4 athletes remaining then. So just reflecting on what Archie Yeo's done in the triple jump. Obviously we saw him earlier and we knew that he was leading the way. He adds to his UK indoor title, and he now has 3 BUCS gold medals and is a 4-time medalist and has 5 finishes in the top 4. Really impressive stuff from Archie Yeo. Georgie Ford-Wells expecting her to do similar. She leads, as I say, by a considerable amount. What's that? 72 centimetres. Luke Ball here, indoor champion, trying to stay in the competition. I wonder whether he'll go before this race that's on the track. I think he's going to jump before this race. So here he goes, and then we'll be over to the track. Luke Ball, oh, that was so unlucky. The indoor champion is out. We know the medalists. What order will they come? Stay tuned to find out. Well, lots of finals to come here on in. Let's see how they go in the women's 400-metre hurdles. Ella Jeffrey, Deanna Clark, Frances Hogg, Steph Okoro, Sophie Lisk, Rachel Callan, Maddie Turner and Eleni Ridopoulou. So nice to hear the cheers from the crowd to get these athletes underway. Steph Okoro, her BUCS debut season, but she comes in very much as the favourite. Coming through nicely here for Brunel from lane 4. Personal best of 58.19, more than 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field. Turner going well on the outside though. Others looking for medals. If Okoro can hold this momentum and keep up this pace, rises first, you can see over the hurdles, and she should be leading down this home straight. But just has to keep the focus. Frances Hogg going well for Leeds Beckett, someone who got a personal best in the heat, so is in good form and could get this silver medal here. A battle still to be had. Sophie Lisk fighting, looks to be in bronze position behind Hogg and behind Okoro, who gets gold for Brunel, her first BUCS outdoors, first gold, 58.83, the winning time. Hogg gets the silver, and then it looked like Lisk did get that bronze spot behind. And yeah, not too many athletes putting their hands up for the 400 hurdles. 400 is a tough event, hurdles too. Hit them, you certainly know about it. But Steph Okoro, Commonwealth Youth Games medalist, European under-18 medalist, and great to see her here win gold. Stephanie Okoro there, great performance. And yeah, sometimes it happens that an athlete hasn't got BUCS pedigree, but they come in and they look fantastic. And they've got great talent already. Well, I said that not too many people do 400-metre hurdles because it's not the first event that people would maybe put their hands up for. Emmanuel Sasanya's done plenty of 400 metres, a BUCS medalist. I mean, haven't gone back and checked how many you won, but I know that it was multiple. You loved your days at UEL so much so that you've still got the badge on today. You come back, you're creating content as well. How much are you enjoying these championships?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the championships. It's always nice to be back at BUCS, even though my time as at university is finished now. But just being in the atmosphere, seeing all the university and students enjoying themselves. I always say BUCS is probably one of the most enjoyable competitions because you get to see your friends. It's more like a team atmosphere, and we don't really have that as much in the sport. But when you can get out with your whole team, you know, see your friends from other universities, it's enjoyable.
What did you make of Stephanie Okoro there? You were applauding that performance. Someone who, she hasn't had a BUCS season before. This is her first one. And to come in and do that is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, really gutsy run from her. That's something that I always look out for when I see people, you know, in their races, especially from the 4 upwards. She took it out from the start. She just commanded the whole race, and it's a bit harder in the 4 hurdles because you have to really think about keeping that stride pattern. So sometimes when you do really go for it, it works, but it can also mess you up if you're not too careful. But yeah, she stuck to her race plan and she made it hard for everyone else, and that's what you've got to do when you come to a final.
4 field finals, along with track action. There's lots happening, but of course that is quite often the case. We've got here in the high jump, so yeah, Kimani Jack has cleared at 2:07 just as that race was finishing. Harry Wiley clearing 2:07 at the second time of asking. And then Samuel Davis still left in, so we know these will be the medalists. The BUCS indoor champion was Luke Ball, but he went out 3 failures at 2:04, as we saw a moment ago. So this is crucial now. So second attempt, 2:07. Samuel Davis brings the bar down, so it looks like he's going to get the bronze medal unless he can clear here. But you're someone who has great appreciation across track and field. It's one of the reasons that you've got an Instagram page, and you're now trying to do something just to get these athletes some appreciation for what they're doing at this level. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, so I currently run Track and Field Talk, both on Instagram and TikTok. And basically it's just a platform for the athletes to really showcase themselves, no matter what level they're at, whether it's from counties all the way to national or international level. I really believe that we're in an age of social media, so the more athletes can promote themselves online and get a bit more attention to themselves, the better it is when it comes to them trying to, you know, maybe get sponsorships or trying to get brand work, you know.
Absolutely, and obviously we know how big the NCAA's is, the American Collegiate Competition, so to shine a light on BUCS is massively important, and sometimes, yes, does get into newspapers and things like that, but I mean, you along with me, we both value British university sport hugely in athletics, and it would be nice to see that replicated elsewhere, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely, for sure. And it's interesting you talked about the NCAA, because I just came from a training camp in America, and we went to one of the meets at the University of Florida, and just the whole level of competition, the standard, from the track and field events to the officiating, to the commentary, to the broadcasting, everything is like times 10 compared to the UK. But there's no reason why we can't do it here. We just need people that really want to take the sport and grow their attention to another level. Let's have a look here. Harry Wiley then. Oh, fantastic clearance. And look at that. Love to see that reaction there. Just determined to keep on progressing. And yeah, someone who's been a little bit unlucky in the past. You often see athletes very consistently making finals, but sometimes a little bit unlucky to be outside of the medals. We've had some great athletes in the high jump in the past, like Kelechi Agwacha. So Wiley is going to attempt 2:10 here. That was his second time clearance, 2:07, 2:10 now. Yeah. Just bringing the bar down. But yeah, he has a personal best of 2:11, so he's 1 centimetre off it. You're a very tall athlete. Have you ever done high jump? So this is a funny one, because I actually used to do a little bit of high jump, but I just never trained for it. I actually did high jump at BUCS in my first year, really? Both indoors and outdoors. I made the final indoors, jumped a PB of 198, got to the final, and then it just kind of went all wrong. Didn't have a run up, didn't really have a high jump warm up, but it was interesting because the following week was the under 20 age group nationals, and third place got 198, and I thought to myself, okay, maybe there could be something here if I actually trained for it, but I ended up just focusing on the 400. Didn't know that about you. Kimani Jack, so winner of the title indoors and out 2024, beaten by Luke Ball, indoors 2025, who is now out. Kimani Jack still in, but brings the bar down. I thought that was going to stay up. Yeah, it looks like he might have just clipped that literally just as he got over the bar, but he can get over that. He knows that he's capable of doing it, so sure in his next attempts he'll really attack that and just make it a clean one. Yeah, personal best 2:18, improving by 3 centimetres this year. So that was in Hustepec in the famous high jump meeting. Look at this, determined stride, great athleticism, very, very close. Did almost everything right. I think it was just with the heel.
Yeah.
So top two equal then, because they both failed at 2:10, but on count back, Kimani Jack had no failures before this height. So if nobody cleared at 2:10, then he would be the gold medalist, Jack for Birmingham. And Wiley, a silver spot at the moment, but Davis, he was so close, and he'd actually passed third attempt at 2:07 in order to have one go at trying to improve on his position. So that's one thing about the high jump that I think people is underrated, that sort of gamesmanship, if you call it. And now you have to have great confidence to do that.
It's tactical at the end of the day. You know, if you know you're in a position where you might have to wait, you know, or you're at a lower height, if you can take that gamble, put yourself a higher height and clear it, then you put yourself in a better position and you make it a bit harder for everyone else.
The bar in the men's high jump, now 2 meters 10.
Yeah, well, he had achieved this height earlier this year in Loughborough indoors, so he would have had confidence. But that's something where competition is vital, because in training you probably go over the same height again and again and again. Or I don't know whether coaches would try that maybe. Okay, you've only got 2 attempts here, but maybe mix it up a bit. Right, Harry Wiley then, this is massive for him. He's been so consistent, 6 times in the top 6 of BUCS. Make it 7 now. Can he get gold? Oh, he'll have one more chance to overhaul the leader, Kimani Jack.
So Kimani Jack
He uses his spring to great advantage. He's now a 3 times a BUCS medalist. We're just waiting to see what colour it will be. Gold and silver is confirmed. Nice for Nottingham Trent, though, to get a medal in this situation. Don't get too many. Kimani Jack, well, we saw Birmingham, all the medals of the 5,000 metres. That's mad, isn't it?
2023 BUCS outdoor silver medalist, indoor bronze medalist this year.
You see both of them, you can tell they're both full of confidence.
Yeah, for sure. I never actually realised until probably my last BUCS that Birmingham had so many track and field athletes, and one thing that I've noticed, especially being here, not competing, is just the energy that they bring. Every time that someone from their team is competing, everyone shows up to support them, and I'm really huge on that.
Kimani Jack, this would take a step closer to gold. Oh, surely.
There we go.
It's going to take something very, very special from Harry Wiley to stop Kimani Jack regaining the title once again.
That's what it's about. That's how you apply the pressure now. He's cleared his attempts. Now that's just for his competitor to respond.
Yeah, it's nice to see the head-to-head as well. Battle between two, mentally, physically. Obviously, they're just aiming against the bar. That's what they'll say. Just me against the bar, focusing on myself. But really, they're watching on. They know what's at stake here. It's quite clear. I mean, you know, when there's 10 athletes involved, it's quite complex to know, you know, just like in track, you know, what are the time qualifying positions. But really, it's good when it's easy to follow. You're going to stay with us for this men's 400 hurdles final?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to this one.
So Benjamin Verbikas, Will Hoddy, Hayden Christian, Bradley Francis, Toby Watson, Onyeka Oko, who we were talking to yesterday, Jake Minchell, reigning champion, and Ben Heron of Strathclyde. I feel like we have to be hush-hush because we're right near the starter.
I think we could see something definitely really exciting in this one.
So you've got the top 4 from last year all involved. Jake Minchell of Birmingham, who won the title here a year ago, is a personal best of 49.66. Again, much faster than the rest of the field, similar to Okoro. He's motoring down the back straight. Here is Minchell, a European under-20 4x4 gold medalist in the past. Onyeka Oko, a World Under-20, European Under-20 semi-finalist, was second behind him last year. It's a Heron going well on the outside of Strathclyde. We'll see the inner lane start to come through. There is Oko and Francis in the dark vest of Aberdeen there. Oko, unfortunately, pulling up there. Sad to see But here comes Minchell then. Watch out, really good battle over the medals behind. Francis is battling. Toby Watson of Birmingham as well. Oh, Watson catches the hurdle, but Minchell clear for gold and very close behind. Oh my goodness me, Heron coming to the line. I think it was with Watson there. It was Hayden Christian who clattered that last hurdle. It wasn't too far away from another Birmingham 1-2-3. 50-28 from Minchell. He is the champion once again.
Great running, really good race overall. He took it out from the start, like I said in the last race as well, and he just commanded his authority. That's what you got to do. The rest of the guys, they went out also, but it just came down to a scrap at the end for them over the last few hurdles.
Let's have another look here. So obviously Jake Minchell left of picture. Ben Heron, second athlete there. Bradley Francis in the dark vest. Let's have a look. It's wondering whether we see Onyeka Oko in that shot, but yeah, Minchell, you can see powering away. There is Heron on the outside, stutter into that hurdle. You've got Toby Watson wearing 4-2-3, in fact it is. Okay, it's quite confusing, so many Birmingham athletes in this race. It was Christian clatters that hurdle from lane 3, and coming across the line here, Minchell, I love how he dips across the line.
Chasing the sub 50, I like it.
It looks like it is Heron from Watson. Toby Watson getting a BUCS medal. His brother Jake has won a couple of gold medals at BUCS in the pole vault.
Were they all Birmingham? Was that a Birmingham 1-2-3?
No, so Strathclyde
okay.
in between there. So, but it could have been. Goodness me, that's really impressive. And well, UEL obviously at times have dominated sprints and have had some fantastic athletes over the years when you've been competing. You can probably name the names better than I.
Yeah, just good times. We had some really good athletes, the likes of Joseph DeWar, Maya Bruni, Lennox Thompson. The list goes on. I think
Kyle Ennis?
Yes, Kyle Ennis.
Omololu Abiodun?
Omololu, Ade. So many. I think there was a year where UEL, they'd won the 4x1 3 years in a row. They were going for 4, and then COVID came. So, you know, hopefully they can get back to that.
I think so some of the top sprinters tend to be based at Lee Valley and sometimes run for UEL or other London unis. I think Ruben Arthur ran for Goldsmith. I was going to say, it's a bit of a pointless answer there.
I saw Ruben on the phone to his brother yesterday, Jaden.
Oh, they're brothers.
Third in the 100, they're brothers. And Jaden was on FaceTime to Ruben with his medal, and then you see Ruben getting his medal out as well. And that was a nice moment, you know.
He's hilarious, Ruben Arthur.
Yeah,
he really is. He's a proper comedian. Former BUCS winner. Adam Jamili and CJ Uja back in their day. I can't remember which London unis they represented, but they both.
I think Adam went to UEL actually.
So.
CJ was at Middlesex, I believe.
There we go. Great knowledge there. A final round of the men's hammer then. So, as we expected, the top 3 have remained the same. Huge personal best for James Berry. There he is. Last throw of the hammer then, 66.08, exactly half a metre ahead of teammate Owen Merritt and Sean Kerry of Manchester. 61.22 he improved to in the 5th round. So that's the notable thing from the last few moments. Archie Small going past Harry Ricketts into 4th, 58.08 in the final round of this hammer. So of course it means medalists are confirmed. 2 Loughborough men on the podium. Straight into the cage from Berry. It's tough when the gloves are off. Of course, the gloves do stay on in hammer. To give something big in the final round. Zach Davis did the shot put after he'd won gold. But Berry, Merritt, Kerry, a medalist in the men's hammer. Archie Yoder, Sean Lascelles and Toby Dronfield. Men's triple jump. We saw some of the earlier stages of the triple jump. It's tough to get all 4 field finals in and the track races. Georgie Ford-Wells, Amy Ware, so same positions as indoors, 1st and 2nd, 13.60 and 12.88. Latifa Agbaremi, 12.74. So those athletes, all BUCS medalists, winning more medals. In the case of Ford-Wells, she's also got, I think, a long jump medal in the past. So So yeah, Georgie Ford Wales now has 7 BUCS medals and 3 gold. Amy Ware now has 4 BUCS medals.
Wow. What is the record for the most BUCS medals? I think, I'm not sure, but I know when I was at UEL, Yusuf had maybe like
Zatat.
10, yeah, Yusuf Zatat in the shot. I think he won it every
Did he do
year.
a Masters or do discus as well? Yeah. Because
He
obviously
was
shot
just
for
in the
main
shot.
event.
Yeah, I think he just did the shot. I think he took the title every year he did it.
I think that you would have to do more than one event, so that could be relay, but it's difficult. It's not captured as well who's actually in the relay, if you know what I mean, on Power 10, for example, so it's hard to track that. Yeah, someone like Mika Moore, someone who did maybe 60, 100, 200 relay, then you've got 4 potential events across the year to win medals in. Jess Judd, she had a BUCS career spanning nearly 10 years and then did from 800 up to 5,000, but wouldn't necessarily always double up. But I'd imagine, yeah, around 10, maybe a few more. Certainly if someone continued for more than 10 years and did a PhD, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But not everyone who does PhDs is a medalist every year, so they might not have that academic route actually. So, but certainly I think 6 or 7, I'd say is reasonably common in terms of every year there's an athlete who's done that. And at the moment, don't forget, we've not got that many people who. Actually, it is 2025, but there was that gap, obviously, where we didn't have some events preventing people from competing at BUCS in every year.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm only guessing really, so I'm not answering your question, so I'm being useless.
It's quite interesting because I know in America, the NCAA, they gave everyone that missed a year with COVID another chance to compete, you know, so I don't think we did something here but like that here, but that would have been quite cool to see, you know, people that have missed the BUCS. I was actually one of them, like just getting that chance to have your final BUCS, you know, or just getting your BUCS competition in, because it's something that you do definitely look forward to when you're a university student.
Representing Birmingham University, the 2023-2024 Midland Senior Champion, Madeline.
Kimani Jack, all on his own now. I think he's going for 2:15. Bar comes down here, so of course he can do whatever he wants now. Looks like that was his 3rd attempt, in fact. It's hard to see through the sun on that board, but does look like that's the case. Kimani Jack, the champion once again, another athlete with multiple medals, of course. Winner indoors and out last year, so he has a 3rd BUCS gold medal and 5 in total. Harry Wiley, a 3rd BUCS medal. Took ages going through looking up to see those tallies. Hope someone thinks it's worth it.
No, we definitely appreciate it, Alex, for sure. Here come the fast girls in the 200. Let's see how these goes.
Yeah, should be exciting, this. So White, El Tooney, Aberley, Kudzia, Aduwu, Fraser, Waffles and Tustin. So it's quite impressed by the number of athletes that did double up. Jenna Aduwu, who got the silver medal for London South Bank, just ahead of Karen Mayindu of East London, it was in the 100 final. Looking very, very strong here. Aduwu, chased down by Kudzia on her inside, and by Fraser and Waffles very close. 24:35, so
into a headwind as well, another headwind, -2.0.
Aduwu and Kudzia both making it through to the final. It was fascinating, Emmanuel Sasanya, who's with me from University of East London. How many BUCS medals do you think you won?
I think I've got 3 or 4.
Yeah, I was going to say
3 or
4, potentially. Yeah. 4 times BUCS medals. We'll go with that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You just have to say it confidently sometimes. Yes, what did you make of the fact that we saw Aaliyah Sibbons, as someone who you know, winning the 100-meter final and then doing the 200 as well?
It's quite common for the short sprinters, the 1, 2. Like we're seeing Jennifer do the same thing as well.
It is quite common, but 6 races and potentially relays as well, if I can speak. Not that often we see that many of the medal contenders go for both. For example, the 200 metres in the men's side, David Chapman, he just wants to be fresh for the 200. But, you know, as you were, yeah. we have got quite a few doublers up, including Aduwu and Sibbons this time again.
I think it's interesting for them because I think they favour quite well in both events. I believe on paper they both come in with some of the quickest times over the 1 and 2, and maybe it's just a thing as they're using it for a bit of training, you know, with it being really early in the season. For most people, this is their first competition. I spoke to her Leah yesterday, and she said for her this is just a big test on her fitness because she hasn't raced in so long due to the injury. So she was feeling a bit tired after her 200 heat yesterday because she also ran a 100-meter final. But I just told her, you're built for this, you know, get some food in your system, get a good night's sleep, and today you just got to finish the job. So fingers crossed. Should we go in for 2 golds today?
Yeah, Sibbons. I don't think Bath have a relay team, so that's one thing that kind of helps her just concentrate on her own event. Same thing with Aduwu, who's been really impressive the last couple of years, improving. Yeah, and it was very close between her and Karen Mayindu, both in the semi-final and the final. It's nice to see the battle in the semi-final between the two same athletes who both progress, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was quite interesting, and it was nice to see for both her and Karen, because I know they've both been in finals before, and they've both had chances where they've missed out. So seeing all 3 of the ladies on the podium yesterday, that was a really nice thing to see.
So we've got the women's pole vault B final, I should say. A bar at 3:11 there, just going through 3rd attempts. A final coming up later at 2 o'clock, and that's where the medals obviously most likely to come from. We still have 2 more semi-finals of the women's 200 metres. So in this one we have, well, actually I'll go through in a moment because we're continuing the pole vault here. By the way, Kimani Jack, I think, has had those 3 failures at 2:15, but as we know, he's the gold medalist ahead of Wiley and Davis. In this pole vault B final, Trinity O'Connor, Natasha Clark, Amy Taylor, Lottie Pinchas, Sophie Horning, Charlotte Prince, Bethany Falconer, Merritt Haas, Amelia Appleyard and Rebecca Pratt. We have 6 athletes still vaulting. And we're looking here at Charlotte Prince of Sheffield. Well, she was the last athlete just on the runway there.
So Alex, I was having a discussion with a few people yesterday, and I'm sure you've noticed the winds have been quite strong here in Manchester, and I was tempted to start a hashtag online on Twitter saying hashtag flip the track. What's your thoughts on that? We see it in other countries. Do you think it's something that we could bring to championships in the UK as well?
Yeah, it's unusual to be able to do that in the UK. I'm not sure which tracks can do. Obviously, we're talking about track here. Can't remember which of our co-commentators yesterday was saying it. Might have been Onyeka, actually. Onyeka Oko, we saw in that 400 hurdles. Well, to be honest, it's part of the sport, learning to deal with wind and learning to adapt with it. I mean, you'll know that from the 400 metres, you know, can you get some advantage from somewhere around the lap? Can you have the tailwind down the home straight? But we're more talking about 100 metres, really. Can you flip the track to get the advantage? And one example that's used is that Jeremiah Azu won the British title with a windy 990, beating, I think it was Zarnell Hughes and Reece Prescott,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken. And people are saying, well, maybe Jeremiah Azu dealt better with the wind on that day, which is part of the sport. Obviously, it would be nice if the times counted, of course, and they're windy on that occasion. Maybe he's an athlete who does deal better with the sport. Maybe his diminutive figure might have helped him there, or maybe he adjusted better on the day. But obviously, under normal circumstances, he probably beat Reece Prescott. But this was a few years ago, so people were saying that it's a part of the sport to deal with and to learn from. So I definitely see it both ways, but just playing devil's advocate there for a moment. As we look at the second semi-final here with Sarah Long, Kirsty Treglan, Susan Fuller-Runso, Tess McHugh, Harita Badra, Lois Garland, Jasmine Wilkins and Bronwyn Mooney. Top 2 going through to the final later. So Aaliyah Sibbons coming up in the 3rd semi-final in a few moments' time. Let's have a look here Got Harita Badra of Loughborough in the violet vest going nicely, as is Jasmine Wilkins. Lois Garland between them. Just 2 spots. Oh, this is going to be tough to call on the line. I think Garland just misses out there. 24.39. But Garland could well be fast enough to make it through, of course, by virtue of her time. In fact, she will be in a position to do so with one more semi-final to come. Nice to have a semi-final contested closely between 3 athletes.
For sure, I always say the semi-finals, for me, I would say that the semi-finals are, in a sense, kind of bigger than the final, because that's where you really see people switch on and put their foot down, you know. Obviously, the final's always going to be something that you look forward to, but you got to make the final first. And for some people, they might put out the race of their life in that semi-final, and then in the final, they just go out with all the confidence that they've taken from that.
Absolutely, I was trying to put that into words, but you put it better than what I was saying yesterday about it's nice watching the story unfold. Of course, you have just the sometimes rare opportunity to have 3 rounds in a competition like this.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about BUCS. You're guaranteed, you know, to get at least a solid 2 rounds in, which is nice to have very early in the season. For most meets, if it's not a 100 meters, you just got the odd one race, you know. So coming to a championship environment very early in the season, I think it goes well for all the athletes.
Lottie Pinchas of Liverpool with the bar moving up to 321, so up by 10 centimetres. She's the reigning Northern silver medalist with a personal best of 3:43. A final only had 6 athletes in it later, so interesting that that's how they decided to split things and not having more in the A final, but I guess there was potentially a cut-off point. Right, one more semi-final of the women's 200, which Emmanuel Susanya joining us for. And I've just seen there's 2 DNSs in this, Emmanuel. One of them is Aaliyah Sibbons, and one of them is Sarah Malone. So we were talking about Sibbons, you know, not kind of doing this for some time in terms of racing, and maybe just deciding that she's won the 100-meter title, focusing on that. Hopefully it's not an injury there.
Yeah, hopefully it's not an injury. I'll probably catch up with Aaliyah later on and find out what's happening.
You've got all the connections.
Yeah, well, luckily me and Aaliyah used to train together, you know, so Aaliyah's like a little sister to me, you know. She's got such a great work ethic, and yeah, like I said, it's good to see her back racing. I'll catch up with her later on, but I'm sure she's all good.
You have to let us know, because hope everything's okay. I think I saw her mum here actually in the stand. I also saw her mum in Finland at the European Under-23s.
Shout out to
great support.
Shout out to Aaliyah's mum. She's probably, I will say to Aaliyah, your mum is your biggest fan. Like, she is at every competition, every meet, always posting on socials, and yeah, it's just amazing to see her support system, her mum being right there every second just to support her. So yeah, that's really amazing to see.
Her mum Georgie, I think it is. Sarah Malone, the other DNS who represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games in the 4x100 metres. So it means that there's just 6 athletes in this semi-final. Possibility for 4 of them to go through. So Amber Richardson, Isabella Wigley, Alice Woodhouse, Michelle Wamba, Millie King, Scarlett Thomas-Wright. So this semi-final now has a bit of a different feel to it. Let's see who can win this one. Michelle Wamba going well in the navy of Brunel. Millie King on her outside, and Scarlett Thomas-Wright, another who's doubled up here, but she's pulled up there. Oh, sorry to see that. So it becomes King against Wamba here for the semi-final win. They're both making it through to the final, and Woodhouse not too far behind. 24.81 on the clock. So as expected, Jenna Duru remains the fastest qualifier through to the final, and that of course puts Jenna Duru as well in the driving seat for gold.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure she's going to see the results soon, and I think the 200 potentially could be her better event, maybe due to her being one of the taller athletes. You know, she's got a really strong finish as well, which we saw in the 100 meters. Her second half is probably the strongest part of her race. So I think the 200 could be really interesting for her this year.
Absolutely, I can confirm, by the way, it looks like 24.81 the winning time there, and third place was outside 25 seconds, so it means that Lois Garland and Madeline Wapples, who are both close in third place in their semis, do make it through to the final. So Aduwu, Badra, Wilkins, Garland, Kudzia, Wapples look to be in the final along with Wamba and King. So, 3:21 the bar's at in this pole vault B final. We're looking here at Trinity O'Connor, who's consistently been part of this B final, has done well. Personal best came in the B final in 2022 of 3:50. So maybe she can go up a few more heights. Well, Manuel, it's been great to have you join us. Just give us one tip for something you're really excited about. We've already discussed the women's 200 metres, so you can't say that. Anything else you can have?
Okay, I'm going to be biased and
That's okay.
say the 400s. Alex Cooper going for another title. He just commands the race, but I'm ready to see someone just take it to him in that 400 final and the women's 400 final as well. And then obviously to round up the day, the relays, you know, they're always exciting. You might see a couple more tumbles, who knows? But you know the BUCS relays are always exciting for sure. Yeah,
and like you told me the other day, the good old days, Bedford with Ben Claridge and Cameron Chalmers. I think Lennox Thompson for UL, he ran 4x1 and 4x4 like a few minutes later.
Yes.
And I'm sure medalled in at least one of them. So those were some great days.
Yeah, really good times for sure. Yeah, it was nice to be a part of that, and it's always interesting because I find myself comparing BUCS pre-COVID to BUCS now and seeing it from maybe a senior perspective, if some could say that, you know. But either way, BUCS is still enjoyable regardless.
Yeah, before we get the dentures out and start eating Werther's Originals with a walking stick, I think we'll leave it there. No, but the glory days, it's great that people remember that, and current students actually do remember that as well, which is nice to see. Brilliant. Emmanuel, wish you all the best of luck, and just remind us of your Instagram page where you're interviewing some of the athletes.
Yes, so guys, if you go over to Instagram, it is Track and Field Talk. You'll probably just see me floating around with a camera or with my phone, interviewing people. Don't be shy, follow, comment, interact. If you see me, come and have a chat. I'll definitely get everyone on the interview, and yeah, let's really grow the sport and grow each other.
Trinity O'Connor clearing at 3:21 and looks very pleased with that. Emmanuel, been great to chat to you. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Alex. Appreciate it.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
So first semi-final of the men's 200 metres, Sealy, Voss, Craven, Clark, Houslin, Dean, Chapman and McAlinden. So David Chapman, winner of the gold medal indoors the last 2 years, he should be fresh for this. And not as dominant as I might have expected. 21.99 though, pushed really hard there. Joel Houslin in second place. And only the winner going through though to the final. Final coming up at 2 o'clock. Cam Bailey has joined me from Birmingham in the sort of commentary box. Well, we've seen you running down the home straight for a gold medal in the 4x1 a couple of years ago.
Yep.
So memories of that?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Yeah, I only graduated last year, so yeah, it hasn't been long, but yeah, I had to come back and watch the team.
Exactly. I don't know if you were here for the 5,000 metres earlier, a Birmingham 1-2-3. Incredible stuff, but they orchestrated it. They planned it.
Yeah, I mean, Birmingham middle distance and long distance right now is next level. There's so many really good athletes right there, and it's just good to see them come out and show it on the track, and as well as the cross country.
Cam or Cameron, by the way?
Cam.
Okay, Cam Bailey, yes. So BUCS 4x100 metre relay gold medalist for Birmingham a couple of years ago. But you also, I think, have you got other medals individually too?
Yeah, I got the 2023 400 indoors and the silver last year.
Yeah, so quite versatile as well, because you'd run 4x1s and 4x4s, as we've seen maybe a couple of athletes having to choose which one they run, where they fall into, but Birmingham seemingly having plenty of depth. What are you most excited about today that's to come then?
I think the relays obviously are the pinnacle of athletics. They're a mix of pure speed and the kind of the fraught. Are they going to drop it? What's going to happen?
Intelligence, yeah.
But I think the 200 finals should be really good. The Alex Cooper in the 400 should be running pretty quick if the weather's not too cold. It's a bit cold right now, but we'll wait and see.
That's the thing, isn't it? There's some situations where we've got one dominant athlete and some great battles. And I'm sure, like we had the indoors, we'll have great battles maybe over 800 metres, 1,500 metres.
Yep.
At the indoors, we had in the 800 metres men's race, we had Ben Gardner and David Race. Really, really tight fraction of a second between them. Tend to see in the indoors the last few years, Birmingham against Loughborough middle distance. I'm sure that will continue.
Yeah, and we've got Harry Fisher of Birmingham City, previous ex-Birmingham, so he's in the mix as well. And yeah, Ben Gardner's still here. David, I'm pretty sure got into the final, so yeah, I think that rivalry will continue.
Watching another Birmingham athlete here, Trinity O'Connor, pole vault B final, first attempt 3:31, just bring the bar down. I mentioned her personal best is 3:50, so could yet continue on. But over on the far side, the whistle has gone in the second semi-final at the men's 200 metres. There are going to be 4 of these semi-finals, by the way. So it's coming so quick and fast, don't even get a chance to mention the qualifying conditions. But
yeah, the last one, -4, that's a pretty strong win. So.
Absolutely, and David Chapman, maybe that was one of the reasons why he was just battling against that.
Yeah, the time wasn't quite there, but it's all about qualification.
So Wazosha, Brooks, Amadi, Kalala, Krista, Tur, Taylor and Avis. Second semi-final of the men's 200 metres. So Harry Taylor was the big rival over the last couple of years with David Chapman. Chapman, of course, fresh. Taylor, who was 4th in the 100 metres and 3rd of the Loughborough athletes. And Yoga winning the gold there. Jason Kalala in the mix as well, as is Henry Krista. Only the winner going through. Oh, this is so close. Krista gets it on the line. Well, he's having an amazing championships, Henry Krista for Newcastle. Not someone I predicted coming in as a gold medal contender, but yeah, made the 100 final, finished just behind Harry Taylor in that. And here he's come through. So that's great for Newcastle to have a sprint contender. Fascinating race.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the non-main kind of athletics unis like Loughborough, Birmingham. It's nice to see other unis having those athletes that show up and put on a show and really push everyone.
Yeah, and He was just behind Taylor, as I mentioned, in the 100. Their PB is 10:48, 10:49 in that. So I guess you'd always expect them to be close.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like Harry just was fighting the wind a bit too much, potentially a bit too early, and just going to run out of steam at the end, nearly falling over. But a good run from both of them.
Yeah, Jason Kalala is disappointed, obviously, not to be in the relay. Brunel, the baton slipped out of the hand. Just overtaken there was Ter of Liverpool. John Moore's also been impressed with him this weekend. Looks like he's run 21.97. So, yeah, just a few tenths, some of these athletes off their personal best. But it's great to see sometimes when the athletes just behind the big contenders know they've just got to run the race of their life to qualify.
Yeah, and that's when you see the PBs. That's when you see the athletes kind of step up to the next level and really kind of show what they've been doing in training, and it's just really good to see.
Yeah, so we've got these 200-metre semis, of which there are 2 more. Sprint hurdles finals coming up as well. 400-metre finals. I'm sure you'll be excited about those. You already mentioned, obviously, Alex Cooper, who expect to be dominant. Natasha Harrison as well. And I suppose it's hard at this level actually pinning someone as a big favourite, you know, not putting too much pressure, but it's also a different circumstance when you move up to 800 metres, because we know that it's going to be more of a tactical battle.
It depends how they choose to race it. If someone, potentially someone that isn't a favourite for the medals, decides I'm just going to take it out, and it could completely disrupt those kind of favourites that kind of could just cruise around and fight just over the last 50. If someone goes out and goes, oh, I'm just going to try and disrupt their race plans, then yeah, it's really makes the sport distance running is interesting, because you don't really get that in the sprints. The sprints is just you do whatever you can do, it's maxed out. But when you can have the ability to drop back and potentially kick at the end, or just kind of cruise around, it makes it a lot more interesting.
Just saw the confirmed result there of that second semi in the men's 200. Henry Christer, I think he's carrying a lane infringement warning, which is interesting. We do tend to sometimes see a bit of leniency there, but I believe that's what that is. Can't think of anything else that would be a warning but not a DQ. So I think that may have been carried over from the heat. So interesting, interesting to note that, because I guess that if it happens again, it could still be in the final if it happens again. I wonder that could lead to a DQ.
Yeah, just got to be careful. I'm sure the officials have come up to him and spoken to him, but yeah, just keep an eye on those lanes. Don't make any silly mistakes when you've made the final.
So interestingly, Ter and Kalala, who were 3rd and 4th there, they were faster than 3rd and 4th in the first of the semis, 21.97 and 22.17. So that'll be the target time. Just zipping up your jacket there, because it's getting a bit cool, really. I mean, I brought one jacket the first day and then 2 the second, because I'm just not sure how to play it.
Somehow I've managed to bring fewer clothes than yesterday, so
wow, okay.
I think I've made a bit of a mistake there, but there are glimpses of sunshine when the clouds have a break, so hopefully we see a bit more sun.
So in the pole vault B final, Lottie Pinchas, we saw they go over 3:31. She's the only athlete to have done it. Amy Taylor, Natasha Clark, Trinity O'Connor also still in. Others all out at the previous height of 3:11. Of course, continuing with these semi-finals of the men's 200 metres. Earlier we saw the triple jumps, won by Archie Yeo and Georgie Ford-Wells, locked out for Loughborough. We also, as you can see, have women's shot put qualification, so 2 rounds in one day for them. Automatic mark 1270. We've been just watching the pictures tell the story over the last few minutes. They're seemingly going into the second round of qualification. Big groups of athletes here. Interesting, Abby Paulett is a DNS, and well, it's a bit of a clash because her final is coming up quite soon in 20 minutes, and maybe she just elected to focus on the sprint hurdles. I know you can submit a form if you think your event is going to clash, but anyway, focusing on that, let's in turn look at this third semi-final of the men's 200 metres. So Dankwa, Levchenko, Osas, Matusiak, Venkatesami, O'Sullivan, Azu and Arkle. You were pointing at the screen, Cam?
Potentially Joshan there, which is a shame because I really like the way he runs. He's really good runner. Like the form's great. So hopefully just to fall out of the blocks or something like that.
Well, he helped his team to gold indoors in the relay and also got a bronze individually and ran 4 rounds of the 60 metres.
Very impressive. Yeah, I first saw him at an open and I was just like, oh, I hope he's at BUCS because he could really, so that's a false start, I think.
Well, so we saw Will Hawker in the 100 metres. It was clear early movement late in the kind of the phase of the start, if you like, before the start. So that was it was a fairly clear DQ. He tried to protest it. We were joking that someone behind me had said they hope that he's their lawyer if they ever run into legal difficulty. But just seeing here, it's quite clear there. I think Joshan is just going to walk off the track. He's got the relay to come.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got the relay. Got to go back, cool down, kind of don't let it bother you too much.
But also, you know, when you know that only the top athlete goes through to the final, I think that's kind of potentially in the mind of the athletes.
Yeah.
At the start. Dankwa, Levchenko, Ossas, Matusiak, O'Sullivan, Azu and Arkle. So Alex Azu has looked good, trying to establish himself individually. Should be in the relay later as well, as should Arkle potentially. Birmingham man trying to make amends for indoors where he got injured in the final. So these two battling then with Ossas of Loughborough behind. And O'Sullivan and Brunel now moving into 3rd place. But in front of them, it's Azu and Arkle fighting. 21.73 this time. So a nice run there, and have a look out for the wind and whether it's fluctuated somewhat, because as you pointed out, it was minus 4.1 initially, and then 1.2 after that. And maybe that's helped Henry Christer run the fastest time so far.
Definitely. I mean, no one wants to run into a -4. That was horrible. That's probably one of the strongest wins that we've had this weekend. But yeah, it looks like with those times dropping a bit more, it's really helped.
So we'll wait and see there how many get through from that semi, because 3rd place was quite close behind. Coming into this, as I mentioned, 22.17 was needed. And obviously we've got one more semi-final to come. We're looking here at the pole vault B final, so let's have a look. Bar at 3:31 still.
That was a good jump. Yeah, a good vault.
So looks to me, just waiting to see numbers really. I think this might be Amy Taylor of Cardiff Met at 3:31, yes. So Pinchas and Taylor now over, and the two Birmingham athletes trying to do the same. Clark, O'Connor though, we just saw her 3rd time. This is her 3rd time attempt.
Ooh, just clipping the bar as came down.
Yeah, so unfortunately out of this B final. 3 failures at 3:31.
Just looking over the clock, it looks like O'Sullivan potentially has knocked his Brunel teammate out of the final, if those times are ratified.
Yeah, quite a bit faster. So those should be the official times coming up there, which you can see on the screen. Azu from Arkle it was. And yeah, Freddie Arkle, so he's through the final. Azu confirmed time in the end, just faster, so a little bit faster than Christer by 100th of a second, 21.72 from 21.73. O'Sullivan making it in as things stand, of course. So one more semi-final to come, of course. It features another fast Brunel man, Tyvon Innes.
Tyvon's impressed me. His 100 was good. He's nice and bouncy, I think. Yeah, he's tall as well, so the 200 in theory should suit him more. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, already with that silver medal split in between the two Loughborough men, and Yogu and Arthur, who we since found out is the brother of Ruben Arthur, Commonwealth Games relay gold medalist. Yeah, learn something new every day. This is in the shot put here. Oh, as soon as I say that, back to pole vault. And
nice.
I think this is Lottie Pinchas, because we've only got 2 athletes still in. So Pinchas now takes the lead of this B final. First athlete to clear cleared 3:41 and also first athlete to attempt this height.
Is that Edge Hill with the shot put?
Yeah, I was just looking out for Edge Hill on the start lists.
Nice, just under 12, but it's maybe 11:50-ish.
Holly Benson this is. So far in shot put qualification, Sinead Dutoit, who was second in the discus and also has 2 previous shot put silvers, 13:50, only athlete over automatic marker 12:70. Lots of men were over, which is quite curious. They had, within the first few minutes of opening up, 7 men were over that automatic mark, so that was quite a low one compared to this one. Annabelle Amadin, the other athlete, over 12:50 at the moment. 10:22 is enough to make it through to the final, but still plenty more efforts to come. Last semi-final, men's 200. Javon Sutherland, George Lagajanos, Thomas White, Joshua Maggs, Toby Thompson, Tyvon Innes, Joel Burgess, Tariq Benjamin. Not the best start there from Innes at all. Thompson making up ground on him. Burgess, another one of our Sheffield Hallam 4x2 relay gold medalists, on the outside there in the maroon, but Innes now doing what he has to do, working so hard here. Very much making amends for that sluggish start. 21:55, oh boy. I think that pushed him, you know.
Definitely. Yeah, you get out the block slow, probably a bit of annoyance as well. But maybe still a strong headwind, so yeah, hopefully he hadn't used too much energy. Just he didn't need to run quite that fast, but maybe it's a statement.
He's also got a great running, so it reminds me a little bit of Oji Adeburin. Bring those knees up high, working those arms hard, yeah. So he's obviously the fastest qualifier, therefore, by 0.17 seconds from Alex Azu. So really interesting. Obviously, Tyler Panton previously winning this title and has now graduated. So Innes, I think, may well be the favourite for gold, now having seen all of those semi-finals. What do you think?
You can't count out David, and Harry, he likes finals. He'll get the crowd going, he'll try to. Should be a good watch, but hopefully Tyron hasn't worked too hard there. But yeah, running well, running smooth, and I think, yeah, it'll be one to watch.
So you're the first Birmingham student that's actually been on this weekend, and I was talking to Leeds Beckett's Dave Chapman, who we saw there in the 200 semis, and he was saying that the Leeds Beckett high jumpers have been known as the Bouncy Boys, as their nickname. Have you got any nicknames within your Birmingham squad?
I'm pretty sure the distance runners do, but
you're not quite in with that clan.
No.
Do you share a house with any other of the athletes that we're seeing this weekend?
Not this weekend. So I've moved out of Birmingham. I've got a job just in Stratford. So
nice.
I'm
What industry are you working in?
Data analysis. So yeah, I can work from home, so it's pretty chill for training, which works quite well. But last year I was in a house with athletes. They've all graduated as well. So
who was in that house?
Izzy Boffey, Hannah Kelly, and then Orla Brennan and a couple of others.
Nice house to be in. What was the dynamic like?
Pretty chill. You would think athlete house should be pretty intense, but no, they're all very chill people when they're not out running. So it's nice house as well. So that always helps.
Which road were you on? Because I lived in Selly Oak. Were you in Selly Oak?
Yeah, I was on Healy right by the station. I could literally walk out 2 minutes and in on the train.
This is very niche, obviously, for people who don't know Healy Road. But yeah, I used to live in one of the, in Healy Road, it's got those little openings, little cul-de-sac openings.
Oh yeah.
In one of those, which is a bit off-piste.
Yeah, I've never met anyone that's lived there. How was that?
It was nice. It was very sort of mature situation, like final year medical students in this situation. So situation where kind of like I'd wash up my plates, I'd leave them out to dry, and people get annoyed that I left them out to dry.
Yeah.
That was seen to be untidy, which is madness.
I mean, yeah, student houses, but they're always a bit like, there's always at least one person that doesn't like the mess, and there's always 3 others that are messy.
But that first person normally is the person that volunteers to take the bins out, which is great because you need one of those.
Yeah, you do. Otherwise, it kind of deteriorates.
I mean, there are lots of these student areas around the country. Fallowfields is the one in Manchester, and I mean, it's something that creates special memories, I think, just living, you know, 100 metres away from a lot of your friends. How did you find that?
I thought it was really good. I was obviously at Birmingham for quite longer than the average student, and
how many years?
5 years in total, 2 degrees. So yeah, was there for a fair bit, and it's definitely nice meeting your friends, and also having them, like, you just walk down the street and they're there. But it's difficult. I don't know whether you found if you make friends with people on a shorter course, they'll leave and you have to find either new housemates or new friends, or it gets quite difficult.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say post-university, they're kind of not being able to walk down the street and see everyone that you know, which is certainly I found hard first year or two after graduating.
Yeah, definitely. I think it helps that I'm still, like, obviously training and seeing people pretty much every day, so that hasn't really changed too much. In that aspect of my life hasn't really changed, but those that don't do athletics and they move away, get jobs, that's difficult. It's a lot harder to stay in contact, obviously, because jobs take you all over the place.
So, looking here at this result, Innes in the end officially 21.57. Joel Burgess, Sheffield Hallam, and Toby Thompson behind. So how does that affect overall?
I think Joel's got in, I think.
So he's just outside 22.07. It was because it moved after the third semi-final, right? So in the end, the time qualifiers: Freddie Arkle, Harry Taylor, Thomas O'Sullivan, and Ratchos Ter. David Chapman, the slowest athlete of all, but I'm sure that will change because it will be equal when they're all in the final together. Just quickly on Freddie Arkle, I don't know if you remember, but the 60 metres indoors, he's sort of injured in that final. A chance to make amends here outdoors.
Yeah, I mean, he is a 100, 200 runner. I think he surprised everyone with a 60. He kind of didn't come in as someone to kind of look at for those medals, and it was a shame that he had to pull up in that final, but yeah, when he gets fit, I think next year, that 60, that 100, he's for someone that's doesn't look particularly powerful, he gets out of those blocks. He drops us when we ever do starts and training.
Easier for you to say that than for me to critique someone like that. I mean, it'd be fascinating to hear from you, and I guess, there's a big reason why you're here, having graduated, is because you still love watching on and being part of it. And Izzy Boffey did that for a couple of years after graduating, taking photos of the athletes, still being involved. You know, despite being pretty much a fully elite athlete, still wanted to be involved.
Yeah, I think when you've still got friends out here at BUCS or your training partners, it's you kind of, because Manchester is so close to Birmingham, it's so easy to get here. It's a great day out. The atmosphere on the final day is always amazing. So, it's really nice to come down and support them.
So they're into the third round of shot put qualification. The final coming up at 2:50. This format's been used over the last few years, 2 rounds in one day. That's something we sometimes see. We do go through very, very quickly. And you can see at the moment, still Sinead Dutoit, only athlete over 12.70, the automatic mark. She has 13.50, so obviously she stopped competing because she is through to that final. Annabelle Amadin, second, 12.58. Keris Abouagi of Loughborough, 12.27. Michaela Joseph of Coventry will certainly be one of the medal contenders, coming in with the furthest personal best, 12.13. Sophie Doherty, Sheffield student, 11.74. Seeing a lot of heptathletes and decathletes in these. And Craig Moncur, one of Birmingham's multi-eventers, is in about 3 events. And those athletes actually score sometimes more points than those that are doing one. So they're quite crucial to help Birmingham battle the likes of Loughborough in the standings.
Definitely. Loughborough have that depth, and when we do have those, we have a very good multi-event group, and when they are happy to step in, do lots of the events, it helps them when they're prepping for like combined events. But it also helps the team and helps get those points, especially in events that potentially we're not as strong at, when like the throws. Well, we got the great javelin, but potentially in like shot put or and the jumps as well, and the short hurdles.
So I remember when I was at Birmingham Uni asking Luke Gunn, what was the most impressive maybe athlete to pick out, and he actually said Michael Sweeney, I think it was, he said a decathlete who'd done about 4 or 5 events, rather than someone who'd won gold necessarily. So there you go.
The amount of energy and effort it takes to do multiple events, and just the mentality and the brain power to switch off from one event and switch on to another is very impressive.
Joyce Nzekwe of Swansea, this is 10.22, so needs 55 centimetres more to make it through to the final.
Looks similar.
Yeah, sometimes it's often quite hard to tell where the cone markers are versus what we see from this angle, but yeah, in any case, it's a reasonably low standard to make it through to the final. So we're seeing opportunities here for people who are doing multiple events to still have a good chance of making it through to the final. Bryony Bavell is one of those multi-eventers who's in the shot put along with other events. This is Birmingham student. I think this is Elissa Oyenzana.
I've actually done the picking up of the shot puts during a shot put event, and that's a pretty tiring just doing that.
Yeah, I saw Zach Davis. He was one of the Loughborough medalists the other day. He was kind of bouncing the shot off the ground. That's because he's a powerful man.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to stay with us for this final then. This is an exciting one. Freya Doherty of Loughborough has 3 teammates in this. She goes from lane 1. Kira Holt of Birmingham, Yasmin Awakwi of Loughborough, Ariana McGee of Bath, Abby Paulett for Loughborough, Etienne Morn of Newcastle, then Bryony Bavell, who is also in the shot put at the moment, that's concurrent, and Grace Morgan of Cardiff DNS. The final of the women's 100-metre hurdles. Well, the championship record may be available if Paulett is at her best. Let's see her push on. McGee chasing behind with Awakwi and Maud, but Abigail Paulett, absolutely incredible here. 13.13. Oh wow, she's taken the championship record that's been held for 9 years by Lucy Hatton. 13.21 it was in Bedford. Here in Manchester though, Paulett, another BUCS gold medal, a 4th to her name, and into a minus 3.1 wind.
Wow, that's very incredible. To get a championship record into a -3, yeah.
I'm sure that's what she would have been aiming for, because she did it indoors. I think it was 8.11 she ran. She went faster at UK indoors, 8.09 to lower her Welsh record. But don't forget, she's a heptathlete by trade as well. So let's have a look here. Etienne Morn, obviously the gold medalist from last year, a sprint hurdles specialist, is got a big gap between her and Paula. But look at the determination and the form.
Very smooth the hurdles. Only didn't look like she knocked any over, so just clipping them, which is what you want. You see that with the pros. You see they almost chop their stride just to get to the next hurdle, and it seems to work.
Yeah, but there was really no stopping her there. And you kind of looked at the head-to-head between a heptathlete and a hurdles specialist. I just wonder whether in the next few years Abigail Paulett will consider that this is her main event. It's possible. We see, obviously, chops and changes. I mean, people like Morgan Lake have done that. Holly Mills has gone in the opposite direction, of course, going from 1 event to 7. But really talented at this event. And yeah, I mean, Cindy Sembra is kind of in a class of her own, but doesn't always compete at the UK Championships. So super impressive that.
That looked like a bigger throw than the last one.
That's Tamara Jackson of Birmingham then. She has personal best 11.88. And so far she has 10.67. She's only 10 centimetres off.
Ooh, that's close.
Making it through to the final. Well, I think these finals are starting to set the tone maybe for what's to come. But it is really it's high-paced stuff compared to the previous couple of days. How have you found it when you've been an athlete preparing for your final, knowing that there's lots of medals being won around you, even though you're not obviously watching all of those races, but you're aware of people coming in, having just won, etc.?
Definitely, yeah. You hear the chat at the bars when someone runs well. You hear kind of the warm-up, everyone's kind of, the people watching on the screen. I think the screen's new for this year, and I'm quite enjoying that. I feel like when you're kind of, either if you're waiting for your heat or something like that, it's you are aware, kind of, you sense it. You might not be tuned in and watching it, but you sense when people are running well.
So look at that, 0.7 of a second between the top two. Last year's champion gets the silver. Abigail Paulett takes the championship record, 13-14 officially in the end. 5 BUCS medals now for her and 4 gold.
Nice split of unis there, Loughborough, Newcastle, Bath. That's what we like to see.
Absolutely, yeah, it was huge for Newcastle when they did win gold in both the 100 and the 100 hurdles last year, Joy Ezenetti and Morn. And Magia Barsh just looking here, so she was 6th indoors and 6th outdoors last year, and you tend to get, in an event like the hurdles, often it's the same contenders once again, so to improve from 6th to 3rd is really decent stuff.
Yeah, I think that would be probably her aim, probably from last year. You want to aim for those medals.
Absolutely. So just looking at shot put qualification here, and I think we're getting towards the closing stages. List looks like Harley, Keitha, Robert, Gordon. Some of these field event lineups have been really, really large in terms of, nearly 60 in long jump. Obviously, we know that in some of the races that you particularly have done during your uni career, that we've had 10 to 15 heats sometimes. But in the field events, to have that many competing is quite impressive.
It's really good. I think field is getting more popular, and I think field is something that everyone can do. I think regardless. I don't think when people think of athletics, they think of running, but I think field events are a growing area of the sport, and I'm really happy for that.
Do you think that's at this level in particular? Is that something that is that the comment you're making at this level in particular?
Yeah,
here, or?
yeah. I think the grassroots really, they, from like my home club and other kind of coaching bits that I've done, they do have that throwing aspect, and they are getting kids to throw more, whether that's the howlers or whether it's the kind of the foam javelins. There's just more exposure to throwing, and I think that's really good. I think that's how you get kids and people coming back to the throwing events later on.
So Pinchas of Liverpool, we've been watching her the last few moments or so. 3:51 here she's going for, so 3rd time failure there. So that will be the conclusion of the B final, won by Pinchas of Liverpool. 3:41 from Taylor, 3:31, and 2 Birmingham athletes, Clark and O'Connor, 3:21. Cameron, it's been great to have you join us over the last half hour or so. You were tipping the relays. Is obviously something to watch. I mean, that's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? Who are we likely to see for Birmingham, do you think, in some of these relays?
Hopefully, for the women's team should be pretty good. Obviously, we saw Scarlett, unfortunately, having an injury in that 200, so I hope she's okay, but I don't think we'll probably see her in the relay.
Jasmine Wilkins.
We'll have Jasmine. We'll have should have Maddie Wapples. And then I'm not entirely sure who we'll go with for the next 2, but we've got some very quick other runners that we can pull into that relay. Potentially, like Kira Holt might choose to do a relay. We'll wait and see. But then the men, we didn't expect to get the men through to the 4x1, so it's really good that we did. No Brunel, they dropped the baton yesterday, so it's pretty open. Loughborough looks pretty strong. If they could bring like the two medalists from the 100 meters, and they should be pretty dominant. But wait and see. Warwick looked good. Lee's Beckett, if David steps in to do the 4x1, that should be really good. And then obviously the 4x4 as well. It's always open.
Yeah, a big chance of gold in the 4x4s. Jay Sisbal looked pretty strong. I think he progressed through to the final, so it was a real chance for him to try and get a medal.
Definitely, yeah. We had quite a lot of eight guys doing the 4x4, which is really good, and they're really showing that they have that speed, they have that sub 50 speed that you kind of need for the 4x4s. And yeah, the women also look good. I don't know whether. I know in the past Abby Ives has dropped in and run. Izzy Skelton, I don't think is doing the 4x4, but we may see her in the 4x1 and switching in for Scarlett. Yeah, we'll wait and see on that.
Yeah, I think it was Ives against Natasha Harrison previously, and that's really tough because to go against the 400-meter specialist.
Yeah.
Isabel Boffey did that really well in the past.
Izzy loves the 400.
Absolutely, and she even did the 200 indoors one year. Isabel Boffey. Yeah.
I think she did. I think she likes indoors. I remember she was team captain for my first year, and she really showed that she loves an indoor race.
Well, it's been great to have you join us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day and cheering on your Birmingham teammates.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So next final on track following that fantastic victory for Abigail Paulett is the men's 110 hurdles final. Looks like we've got a couple of DNSs here, which is a real surprise. But we got Ryan Wells, Stephen Bates, no Stephen Simmons, Morgan Williams is there, as is Adam Houle, possibly the favourite here, Craig Moncur and Sully Wheels. So a couple of decathletes in this, in fact, more than two. The men's 110 hurdles final. So Houle in the fluorescent yellow of Harriet Watts, looking to add to his BUCS medal tally. Morgan Williams chasing him down. It's close behind him, but Houle just holding on here. Fast finishing Wheels on the outside. Looks to get the silver, but Houle has the gold. 14.90, another strong win to run into. But another great race, and Adam Houle, he's won medals in the long jump and pole vault and hurdles as well. So versatile. That's his 6th BUCS medal across 60 hurdles, 110 hurdles, long jump and pole vault. Fantastic, and making use of the fact that some other athletes like Tom Wilcock, Dan Goriola, Cameron Fillery moving on and not involved, but doing fantastically well. So Wheels getting silver, Craig Moncur, the decathlete, getting up for the bronze. It was very, very close. Danny Hales, sprint hurdler, has joined me here, and you just seen Craig Moncur, Birmingham, getting a bronze medal, but that was an exciting race to watch, wasn't it?
It was. I feel like it was left open. It was sort of anyone's title. I'm so happy for Craig. He was just saying yesterday how he ran a PB into a headwind, so I'm sure he's going to be really happy with that. Absolutely.
You're someone who's quite experienced at BUCS over the past few years. We've seen earlier, we're just talking to Cam Bailey by the way, but yeah, we've seen a Birmingham 1-2-3 in the 5,000 metres. I mean, that must be one that will be gloated about for some time.
It was nearly a BUCS 1-2-3-4, and Luke Gunn was definitely really happy with that, but it was brilliant to watch.
Yeah. What did you make of Abigail Paulett getting a championship record? That was incredible a moment ago.
The girl is insane. I've raced against her for many years, from under 15 through to now, and she just keeps getting better and better, and honestly, she's an inspiration at this point. She's great.
Absolutely. So, yeah, been great to hear from 2 Birmingham athletes back to back here. We did have 2 Loughborough athletes on yesterday, so we have balanced it out in some way. So what else are you looking forward to then today? So, I mean, obviously we've got 400 finals coming up, 200, steeplechase, 800, 5,000, 1,500, and relays, and lots in the field as well, long jump, shot put as well. Anything particular there?
Yeah, so Birmingham always make a lot of noise in the relays, so I'm definitely looking forward to watching how that goes. Probably the women's 200, my friend Jazz will be representing Birmingham in that and is hoping for something special, so definitely those 2 are going to be the pinnacle events for me.
Is it possible you might run the relay at all?
We'll see, we'll see. We're going to have some talks with the team managers and see what happens.
Yes, well, it was quite exciting yesterday. I believe that Cardiff Met were reinstated and Loughborough's disqualification remained the case because they both had dodgy changeovers somewhat. Just have a look at the replay of this race though. So yes, Adam Hall's in the fluorescent yellow of Harriet Watts. Let's look at this battle as well for 2nd and 3rd. So you can see here Wheels of Loughborough. He did hit that hurdle just then. Ooh. But Craig Moncur getting up for bronze. Fantastic for a decathlete to get on the podium there. 2 decathletes. 3 decathletes in fact. They all are.
110 is always an interesting watch, isn't it?
Yeah, the high hurdles there, and that was quite impressive actually to finish that race, to get up and finish the race there on the inside. Who was that? That was Ryan Wells of Warwick. What do you most enjoy about a BUCS weekend? You know, is it the atmosphere, is it the energy relative to other events that we see? You know, we don't get the same crowd noise necessarily.
I always think BUCS is almost like a school sports day. It's like you get some really good athletes, but in this sort of environment, it just feels like everyone's here to have fun. For a lot of people, it's a season opener, so a lot of the pressure is off to perform out of your skin, but still there are some amazing performances come out, as you said, like Abby's championship record. And I think just the team spirit, you know, getting to see people that you maybe haven't seen since indoors or since, you know, last year. It's always nice to get everyone together and just celebrate athletics in this way.
There's the confirmed result, 14.90 from 15.04 and 15.11. Presentation happening pretty much straight away. So this is finals day, and we have 4 or so hours to come of action coming thick and fast. Yes, so you had it. What year are you in, by the way? 3rd year or something like that?
I'm in my final year, yeah.
Final year, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've had lots of achievements to celebrate, really. You've made 4 finals, I think you have. We've seen also Jake Watson, who's another Shropshire athlete. Your partner, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always nervous to say these things. You know what I mean?
It's okay.
But yes, he's won gold in the past, hasn't he, in the pole vault?
Yes, he has.
His brother, Toby Watson, also
just
at Birmingham, won bronze as well. You're from Shropshire, of course. Shropshire, one of my favourite counties. I lived there for about 7 years.
Oh, where?
In Shrewsbury.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
So obviously not the huge athletics contingent, but you know, the likes of yourselves, the 3 you just mentioned, and Charlie Carvel,
yeah,
and people like
Rhea
that.
Mitchum.
Rhea Mitchum, yeah, flying the flag there.
Absolutely.
So I mean, that was one of your early career experiences, English schools with Shropshire, and with those people we talked about. So how does it compare to English schools?
What, BUCS?
Yes.
Very similar, I would say, especially in terms of the team feeling. You know, it's an individual sport, but at the end of the day, you come as a team to these championships, and it's just a really nice experience. I'd say English schools definitely gave me the foundations to come here and perform well here as well. The only thing is, this is much earlier on in the season, so you sort of peak a little bit differently, but very similar in terms of vibe, I'd say.
Yeah, English schools is slightly more chaotic in terms of, like, you've got one race in the middle and the back straight and the far side. And I don't know how they do it, because I don't know how they don't lose track of what's going on. It's absolutely crazy. It's impossible to know what's going on, because there's 4 field events happening in another field somewhere.
Yeah, there is. Hurdles is always on the back straight as well. The only chance I've got to run on the back straights.
Oh wow, okay, yeah. Well, that's also very unusual in athletics to be running basically in 2 directions. I know the long jump and triple jump can be flipped, but yeah, we were talking earlier with Emmanuel Sasanya, and he was saying, you know, it's an age-old debate in athletics. Could you flip the track so that you could go in the direction where the wind would benefit you, you would have a tailwind. But I was sort of playing devil's advocate and saying that having windy races is one way of kind of learning the sport. That's something that you sometimes have to deal with. And some athletes can deal with it better, and some will adapt to the situation better. I don't know what your thought on it is.
Which I think has been proven this weekend with most sprint races, to be honest. It's who's in form at this time of season. It's who can deal with the strong conditions. And yeah, some people are just stronger at the back end of the race, and that's where it really pays off when you're into a strong headwind.
So we've mentioned some of the track action that's coming up. We've just seen in the field only 2 athletes over the women's shot put automatic qualifying distance, Sinead Dutoit and Annabelle Amadin. The final coming up at 2:50. And then this is the women's high jump final. So a little earlier on we saw Kimani Jack, another one of your Birmingham teammates, involved. He won the gold medal like he did outdoors last year. Abigail Paulett, so she's gone, of course, from hurdles gold to the high jump, which is quite interesting. I saw her as a DNS in shot put qualification. I thought, oh, why has she done that? Because she has won gold in the shot put before, but that would be why. I mean, 3 events so close to one another would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? So. This, I think, is Katie LaRougetel of Newcastle in this high jump final. So obviously the men's final, yes, won by Kimani Jack. And he always looks one of the most confident athletes. He looks bullish. He's got his arms folded celebration, like I think it's the Cole Palmer celebration. But I mean, yeah, another athlete for Birmingham winning multiple BUCS titles now. Really great thing to see.
Yeah, he takes his competition really seriously, and I think a lot of us teammates do take that energy away from him, and you know, we feed off it. He's a really good competitor, and he really does care about his event and sort of the becoming an expert in it, so he's always really good to watch.
So in this women's final, Manchester Met have won the title the last few years through both Hallie Ferguson and Emily Madden-Foreman. The bar at 1:55, still in the early stages. I've asked pretty much everyone this, but have you ever dabbled in field events?
Yeah, I did. I did a bit of multi-eventing when I was an under-15 going into under-17, but as soon as I reached the junior level, I just binned all that off and focused on the sprints. But it's really good fun. I loved long jump. High jump wasn't really my forte, but did a bit of shot too.
So in the field we also have the men's discus final that's just gone underway. This is the B final, and again it's an A final coming up later at 2:50. But on the track, it's the women's 400 metres. We mentioned Natasha Harrison earlier as the favourite here, similar to Alex Cooper. And the men's 400 also coming up in a moment's time. So Camille Madden, Monica Davidson, Catherine Reynolds, Natalie Groves, then Harrison, then Holly Pater, Jenna Breen and Asha Root in the final of this women's 400 metres. So Harrison's personal best, more than 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field, but there were some impressive PBs in the heats and semi-final. Groves of Oxford 55.6 and Pater 55.9, and others who have improved this year. But some athletes like Asha Root, you can see on the outside, consistently a BUCS finalist, a bronze medalist indoors, has a real chance to push for a higher step on the podium. However, as expected, Natasha Harrison motoring through the opening 200, looking supreme, looking focused here and unbreakable. Harrison then, a winner of this title in 2023, a previous European under-20 4x4 gold medalist, is running away with this, as we thought she might. Madden of Loughborough in the silver medal spot, a real battle for bronze with Groves and Root there, but Harrison gets gold for Manchester Met. One of the home universities will be on the top step of the podium, 53.65 for Harrison, so had to push hard, I'm sure wanted to go for a decent time knowing that she was the favourite, but yeah, really delivering fantastically there. What did you make of that race? And Natasha Harrison was always expected to win gold, similar to Alex Cooper in a moment's time, but doing really well there.
That was a really good race. Impressive given the strong headwind. Really happy for Natalie Groves. Jake went to Oxford, so it's always nice seeing an Oxford athlete on the podium, especially as they have smaller teams. So.
Yeah, just waiting for the full result to come through, but as we saw it, it looked like Camille Madden of Loughborough and then Natalie Groves of Oxford, and yeah, she had improved not only this year, but also 4/10 off her PB in the heat as well, so super impressive because she's taken, I think, 1.4 seconds off her PB this year. It was 47.1, and now she might have even run faster again than 55.6, so that's incredible. Going to stay with us for one more final then, men's 400 metres?
Sure.
So coming up in a moment's time, Alex Cooper, as mentioned, the favourite here. So that will come up very shortly. Also his teammate Alex Cooper, his teammate is Ellis Cameron. Nathaniel Dias, another Manchester Met medal shout in this women's high jump. The bar still at 155. We've seen Abigail Paulett go clear. 8 athletes are all clear. So haven't quite got the full confirmed result from that women's 400 metre final, but we'll do shortly. So this is Annie Durand-Morandi, wearing 544 representing Cambridge, so hoping to join everyone else over at 155. Early stages though, because the gold and silver medalists from indoors haven't yet entered the competition. Hallie Ferguson and Enna Olivier of Manchester Met and Harper Adams respectively. The Cambridge student is over. As I say, early stages will continue to go back and forth between the track and this high jump final. And keep an eye on the discus as well. We're about 40 minutes away from the long jump, men's and women's both starting. So Groves there, showing as in silver. Wonder what's happened there. But another personal best anyway.
Yeah, that was really good from all the medalists there.
In lane 6, representing Manchester Metropolitan.
So men's 400 metres, the next event on the track. Men's discus we're watching here in the field. And this is the B final. Yeah, so this is the full confirmed result. So Groves did actually get up for second, not third as I mentioned. And it's Jenna Breen getting the bronze medal there. So Natalie Groves has improved her personal best by from 57.12 to 54.89, so massive that. And there you go, so can't be separated. We did see that a few years ago where bronze was shared, and looks like it's going to be 2 silvers and no bronze awarded. Very rare we see that in the 400 metres. So men's 400 final with Ellis Cameron, Thomas Abbott, Cole Sinnott, then Alex Cooper the favourite, Jacob Lambole and Nathaniel Dias should be medal hopefuls, Andrew Peters of Stirling and Aidan Corr of Leeds Beckett on the outside then. Alex Cooper of Loughborough from lane 4, looking for his 5th BUCS medal and his 4th gold. Jacob Lambole is one of those who's been 4th and 6th in the past who would love a medal. Going nicely in the early stages, Corr on the outside. What about Peters of Stirling, a PB in the heat and the semi-final. 48.81 is fastest time. Nathaniel Dias another of those who's been a finalist in the past. And he's looking to push Cooper here. But is the Loughborough man going to have it his own way down the home straight? That looks to be the case, but Dias still pushing, still there with Cooper. The noise is loud here as Dias is fighting and Cooper is closing on another goal for Loughborough. He gets it. Oh, and what a battle over the line behind Dias. It looked like Peters of Stirling trying to get that bronze medal. 48.05 for Alex Cooper. Well, Danny Hale's alongside me. He was pushed harder than I think many people were expecting.
Yeah, that was closer than I thought it was going to be.
All the way round the lap until the very closing stages. We had to wait. Alex Cooper, he knows he was pushed hard there. Big cheers, by the way, from Stirling, seeing that they did indeed get that bronze medal. And don't get too many medals, especially in the sprint events, so delighted with that. Jacob Lamble then in 4th place was just beaten out of that bronze medal, so yeah, great as well, and you'll know it from the hurdles to see athletes battling to the line for every position, tiny fractions of a second. Let's have a look at this replay then and just have a look for us at what happened there. Final 200 metres here.
So you can see here that Alex is really battling it. Is that Manchester Met, that vest?
Yes, Dias and Matt.
I think he may have felt like he was in a bit of trouble here, but you can tell that he was really pushing. He was still strong towards the end whilst everyone was sort of battling the wind. That 3rd place finish though, he came from behind. That's impressive. It was worth the dip.
And it's another athlete with the 3rd consecutive personal best across the weekend. I think it's 48.6 now. So he'd never gone sub 49 seconds before this year, now 3 PBs, which is terrific stuff.
And in these conditions, you can only say that there's so much more to come now for the rest of the season, so it's brilliant.
Well, it's been great to have you join us for these finals. We see the confirmed result, Cooper from Dias, from Peters. One tip or one piece of excitement for the rest of the day, that's something that you're looking forward to?
It's got to be the relays. Always got to be the relays, being Birmingham.
And any relay in particular?
Well, 4x1 if I'm in it. Otherwise, probably the men's 4x1. We got through yesterday with basically half a team, so we're all just really rooting for them to go out and give it what they've got.
Brilliant. Well, hope you enjoyed the rest of the day, whether competing or otherwise. You're wrapped up pretty warm, which seems quite sensible. Warmer than most people as well.
I love this coat. For everyone at home, I'm wearing a massive bright red long puffer jacket that everyone can see across the track, and honestly, it's the best investment.
Yeah, I mean, if people probably won't lose you as a result. If you go to any shopping centres or something like that, you know, or any big crowds.
I have had comments on people hate it so much that they like it, so I'll take it.
Yeah, well, red doesn't suit everyone, you see. It's not one of the colours I like to wear, personally.
It is the Birmingham colours, though, so we've got to represent.
It is, absolutely. And, well, thanks very much for joining, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
So the final, the men's ambulant 400 metres. With Sean Delaney of Loughborough, his teammate Ethan Kirby and Cameron Thors of Stirling. So obviously we've just seen Stirling, the men's 400 metres, get a medal through Andrew Peters. They have a chance of another one here. The chance of a gold, certainly. Cameron Thors has stood on the top step of the podium in the past. You can see here Kirby leading Thors, and this is a nice close race. There are different categories, T37, T20, T47, Delaney, Kirby, Thors, respectively, so this will be calculated on point scores afterwards. And Kirby building this advantage very, very nicely down the home straight. He comes. Really puffing those cheeks here, working very hard is Kirby. He's going to come home across the line comfortably here, 50.39 ahead of Cameron Thors, who's looking over at that clock. But Kirby, who has gone sub 50 in the past, very impressive. And here comes Sean Delaney of Loughborough here, completing this trio. And his 400-metre race. So high jump final continues, bar at 160. We're going through second attempts here. So Enna Olivia has now entered, the silver medalist from indoors. Abigail Paulett clearing there as well. Gabriella Toburn and Bryony Brevel, her teammates, are also over at this height. So going to take a while, I think, before we're closer to knowing the medalists. So just looking at that result quickly, Ethan Kirby, Cameron Thors, Sean Delaney, and these will be calculated on point scores afterwards, of course. So women's high jump final in action at the moment, as well as men's discus B. Earlier we saw, of course, the men's high jump final, Kimani Jack of Birmingham winning, silver medal behind him. It was a great competition, great to see and follow some of the better clearances. Harry Wiley, did you enjoy that? What was it like to be part of that final?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tricky week. I've been ill, so really just been, trying to get myself to the point where I can just jump in a final. Didn't probably believe it a couple of days ago, that I was going to be, actually doing a BUCS final. Training went really well, and that probably was the thing that kind of gave me the confidence. everybody knows what it's like when you're ill and you just want to go out there and do whatever you can. But yeah, 2:07 today, definitely could have gone higher. You know, my last BUCS, so I really wanted to go out with a gold. It would have been nice. It would have completed the gold, silver, bronze that I would have had. But you know, 2 silvers and a bronze for my BUCS career is, you know, I'm pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. I mean, Ameka, you finished in the top 6, 7 times,
yeah.
You know, which is pretty consistent, isn't it? Obviously, there's been lots of ebbing and flowing of who's taken part, but you've been pretty consistent within that. 3 BUCS medals, therefore, in total, is it?
Yeah.
I haven't lost count. It's difficult to tally up sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, just the 2 silvers and the bronze. I've had to work a hell of a lot harder for the medals this year than I did in 2023.
Why do you think that is?
Just the lads are, you know, having, you know, Luke Ball, Kimani, Sam Davis, you know, all 4 of us have been over 210 this year, so it really is, you know, it's that next step up.
Yeah, Kimani Jack improving to 218. So we'll be back to the women's high jump in a moment. They're going through third attempts at 160. Hannah Ferguson hasn't entered yet, and she's the real gold medal contender, I think, or favourite. So that because she has won the title indoors and outdoors in the past. So this is the women's wheelchair final over 100 metres. We've got Nicola Charlton of Birmingham, Lily Bingle of Loughborough as well. So obviously Birmingham in the red vest, Loughborough in the violet. So here we go. It's only the last couple of years we've had these wheelchair events, including part of the outdoor programme. So as ever, between Birmingham and Loughborough always is. Bignall now getting the better of her competitor here. Bignall coming through. Charlton trying to manage this gap, but Bignall consistently willing across the line there. 25.51. So great to see more and more para events, including the 400 metres is also fairly new to BUCS as well, that we saw there with the Ambulant runners. Giving opportunities to compete. So, yes, I mentioned women's final, and the bar's now gone up to 165. So that's the point at which Hannah Ferguson has entered. And it's interesting, isn't it? The kind of psychology of picking your moment when to enter. What's that like for you? How do you decide that, you know, with your coach maybe just choosing what might be the right point? Is it depend on what the competition is like, who else is out there, or is it only about you?
Yeah, like every comp's different. Today it's been cold, it's been windy. You know, we were all looking at the windsock, which is just out on just behind the apron on the grass, and the wind was coming straight across, you know, from a left to right, and actually that favours the right foot takeoffs. So, you know, you'd suspect, you know, people who are right footers to enjoy running in that weather because you're getting a tailwind at takeoff. So we kind of knew you know, we're going to be up against it on the left-hand side. We've seen some, you know, swirling winds on the track as well, so we feel that as high jumpers as well. And, you know, a warm, dry tailwind is what we're all praying for in every event pretty much. So, yeah, I came in at 191 today just because it took so long to get through the early rounds, and I you know, being a high jumper, you know you're going to be part of that, you know, the last pack, and you're going to get your jumps at the end of the comp, not the beginning of the comp. So I wanted to get one in safely, you know, not mess around too much. So yeah, came in at 91, you know, did what I needed to do. And yeah, you get confident at that point.
Yeah, and obviously Kimani Jack leaving it the latest of all, I think it was, and it was a good battle though, wasn't it? I mean, obviously you're focusing on yourself, but you were able to watch the competition, and it's when it's distilled, as you said, the kind of the later bit of the pack, you know who's still in, you know where the bar's at, and does that kind of help your momentum in a way? You're in tune with how the competition's going generally?
Yeah, like I think everyone who wants to be, you know, making a BUCS final, they're going to know the 12 people who are making the final at the. That morning, you're going to wake up and you're going to know, if I do well today, it's going to be this. If I don't do well, it's going to be this. And you know, you're roughly probably, even out of those 12, there's probably a 5-position span of where you're really actually going to finish. Like high jump goes to form quite a lot of the time. So I kind of knew, you know, I'm ill. I did really well in the qualifying. I jumped 2:04 actually in the warm-up of the qualifying. I wanted to test how my body was. So I knew I'd got the jumping in my body and I knew I'd done the work, but it was just, you know, executing that.
So continuing with these first attempts at 165, a failure there for Abigail Paula and also for Newcastle jumper Anna Fitzpatrick. Yeah, but we saw it when we got up to 196.201. We started to see a big difference. You know, you went down, you lost 5 athletes at 196. It often happens, doesn't it? You kind of, the attrition is suddenly, all of a sudden gets higher. You have a big group of athletes and suddenly the depth narrows. And does your kind of, your mentality change at that sort of business end of the competition, the last few heights?
Yeah, I'm better at the end. Really, really, really. Like, I know that these bars are the bars that I want to clear. Like, 80, you know, 86, 91, 96. They're kind of actually, they're easier for me to mess up, just simply because, you know, you're almost maybe trying to be a little bit coy or soft, and things can happen. I mean, at 2:01 today, I managed to, for the first time in my career, headbutt the upright. And it's one of those ones where it's like, okay, just brush myself off quite literally. I watched the video back and I would have cleared it. Just ended up headbutting the upright. And, you know, you just your run up and then you clear the next bar and you just get on with things. But definitely that pinch point of the competition, I start to enjoy a lot more. You often see that I might have a few failures early rounds to try and get out of that habit, but it definitely does happen.
We've quite often seen, though, in the competitions that BUCS you've been part of, a real wide-open scrap, though, with great depth, which has been exciting from a neutral's point of view, you know, spectating. Loads of athletes with potential to get medals. Pretty much the case here again today. So, you know, I know that some of the field events have smaller participation levels, but actually this year they've been pretty high, and the depth has been exciting to enjoy as a spectator. I don't know whether you've noticed that generally yourself.
Definitely. Like, I would say I've only ever lost to good athletes. You know, there's never been an athlete where I'm going, well, they don't deserve that. Like, every single person in the high jump has always brought it. I mean, in my past I've lost to Kalechi Agucha, you know, 217 indoor kind of athlete, and you know, I trained with him for a while as well, and he's just a lovely guy. And then, you know, you've got to have to respect people like Luke and Kamani, because, you know, they have been there and done that, and they do it consistently. And it is going to be a great battle this year for the rest of us. I think, you know, there's a lot of competing to do. I think I've got 15 more comps this year. So, you know, most of them are going to be either with Kamani or Luke or somewhere, you know, in between one of them. Or, you know, there's other athletes out there as well. You know, Charlie Husbands, he's not on the BUCS, you know, circuit, but we're all kind of in that age group and that kind of, you know, echelon. So I really want to, you know, I want to win everything. Of course I do. You know, that's what we get out of bed and train for. But I'm not upset losing to quality athletes. You know, it is what it is.
Lily Church there of Cardiff Met clearing 165. Certainly someone, again, with a medal potential, personal best 175. And she's been fourth 3 times in the past, including indoors this year. So, yeah, sometimes you see that trajectory and you're really willing an athlete to take that moment to get on the podium, but yeah, often easier said than done, because Hallie Ferguson expected to occupy the top spot and she's come in at this height. I mean, what would be your approach with someone who, I mean, you could put it similar to you, but trying to get that goal, you're trying to get one position higher than you finished in the past. I suppose you can only just focus on your competition in that situation.
Yeah, I think maybe me and Halle are in slightly different positions. I think I went in, maybe the mindset of both of us wanted to go in and win, but I know she knows she can. This is the first time I believed I could come and win. I think with Halle, she definitely, she has everything in her, you know, ability to do it.
Just tell us what's going in here. So she's just measuring her run-up, is she?
Yeah, this is definitely more a Uni of Birmingham thing. They definitely love a tape run-up, and maybe her tape has come up on her shoe as she's ran. I didn't actually. I saw the clearance from her, but I didn't actually see if she took the tape up. Sometimes your tape comes up mid-competition, and then you're like, well, I'm basically out on. You know, I've actually competed where my tape's been took up by an athlete because they thought it was theirs. The hazards of using black tape, and everyone uses it. But yeah, I've had to run off like any mark. Danelle here from Nottingham is going to take the next attempt at 165, and this is one of my training partners, so I'm eagerly watching.
Yeah, first attempt still continuing at 165. She was 9th indoors, PB 168, I believe.
Commitment. Yeah. I know what I'd be saying now if I was down on the touchline, and Adam, my coach, will be saying exactly probably what I was saying. She's an athlete with fantastic potential, and she's jumped higher than her PB. So we know what's in the tank for her. She had a horrible injury last year, and you wouldn't have known that from the non-perspective of what result sheets say, because she looked like she didn't. But she snapped one of her ankle ligaments completely, and it's not there now. So she continues to jump on. It's quite heroic, really. So yeah,
absolutely, and yeah, great for Nottingham to have participation in these finals. The same for Nottingham Trent as well. Obviously, have had some gold medals in the past.
Yeah.
Richard Akanyebo, I think, of the 200 metres for Trent a couple of years ago. Ellis Great Tricks represented Nottingham Trent as well.
Yeah, even in the high jump, we've got pretty good pedgree. So we had Tony a couple of years ago when I first started. I was looking to jump 2:13 today to break the Trent record. Probably got a few more competitions, but yeah, I'm aiming to break that Trent record just before I finish. So it would be nice. Bit of a legacy mark.
What's his surname, sorry, Tony?
Tony Adam Wagyan. He's
oh yeah, Adam Wagyan, yeah.
Right foot high jumper. Again, trained with my coach. Definitely a hotbed for high jump at the moment. Nottingham. We've got I think it's 14 men over 2 meters in 8 seasons. So yeah, Brooklyn, who's in the final today, he's recently gone back over 2 meters. Well, gone over 2 for the first time. So.
Paul at second attempt clearance there, 165. And yeah, interesting, obviously she's won gold previously in the shot put. That's one of her stronger events across the heptathlon. This isn't necessarily, although she was talented at everything, running, jumping and throwing, at real under 17, under 20 level, English schools level, pretty much every event she took part in. But here, definitely looking to improve on her high jump, 176 PB from 2019, to kind of, when she's at major championships like the World Indoors last year, will want to kind of push up to 180 and onwards, like Jado Dowder has done, and obviously got lots of PBs, including at the Commonwealth Games. She's really pushed that high jump and pushed those third-time clearances at major championships. I think it was it the European Championships? Jado Dowder might have got 3 consecutive third-time clearances, and I think there are some athletes that just when the pressure's on, that seems to give them an extra kick.
Yeah, for sure. My BUCS indoors, 199 third attempt, and then first attempt at 02, 05, and then second attempt at 8 and 11. It was one of those ones where I needed a bit of a wake-up call at 99. Certain things weren't working, so there we go. That one's going to stay. Second Loughborough athlete over.
So that's Bryony Bavell, again a training partner, another heptathlete. So she was in the shot put. I think she just squeezed through to the shot put final. I'll have to check that. But also in the hurdles final as well. So
yeah, I believe Abby has just won. So she's literally come scooting straight over from the hurdles into a high jump. So you have to, I think we've seen some fantastic results from multi-eventers this week, especially men's hurdles and pole vault and high jump. You do see that at BUCS, which shows you the depth in multis in the country as well. So if I was down on trackside now, I'd be saying to Danelle, you need to move your mark back by a shoe, because the commitment was better on that one, but then now she needs to move back. So it's that weird, cat and mouse chase in high jump of how hard do I want to run, but how much do I want to, leave so I can actually do a jump.
Bryony Bell did actually make it through to the shot put final in between the hurdles and the high jump here, so that's super impressive. And she only squeezed through as the 12th spot. So, and that final's coming up later, so she'll do kind of effectively 4 different things in one day. But I mean, I think we've seen more heptathletes really involved in the high jump. I'm not sure if I can think of anyone in your final that's a decathlete off the top of my head.
Both Brooklyn Crooks and Oliver Adnett are definitely multi-eventers, and I think they've described themselves as multis. And both 2 meter high jumpers on their day, it's very hard to do it on a cold, windy day in Manchester.
This is Gabriella Toburn. So third attempt 165, so unfortunately she's out the competition. Didn't have enough height there. So it means that we have 5 athletes first time clearances equally leading, because none of them have had any failures yet. Hallie Ferguson, Enna Olivier, Callie Coates, Gracie Wall and Lily Church, and then Paula and Bavel, both with second-time clearances. And a few third attempts to come, including from Anna Fitzpatrick here. So let's have a look. Anna Fitzpatrick, third attempt, 165. Oh, that was closer than the attempt that we just saw a moment ago from Toburn.
Yeah, she has that in the locker, and I think she'll know because indoors this year I've seen her at the Indoor Steel Cup and the Indoor Northern Cup, and she's jumped in and around this range or higher. So yeah, she definitely had that in the locker.
You've been talking about Nottingham. Obviously, you're also involved in the National Athletics League.
Yeah.
So very much kind of East Midlands heartland for you. But let's first of all concentrate on Danelle's third attempt at 165.
Come on, Danelle, believe. Checklist, everything that we work on. You know, drive the knee, drive the arm, lean away, be patient. That's exactly what she'd be telling herself now. That checklist is going on in the head. Come on, A to B, do it. Get up. Okay.
Possibly the closest attempt to the three. So it means we've got 7 athletes left in this final. A similar position to which we were at in the men's, around the 196 mark. So the bar at 165 at present.
Just a shout out for Danelle. I think she's probably been to more BUCS finals than anyone I know because this is her second degree. They've both been in the medical field, so she's had quite a long time at BUCS. So wow. She's been many BUCS triple jumps, many BUCS high jump finals. She's made that switch over, and one day she will get a medal. I can feel it.
So she's still got more years to come.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. She probably might set a record for the amount of BUCS appearances because she's been at every indoors and outdoors. I think I'd have been 14 when she first went to her.
Wow.
I am messing there, but yeah, I always do like to pull a leg at training. A veteran of the BUCS League.
Yeah, well, we got Jacob Matthews, who's been competing in BUCS on and off since 2011, involved. So that's obviously 14 years.
That's incredible.
Hasn't been consistently, solidly there through that time. So Halle Ferguson, this is her second jump of the competition.
Too close.
Yeah, first time she's brought the bar down then, and I suppose she's been out there watching long rounds here, lots of athletes having multiple attempts at 165, and do you think that kind of long wait can affect things at all?
Yeah, like today, my 196 attempt, I'm so glad I came in at 91 to try and get one in my legs, because my first one at 96, I just completely blew through my takeoff. High jumpers know what that feels like. It's like you've done everything right until takeoff and then something just doesn't click. I just think that's the same for Halle. She's probably going to go over to her coach and just say, I know what I need to do, I'm just going to go do it. And, that's one way you just go, ugh, I'm so much better than that. And, go and do what you do every week in training. Rinse and repeat. And she probably just needs to warm the legs back up. It really can be about, cycling through the jumps and making every jump count, not just, oh, I'm going to clear this. Sometimes it's about respecting the bar as well. That's what me and my coach always talk about. Like, 191 is still a bar. Like, it might be your opening height, but you've got to give every single bar respect because, high jump can go wrong spectacularly. Like, I headbutted the upright for the first time today. It's just strange things can happen, but just,
Yeah, it's one to tick off the list, isn't it?
Yeah.
High jump bingo.
That or snap a bar.
So Paul looking determined at 170. Oh, unfortunately though, bar coming down there. First attempt though at 170. What would you be saying to her?
Probably just commit. Like, she had a knee drive. She had there was a layout. She likes to look over the bar. You can see that she's almost like getting to the bar, watching, and then flopping, which that's quite nice. I say to a lot of the youth athletes, imagine the bar's a brick wall. Jump up, so you don't, you would rather jump a mile away from something. So you're not going to hurt yourself. That's a brick wall. You don't want to wrap yourself around it because you're going to scrape yourself. So that idea of jump up as high as you can and then get out the way of it is, jumping high is also jumping laterally as well. So get out the way of the bar.
Let's see Bryony Bavel, her teammate. So this is actually her personal best. This would equal to her lifetime best.
She has that. She has that today.
So in total in her career, she's now made 6 BUCS finals. There's quite a few athletes for whom that's the case. 6 finals, some cases 6 medals indeed for the kind of the top athletes. But yeah, once you're getting to sort of 10 and more, that's super impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I would just like to say for every single high jumper out there and all the other athletes, it is freezing today. It, you know, especially when you're going to be in a crop or you're going to be in a vest and just your shorts. Like, it's probably 10 or 11 degrees, but the wind chill is making it feel about 6, and the wind is in every direction today. We've had, you know, swirling winds, and you know, wind and weather is exactly what you want to be at the best for high jump. Like, it could be 10 degrees warmer and we'd see everyone jump 10 centimeters higher. Like, that is no joke. You know, if we were jumping in, you know, somewhere like Italy today and it was 28 degrees, you'd probably see a lot of us over 210, or a lot of the girls over this 170 and 180. So
that was Callie Coates there with the first time failure, 170. So she was the bronze medalist last year indoors, personal best 178. But this would be for a season's best, it would be. Birmingham's Gracie Wall, another medal contender. England under-20 champion a couple of years ago. Okay, so back to Lily Church. It's quite close between these because, yeah, all PBs around 175, 178, but these crucial moments now is what is going to decide things in this competition. And again, first attempt 170 for the Cardiff Met student here. You can just see with the long coats watching on. Oh, didn't achieve the height.
Yeah, she can get that. I'm not sure if that's a 7 stride or a 6 stride run up. I'll have a look next time, but there was definite commitment throughout the first 4, and then she just needed to continue that. There was, you know, there was a clear approach, there was a clear intent, and that's not always enough to clear a bar. Sometimes the rhythm will feel good, sometimes the rhythm will feel, you know, it's really hard to get the rhythm in these conditions because one jump can feel so different from another.
Right, Hallie Ferguson, second attempt. Weren't expecting to see that failure at one set, but as you were saying, not ideal conditions. Let's have a look here at the Man Met student looking to regain this title again. Wow. Well, how will she approach this third attempt then? Of course, you'd imagine that someone would clear at some point, but every athlete in the same position.
Yeah, nobody over at 70. I think that speaks for just what it's like out there. Like, I just kind of came into this competition on a mission, and I wasn't going to think about the weather, I wasn't going to think about it, but when you're in it, you cannot not do it. You know, you've got to just, one of these is going to pop the ceiling of 170, and that might be the difference, and a couple might follow, so that's normally what happens.
Olivier Harper-Adams.
Stutter in the run-up.
So next to go will be Paula of Loughborough.
If she commits, she clears. It's as simple as that.
Well, with everyone in the same situation, you know, same conditions for everyone as well, apart from the occasional gust of wind, it's really up to who can make the most of it on the day, really.
Yeah, for sure.
So Paula driving high at this bar.
Again, she's getting the knee to the height of the bar, but that's sometimes not enough. So for me, I think that there's definitely more in her. She's jumped 176, and you know, she's been consistently a good high jumper throughout her career, but she can definitely jump higher than this. I can see it.
Yeah, it's interesting, the dynamic. We've got 2 training partners going just a moment after one another. Possibly conferring in between attempts as well. So, Bryony Bavell, as I say, making 6 BUCS finals across the weekend. Over 5,100 points as a heptathlete. Of course, Paula over 6,000. Let's have a look here. Still looking for that elusive clearance. at 170. Well, Ash Bryant here coaching them, of course. I've seen him in his, he's wearing a Welsh vest earlier. Of course, Paula now claiming Welsh nationality, and therefore her marks eligible for Welsh records as she did indoors when she won the UK indoor title with 8:09 in the 100 hurdles.
So on the last attempts, I think Callie was the closest to getting the height of 170. So it'd be interesting to see if she now has that moment. I think as soon as one does it, there will be a flurry. I don't not see 3 people jumping 170 with the quality that's here today.
So Callie Coates leads Beckett's second attempt, and she does it. Oh, just a little bit of a rattle, but over, and that will mean something. So why do you think there'll be a flurry now?
I memean, it's one of those ones where I often feel like it's easier to follow someone. I was actually first in the order today, so I was, trying to set the precedent, and yeah, I just could tell with Callie there, she was going to clear off the first jump because it wasn't a million miles away. I think now if I was in the position of the Birmingham athlete, I think I'd be more buoyed to clear it, and it's almost like I want that medal just as much. That was a good attempt.
Yeah, that's Gracie Wall of Birmingham, England under 20 high jump champion a couple of years ago. She was 6th indoors. Obviously that title won by Halle Ferguson from Enna Olivier. But yeah, you can just tell how cold it is from the extra layers the athletes are quick to put back on.
Yeah, like I really should have brought a coat today. But yeah, that's Manchester in May for you.
And particularly the gap between the main stand and the second stand, if you like, round the bend, potentially leaves us a little bit exposed to the wind wrapping in and fuddling through.
Yeah, and the wind is so much stronger on the outfield. Like, you can feel it a hell of a lot more than you can than even just sitting trackside where a lot of the spectators are. Yeah, it's quite different.
Church of Cardinhead with the bar off early there, so still rattling through these second attempts. Callie Coates clearing, so it means that she's obviously our leader.
It's clutch moments now, third attempt.
So Halle Ferguson, Enna Olivier, Gracie Wall and Lily Church all only have failures at this height, and then Paula and Bovell on count back behind them.
Again, you can see she's running through the checklist. There'll be a process. There'll be a method behind everything that she's going to do, and I'm wishing that she clears this bar.
Big moment in the competition. This Halle Ferguson, of course, has jumped 183 this year. She's represented Great Britain at the European Under-20s a couple of years ago. She's been dominant at BUCS level. What can she do? Tough conditions. Ferguson out of the competition at 170. And that is a real surprise. Sun may be starting to come out a little bit, but it's still big gusts of wind here.
Yeah, I think she'll go and talk to her coach, and it's very early in the season, so there's a lot that's still going to go right. And I know what shape she's in. I've seen her jump in recently, in March, and she was clearing that bar that we've just seen, over and over again. I think sometimes it's just about, the conditions aren't great. We don't know if there's been like an injury in the run up into BUCS. Like many things can happen, but yeah, I'm sure it's a long season for her.
Olivier Harper-Adams, silver medalist indoors, is also out of the competition. So, Callie Coates will be watching on, thinking that she's made all the difference.
Just 3 to go, correct? 3, 4.
So Wall, Church, Paula and Bovell.
Depending on how much she has in her legs from the other events, I think Abby does have this.
It's a really good point. There were just 2 rounds of the sprint hurdles and she elected not to start the shot put. Obviously it wouldn't have taken much out of her 3 rounds of shot put, but just focusing on when you've got a gold medal, an event you really want to improve on.
She had the height.
So over to Wall, Church and Paulette's training partner Bryony Bavell. Of course has the shot put coming up later. Decent amount of time until then though, because that's at 2:50, so well, I say decent amount of time, I mean might be in this for a bit longer. As you said, they're just running through the motions, just imagining clearing this height, anticipating going well. Let's see if she can get over this bar at 170.
Ooh.
She had decent height there.
Yeah. There's been a couple of who would probably deserved, you know, maybe on a better day, more warmth, you know, less wind. But yeah, I think there's going to be, you know, 2 more attempts from 2 athletes who could, you know, at this point, this is your medal. Chuck yourself on it, you know, get the podium.
In the men's long jump competition, Sam Jansen, Loughborough.
Gracie Wall then, over to you. So 178 personal best, 165 this year, as I say, 6th indoors. Looks like she's going to be better than 6th today, whatever happens. So driving hard at this bar then, as you say, full send. Oh, that was the closest.
Yeah, she did deserve that. I think she'll be happy with her position today. Looking at the list, there might be quite a scrap here. Actually, I'm not sure how they're going to decide this.
Well, exactly, because you've got 4 that are exactly level, perfect until 170 this height, obviously. So are we in a situation where we could have to award 4 of the same medal?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we were told as the men there's going to be a jump off for gold, but, you know, Callie's outright ahead on 70, and it would be very interesting to see, you know, 5 on the podium. It's quite London 2012-esque. Unless the Cardiff Met athlete can clear this. Commentator's curse.
Does happen sometimes. Lily Church, 3rd attempt for the Cardiff Met students. Oh! That was another super close one.
Yeah, they both deserved that, and I think there's going to be 4 silvers.
It does look that case. Obviously, we just seen 2 bronze medals. I think it was in it was 2 silver medals. No, in the women's 400 it was. Groves and Breen of Oxford and Loughborough, which is unusual, but yeah, certainly to share 1 medal between 2 athletes, not uncommon. Can happen, but yeah, looks like they are identical.
Yeah, I liken it to the London 2012 games because we had 3 bronzes,
yeah.
And it would have been Barshim, yeah, Derek Druin and Robbie Grabart. So, I mean, they all have silver medals now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you have to say the plaudits go to Callie Coates for dealing with it in a tough situation. So her personal best, just having a look, how close is she to it? Callie Coates, so 178 compared to Halle Ferguson's 183. It's just the fact that Ferguson at this level of competition has done it time and time again, winning indoors and out last year and then indoors as well with a personal best this year. You just felt like she was just a little level above there.
I still think this season she will have, you know, probably 10 competitions where, you know, she's going to get one of them right, and all of a sudden it's going to put her, you know, right up to where she needs to be. She has the potential to jump 85, 88, 90. I've seen that this indoors. I was with her and Kamani and again another athlete, Charlie. We went out to Hustapesh, and you know that's a real like high jump holy place. Yeah, you know, you go there and it feels a bit of a quest, and she definitely had more in her that day. So maybe it's just a case of, you know, this is some people's season opener. It was my season opener. It's the highest season opener I've ever had with 207, and I'm walking away with a silver medal. And you know, I'll probably look back on this in a couple of years and be very happy that, you know, I came, was ill, carried on, did the process, and got what I deserved. But you know, athletes are always very short-term focused. At the same time, like, I wanted to come out here and win it. You know, I'm not gonna say no. But here's Callie at 173, and she very nearly cleared it. It's not quite on the stream at the moment. There she is now. That 73 was probably, again, as close as the girls were at the last attempts at 170, and she definitely has 73 or 75 in her today. It just depends if she gets it right. And I heard her earlier. I don't know if it was her mum or one of her friends, but she was complaining about a knee injury, and I think you can see the knee is strapped. So she's probably have to come through. Everyone comes through something in winter, or as you come out to jump in April and May. Your body doesn't always quite react to the conditions. So it's good to see that she's jumping well, especially because her knee is strapped.
Brilliant. Was we get your insight on the high jump, and congratulations on a silver medal. I know you said that you were going for gold, and that would have been the ideal, but still, your consistency over the years has been great. You've been fantastic to watch over the finals that we've seen you, so it's been great to chat to you, Harry Wiley, and also putting Nottingham Trent on the map and making sure they do come home with a medal across the weekend. So are there any other medal hopefuls for today for Nottingham Trent?
No. I absolutely love and adore everything that Nottingham Trent have been able to do for me, and they've been a real backer. Like you just said, I've consistently, I think you said sixth places, or sixth inside the top 6.
Yeah.
Or 7 was it? I'm not sure. You said.
I think it's 7 now. Yeah.
Yes. So in between me being at university, I've had glandular fever, and I've had surgeries, and it really hasn't been something where I felt consistently able to compete at this level, and I nearly walked away from the sport in 2021, and it took a long time to get over that glandular fever, and the glandular fever gave me sepsis, and people who know me know the story that I've been on, but every season I've just not given up, and it's just been a bit of a dogged determination to just want to be better than myself, and I finally feel like I'm starting to do myself justice, and I've made British champs this year, so definitely I feel like BUCS, especially over if you do a 3 or a 5 year course, is there's a long time to get things right, and you do see athletes who might make a final in their first BUCS outing. But I say this to a lot of people, especially Nottingham Trent University students who come talk to me. I didn't make my first BUCS final. I came 13th and just missed out on the cut on the indoors. Obviously my first year was hampered by COVID, so we never got those, but yeah, I didn't make my first BUCS indoors. I went out in the final, so it definitely is one of those ones where get yourself to BUCS, enjoy the process, and get yourself into the final, and then crack the medals, and it really can build your confidence as an athlete.
Great to chat to you. Thanks so much for joining today. Steeplechase final underway then. So men's 2K steeple, men's 3K steeple now, and then the women's event at 2:30. That was Harry Wiley joining us in the commentary box. So great to have a high jump medalist watch on the women's high jump final. Right, so Tommy Bridger, as expected, has pushed this one out early on. 7.5 laps of the track, of course. As we get ourselves in order, and well, yes, Bridger, he famously missed out by just a head's width from Ethan Hussey last year indoors. He made amends, he won gold over 3,000 metres, and he added that to last year's title over the high barriers here. He has a personal best of 8:41.35, and it looks to be that, I think that's Steve Kerfoot of Loughborough that is in a clear second place at this stage, with Thomas Dugray of Cambridge in third. So they're actually ranked third and second respectively, Kerfoot and Dugray. So yeah, also medal contenders, but well, I think Bridger was really going for that championship record indoors, and I just wonder whether he's pushing for a time here. He knows he'll be the strong athletes. We know that the Birmingham distance guys orchestrated something very, very special this morning with a 1-2-3 led by Will Barnicott from Tomeo Tarragano and Isaac Hirschman Chandler to lock out the 5,000 metre podium. But Bridger from Kerfoot, from Dugray, and having a look at who else is near the front of the race, Alexander Sproston of Loughborough. So another athlete to watch out for. He won the England under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase title, and there doesn't seem to be huge fields at under 20 level. It's quite often we see some distance runners stepping sideways, if you like, towards the steeplechase. But Sproston has a personal best of 9:13.99. He actually set that time in winning that title I mentioned. And was also part of the GB Juniors team at Loughborough International last year, which again is always a place to see the athletes of the future getting those first selections. And whether you call that a full international opportunity, it basically is, but it's not a major championship, obviously. But still a great fillip, if you like. A string to bow. Oh, but we've got a faller here, and that's the St Mary's man, Luca Hamlin. There's lots of support for him on the chat yesterday. Hamlin, the faller there, he's off the back of this pack now. Let's have a look then. Bridger coming through. So around 2:57 I make it there as they came through. Cock didn't give us a split time. But obviously Bridger some 5 seconds ahead of the rest. Kerfoot no longer in a clear second place. The pack have joined him, including Dugray and Sproston. So also in this group, Oliver James of Durham, another quality athlete, 9:14 at best. This is his outdoor season opener. And obviously, therefore, the first steeplechase race that he's done this year. He was 5th in this competition last year. Bridger, as I said, claiming gold. Terry Forden, who I think was in the 5,000, got the silver. Then Dugray was a Cambridge 2-3. Zacharia Cohen for Plymouth. And then James was in 5th place. He was 7th the year before. So, yes, maybe he can continue that improvement. Love to see that trajectory. Bridger looking fantastic at the moment. And obviously, he is going for something special here. Just having a look then at the championship record in this particular event. We've seen one, obviously, this weekend through Abigail Paulett. Just the one. And she took over a record that had been held since 2016 by Lucy Hatton. But the record in the 3,000 metre steeplechase, Johnny Hopkins, who won a hat-trick of BUCS titles for Cardiff Med, it's 8:39.42. So I'm making these little off that at this point. So he's on for something like 8:50 pace. But he is still pushing very hard. Well, psychologically, this chasing group, if you like, obviously they're not chasing very hard, are they? With the second group, they are knowing that the medals will come between them, barring an absolute disaster. It's only injury really that could prevent Bridger from winning this gold medal now. Not only has he a huge lead, but we know the quality athlete that he is. He's got this 80-metre lead also. Look at that though, Thomas de Grey has overtaken both of the Loughborough athletes, so the Swiss man in front for Cambridge, and James has also pushed through. We'll get an idea in a moment what sort of pace Bridger's on for, based on the 2K split. 5:45, so yeah, super impressive there, and I think certainly going for that championship record. So need a 2:54 final kilometre, and certainly capable of that. Let's see if he's cheered on, if the crowd get a sense. He's going for the championship record. He's really pushing here, so it's been held since 2017, of course, as I say. Johnny Hopkins, great servant of BUCS sport, and I feel like he got a reward when he was selected for Wales for the Commonwealth Games. But again, a change behind, and it's a breakaway trio now. Kerfoot not in this group. It looks like Sproston it is in second place. And then it's the Durham vest of Oliver James, and then Dugray. wonder whether that will be split again, but it's the second of the Birmingham students who's been cut adrift there, William Nuttall. So he's in 5th place, and it's now a 3rd group, and Steve Kerford is in that. Henry Yelling of Leeds Beckett is also there as well. I think that's Alex Stewart of Bristol who's with them too. Possibly Jamie Ross McDonald is the one with a backwards cap. So coming up with 1 lap to go now. 7:32 on the clock, so it's ticking, but Bridger is full of energy. This is a great battle though. Dugray, interesting time to make a move. Before the bell here, obviously he got bronze 12 months ago and is trying to go 1 step higher. Sproston and James sticking to him like glue for the moment. By the way, it is Jamie Ross McDonald with a backwards cap trying to make it fashionable again, but yes, you've got a group of 5 led by Nuttall of Birmingham. On your screen, we're watching 2nd, 3rd, 4th, Dugray and James, now ahead of Sproston. 3rd group with Nuttall and Kerford. Good to get a glimpse of all of the athletes, not just the winner, but hey, this winner is going for the championship record, 8:39.42. Oh, he's going to do it brilliantly. Bridger takes the gold again. And he's taken the championship record by nearly 3 seconds. So now we see the battle behind, and what a breakaway for the Durham student, Oliver James. Durham don't get too many medals. Jacob Smith with a brilliant 800 indoor title previously, but James with the silver, despite the efforts of Sproston with a good kick, and Dugray, he made the move a bit too early there. He'll be 4th this year as the clock ticks over 9 minutes. Kerford was finishing fast. Nuttall, they made almost up that gap. Did the 3rd group working together there, but that race was strung out. But we knew that Bridger was going for the championship record, and always, again, great when you can follow that simplicity of the story that's unfolding before our eyes, and even better when it's achieved. And respect to Luca Hamblin for getting back up for St Mary's, finishing what must have been a tough race for him. Didn't look like a particularly nice fall. Never are. So he's finishing, just watching out for any athletes also out there. Looks like we have completed that steeplechase final. So 200-metre finals coming up in around 8 minutes' time. Obviously women's high jump has concluded. Men's and women's long jump in action in the early stages, so we'll try and keep you up to date with that as best we can, as action on the track takes a few minutes of break. The final of the women's 200 metres. Lois Garland, Maddie Wapples, Kinga Kucha, Jasmine Wilkins, Jen Aduwu, Millie King, Harita Badra and Michelle B. Wamba. So Jen Aduwu in pole position after the withdrawal of Aaliyah Sibbons before the semi-final. Looking for another medal, the London South Bank athlete in the blue and white that pushed hard by Wilkins in the red of Birmingham. Wilkins still challenging very hard on Aduwu. I think Wilkins is going to get there. Aduwu just with a very slight misstep. 24:18, she was being pushed so hard by the Birmingham athlete there. Of course, someone who's been to the World Under-20 Championships last year, a quality athlete, but Aduwu, she looked like the favourite. But as we know, anything can happen in the final. And Jasmine Wilkins, as we were discussing, has the relay still to become later on, and just look what it means. Birmingham having two athletes in the final. We know they're so strong over the middle distance events. We've seen Bridger and we've seen Barnicott win steeplechase and 5,000 gold respectively, but not often having a chance of a sprint gold medal like this. Have another look here. So Jen Aduwu of London South Bank in the blue and white, Wilkins on her inside, Badra and Kudzia among those battling behind. Wilkins here, yes, it's just, I think, feeling a slight injury, able to get over the line. Well, Aaliyah Sibbons just heard in the warm-up area, I think she felt something, felt a slight injury in her hip, decided that there are other important races obviously to come this year. It is early in the season, and Sibbons winning the 100-metre gold quite comfortably, as she did in 2022. And yes, she's won gold already. Jen Aduwu now having two medals, but yes, she was going for gold there, and never like to see an athlete appear to be injured. I hope she's okay. And managing to make it to the end of the race, of course, and get a medal. And Lois Garland winning that battle for bronze. So let's have a look at this women's long jump final. Men's long jump also underway. Sam Danson leading 7:33 from Louis White 7:04, and Alexander Manakopi 7:03, very, very close at the moment. Ruby Gerges always seems to finish in third place at BUCS for Loughborough. So at the moment, we're in the third round. Molly Palmer has jumped 6 meters 50. Let's have a look at this confirmed result. So in the end, Jasmine Wilkins, 24-18 for Birmingham. Harita Badra of Lapra, that's actually impressive, winning that battle for the rest of the medals in second place with a personal best as well for Badra, someone who's been a key part of the Lapra relay quartets over the last couple of years, the Indian international athletes. And then Lois Garland, and then unfortunately for Aduwu, actually ended up out of the medals, not as I initially thought, just holding on for one. But Aduwu has been another of those who's improved year by year, been really impressed with her. So really unfortunate to see that. Not too many athletes doubling up, but more than we expected, I think. Lois Garland, obviously one of them, who was in both the 100 and 200 metre finals. So this is Alexander Manakorpi, Finnish athlete representing Sussex here, and he's got himself up into a top 3 position. Men's final is also coming towards the end of the third round, I think it is here. And Sam Danson leading. As I say, he was a silver medalist indoors. Behind Stephen McKenzie, who's not involved here, outdoors. Three Birmingham athletes involved in this men's long jump final. So I believe this is Craig Moncur, who got a bronze medal in the 110 hurdles. Morgan Treasure of Cambridge. So obviously these athletes, there are 12 involved in the final. It is this kind of traditional field format, if you like, where just the top 8 will go forward and have the jump in the 4th, 5th and 6th rounds. A chance of another medal, of course, for Adam Hoole here, winning gold in the 100 hurdles, 110 hurdles, just as he did in the 60 hurdles indoors in Sheffield in February. So I make it 6 BUCS medals for him across hurdles, long jump and pole vault. In the case of the pole vault, he was actually the winner of the B final, but on the aggregate result, he did get the bronze. So those medals, only across the last couple of years that he's amassed all of them. So Adam Hoole's best result in the long jump has been the gold medal he won indoors last year, and then outdoor silver 12 months ago. That was behind Sam Evernine of Manchester. Another decathlete, of course. Didn't make it through to this final, though. So still Sam Danson, 7:33, Louis White, 7:04, and Alexander Manakorpi of Sussex on 7:03 behind the two Loughborough men. So appears to bring an end to the third round, so just a bit of a break before the fourth round gets underway. And don't forget, men's 200 final coming up on the track in a couple of minutes' time. So we'll just let the pictures do the talking for just one moment. So these men's 200-metre finalists, they of course have had 2 rounds today, semi-finals earlier on, heats yesterday. David Chapman has been fresh for this. 1 gold indoors the last 2 years, of course. Harry Taylor's been his big rival. Taylor just outside the medals individually. Full lineup: Thomas O'Sullivan of Brunel, Rushkoff Ter of Liverpool John Moores, Chapman in 3, Freddie Arkle, Birmingham, Tyvon Innes, fantastic in his semi-final for Brunel, fastest coming through to this final. Azu Cardiff Met, Krista Newcastle, and Taylor of Loughborough on the outside blind here. So watch out as they come through. Alex Azu going very well for Cardiff Met in the maroon. Chapman with a lot of work to do. Taylor just about shedding it. No, Azu still out front. Innes now late here. Oh, what a battle this is. Innes, he thinks he's got it on the line. 21-31, still the wind plays havoc into a -1.5. And Tyvon Innes, who has won relay medals for Brunel in the past. Of course, they're not in the relay final later on. So this was his big moment to win gold for Brunel. For the university that we've said in the past, they want to be the sprint sensations. And of course, Jason Kalala is celebrating with a mob at the finish line. And this is all about a bit of showmanship. But what a race that was, because it was more open than we expected, I think. David Chapman on the inside. Alex Azu, he really pushed hard here. Round the bend. Watch out as well for Henry Christer coming through once again. Did so spectacularly well here in the blue and red of Newcastle as others faded around him. And Henry Christer getting the silver medal for Newcastle. That is incredible stuff. What a weekend he has had. And it was fantastic to speak to Lenny Saville to hear what it means for Newcastle. Really cheer on their athletes hard. And Alex Azu, a cheer comes up from Cardiff Met. He has got the bronze medal. He's held on for that bronze medal. Unfortunately, that means for Harry Taylor, he's finished 4th twice. And David Chapman, the indoor champion, finishing in 5th place. Wow. Well, the wind was tough to run into in those semi-finals, and Innes made the best of it. And we're really looking forward to seeing him in the 200 metres, and Cam Bailey earlier was saying that it may be his stronger event. Beautiful running style, but he was so far back as well. It was a cracking 200 final. So here is the confirmed result. You can see it also on roster as you can for the women's 200 final, but Innes a 10th ahead of Krista. What a finish that was. And they both in fact came from far back at one point. Coming down that home straight really was a different picture. Azu getting the bronze for Cardiff Met. So you have to be really pleased for that set of medalists. For Newcastle, again, to have more medal chances given how strongly they cheer on their athletes. Innes of Brunel and Azu of Cardiff Met to establish themselves individually, as we thought they may well do, given that they've won relay medals in the past, and some of those they've won those medals with have since moved on and graduated, like Tyler Panton, who won the gold last year. So we're watching Ruby Jurgis then. She's in 4th place in this long jump final, so we're going into the second half of the competition. Needs 6:04 or better to go into the medals. One of the things is really hard to see the white flags on the other side of the stadium popping up, but the results coming through pretty quickly on roster. One interesting thing to note is Cleo Martin-Evans. I just wonder whether there is a slight injury there that she's dealing with. She mentioned this is her last BUCS, but obviously we've seen her win 3 BUCS titles, including indoors this year, indoors and outdoors last year, but just squeezed through to the final and then hasn't quite been at her best, so there may be something else at play there. She's in 6th place at the moment with 5.78 from the 3rd round. Lots of improvers in the 3rd round, by the way. There is the web link, meet.rosterathletics.com. So this is Hannah Wallace of Strathclyde, and she showing as in 4th place. So 3rd and 4th is now based on countback. Wallace in 4th place by virtue of 2nd best efforts. As we switch over to the men's event, looks like Ori Adepegba was in the triple jump final as well, of course. This appears to be his strongest event. Lots of reasons for Birmingham athletes to be confident. We've seen the 1, 2, 3 in the 5,000, the victory in the steeplechase. Jasmine Wilkins taking 200-metre gold, perhaps unexpectedly. Kimani Jack as well. And then Loughborough doing fantastically to win both of the triple jump golds. Georgie Ford-Wells and Archie Yeo. Surprise victory for Leeds Beckett's Callie Coates. In the high jump we saw, really tricky wind conditions Harry Wiley was running us through. So Will Reed, I think this is Callie Coates' Leeds Beckett teammate, so he's in 4th place. And let's see how close it is between 3rd and 4th here. Well, it's 5 centimetres, but the closeness, as I mentioned a moment ago, is between Louis White and Alexander Manakorpi in 2nd and 3rd, because there's only 1 centimetre between them. But this looks like our leader in the long jump then, the women's competition, Molly Palmer, 6.50 already at this point. That came in the 3rd round. And by the way, the jump of Ruby Jurgis, the jump that we saw a moment ago, that was an improvement to 6.12. It puts her up into 2nd. So it's a Loughborough 1-2, Palmer from Jurgis. And then Hughes of Birmingham, Wallace of Strathclyde. They are the 4 athletes that are over 6 metres. So this is Amila Watling of Birmingham, and she's in 8th place on 4.72. Back to Hull, men's competition, looking for another medal. So Adam Hull, he's on 6.88 at the moment. and he needs 7:04. So, well, if you look at second place, 7:11, and then go all the way back to 10th, there's 29 centimetres between all of those athletes. You could throw a blanket over them, and they'd probably appreciate that given how cool it is. Amelia Watling of Birmingham. So now moving into the 5th round. She's kicking off that 5th round. And, well, we lost Delia Belgrave, Emily Thomas, Millie Gall and Katie Beadle as we move forward with the top 8. This is Addy Akambi Mortimer of Cardiff Met here. So he finds himself in 7th place. .693 his best. Switching over to Jess Lee, I believe that was, of Loughborough. One of 4 Loughborough athletes who started this final, and 3 still going. So still as you were, Palmer, Jurgis, Hughes, Wallace, Brian Francis, Martin Evans, Leon Watling. Matthew Cox of Birmingham, we lost his teammate Moncur, along with Morgan Treasure of Cambridge, Wojtek Berger of Portsmouth. And Stephen Simmons of Kent, unfortunately, was a DNS. He did lots of events this weekend. Now here's Cleo Martin Evans. Maybe we can get a sense of how she's doing. So 6:36 personal best for the indoor champion. Looks to be running clean down this runway. Perhaps didn't get the height on the jump there. Maybe jumping a little bit flatter than usual, perhaps. So Martin Evans, 5.65 compared to the 5.78 we saw previous. But yeah, 6.04 needed for a medal, well within her grasp. Keep your eyes peeled. Manakorpi of Sussex, he's just been pushed out the medals. 7.03, 1 centimetre off what is needed to get on the podium. As things stand, Louis White of Loughborough in that spot. Well, interesting, he's showing us finish on the roster, but if you actually look at his World Athletics profile, it says Swiss, so maybe there's a mixed heritage there, so interesting to note that difference. Yes, he competed at both the Swiss Under-20 Championships last year and the Finnish Under-20 Championships, so maybe there's been a change of nationality there. Ruby Jurgis, so in a good position once again in silver as things stand, and Cleo Martin Evans not at her best. There's a chance for Jurgis to improve on 4 consecutive BUCS bronzes. So in this 5th round, let's see, Ruby Jurgis, this measurement 6.22. So getting closer to the lead of her teammate and friend Molly Palmer. So well into this 5th round. And looking here, I believe, at Hannah Wallace of Strathclyde. As I say, Ghost going to count back between her and Amy Hughes. So actually, in order to go into the bronze medal position, she'd need 6 meters rather than 6:04. Looks like Sam Danson here on the runway, our leader though, in the 4th round, so a little bit behind the women's competition. Sam Danson, they're wearing 927. Plenty of spectators, got a great position for the jumps, which is really good to see as well. That specialist focus there and making sure they have plenty of support. You can probably hear them cheering in the background. Well, there's a big jump. 6:88 for Sam Danson, 22 centimetre lead for him. So Hannah Wallace with 6:03 has gone into bronze in this 5th round of the long jump. So we'll keep an eye on how that progresses. Next, the men's 200-metre ambulant final. Believe, in fact, this is a mixed final. India Oates, Will Bishop, Cameron Thors, John Maddox, Travis Anderson, Thomas Young and Hao Lun Fu. So Tom Young, the Paralympic champion in Tokyo, getting lots and lots of cheers here from the Loughborough contingent. His coach Joe McDonnell is here, and Emma Wiltshire leading the Loughborough team. Young really pushing hard to the line from Thors then. In 23:09, and the wind much kinder in this ambulant race, just minus 0.2. India Oates coming through here. So electing to run this as a mixed race, I guess helping her as not to be just the only competitor in the field. So Raza point scores will work out the medalist by virtue of the different classifications of the athletes. Now we saw Ben Sandilands, the para-athlete, running in the 5,000 metres earlier. So sometimes not just one category in one race. Sometimes the athletes maybe having a choice over how they compete. Sandilands, he was a 7th, in fact, very respective 7th in that A final with a time of 14:20. And the B final is always an interesting measure to see where the B final winner featured, and in the end it was the 14th place Chris Coulson. Women's 5,000 metre final come out later. We're focusing in on this battle for the medals. It's very, very close. And Hannah Wallace is ahead, as I say. Hannah Wallace for Strathclyde, Amy Hughes for Birmingham here. And both have jumped 6:04, but Wallace has now jumped 6:03, compared Hughes 6 meters. Into the final round we go. Amelia Watling just then. No improvement, 4:39 for her. She's in 8th place and will stay in 8th place. What can Adam Hall do? This is the 5th round then of the men's competition. He's got 2 last chances to improve as he looks to add to his hurdles gold, which might have taken a bit out of him. He's in 8th place. He improved to 690 a few moments ago, but only improved by 2 centimetres overall. That said, if he could get 694, he'd be 2 positions higher. Over to Jess Lee in 7th place in the women's competition, her last jump. She only needs 1 centimetre to go up a place to 6th. Cleo Martin-Evans in the final round. She'll be giving it everything, even if she may not be at her absolute best, as we've seen in the past. I'm sure she won't mind me saying that, because we know the calibre of athlete that she is. So 5.78 so far. A 10-centimetre improvement would help her up to 5th place. 6.04 for a medal. Join that party. No improvement for Jess Lee, 5.71, and 5.55 for Martin Evans. So we're getting closer to knowing where the medals will be. Adam Hull, by the way, a moment ago. That measurement has come up, 7.04. He's up into 4th place and has one more chance to improve. And again, it goes down to count back for that bronze medal. Goodness me. So it means that it's 6.90 versus 7.01 on second best jumps between those two Scots. Still Danson, Reed, White, but then Poole up into 4th, pushing Manakorpi down into 5th. Sticking with the final round of the women's competition. And that, of course, was Elise Fryer Francis of Leeds. .561 for her. Manakorpi, one last chance to get back on the podium. Having been in 3rd earlier, really pushing down this runway. And shooting into this sandpit, so he needs 7.04. And his second best jump would be better than the others. Don't forget, this is still the 5th round. We'll wait for that to come up, but this is Ruby George's last jump. 6.50 for gold is needed. And that would be super impressive if she could do it, because she's already got a personal best. There's no wind indicator actually as to know whether those are wind legal PBs. But yes, 6.12 was her PB from earlier this year. An athlete who took bronze indoors, same as indoor and outdoors last year, and indoors 2023. But the others behind her could still improve, in fact, such as the jumping order. Palmer, Wallace and Hughes still to go in the women's event. 5th round, edging towards a conclusion here in the men's. Athlete 9.74 is Louis White. Again, gosh, you've got two Loughborough athletes looking to be on the podium at this stage, and both have sort of similar light brown, longish crops of hair. But White, let's see what he can do. So 7.11 is obviously a popular supermarket in some parts of the world, but it's also what was needed for silver medal, and unfortunately White not able to do it. 6.77, no improvement. Wallace, Strathclyde, needs 6.22 to improve, but she could do with relieving a bit of the pressure, given that her and Hughes are both on 6.04. Haven't seen too many medals for Strathclyde, so this would be a big achievement for them. No offence to Birmingham and Loughborough. So Sam Danson then, confirmed as the gold medalist here, and pretty much runs straight through then, but fantastic title for Danson to win. He came in as a marginal favourite, having been the silver medalist indoors, with Mackenzie not here, who won the gold indoors. But 7.68 is PB, and obviously he has got 2 bronze medals, 1 silver medal in the past, over the last couple of seasons. So again, that great trajectory, winning his 4th medal overall. So we've got 2 athletes going at the same time here, but this is the crucial jump really in the women's event. Final effort for Amy Hughes, one last chance to get on the podium. She was in 3rd spot just a moment ago. Hannah Wallace, no improvement, 5.97. So she's looking for at least 6:04 it'd have to be. Oriana Pegba now in the men's competition as I keep an eye on the measurement for Hughes to see whether she's done it. Still waiting for that to come through. Pegba in 6th place. There's a big cheer on the far side, just waiting for this measurement. 6:17 for Hughes. She's taken the bronze medal right at the end of the competition. Oh, and hugging each other there. It was inseparable at 6:04, and that is tough, but so sporting of the Strathclyde athlete Hannah Wallace to do that. And it's a real big jump to blow it out of the water and make sure it is solidly confirmed. All credit to Hughes. Wallace did have the chance, wasn't able to quite do that. Molly Palmer passing at the 6th attempt, so yeah, Loughborough, Birmingham on the podium. Women's event finished, men's still going. Will Reeds leads Beckett 7:11, so no measurement for him there. Six more jumps to go, and therefore 5 that could still change the order of this men's long jump final. Crucial phase. Adam Hull has 2 BUCS titles this year. Indoor and outdoor hurdles, adding to a long jump gold and silver in the past, and a hurdles bronze last year, pole vault bronze last year indoors. It's a really impressive record. Can he add to it now? One last chance. He's in 4th place. Again, it goes down to comeback exactly a metre further than the women, 7:04 and 7:04. So he looks pretty pleased with that. He needs at least 7:01, and that's calculating going by the 2nd best jumps, of course, versus Louis White, who's just ahead of him. And Hull, 7:19 again, final round glory. And he's into 2nd place as well. He's overtaken Will Reed, who can't respond. He was earlier in the jumping order. So Adam Hall, it's difficult to keep track, but it looks like it's his 7th BUCS medal. And 3rd in the long jump. Got 3 in the hurdles, 1 in the pole vault. There we are, just about keeping track. Well, so what can still change? Well, let's keep a close eye. Canby Mortimer, Cardiff Met, 6:93. It's also going to come back for his position. Matthew Cox, and he tied, going back to 2nd best jumps, of course. That's the same for 5th and 6th. So at one point, just a moment ago, 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th, all going down to 2nd best jumps. But we were talking about seeing athletes pull something out the bag just before you. It can will you on to do the same. So it can be Mortimer here, 6:93. Well, that's exactly what he'd already achieved, so it improves on his 2nd best and means he does go up to 7th. Matthew Cox has a chance to respond. So Cox, again, that did look like a good effort. Another athlete who was involved in the triple jump along with his teammate Joshua Knox. Alexander Manakorpi, he's in 6th place, 7:03, needs 7:11 for a medal. So Manic will be jumping. We'll be straight to the steeplechase final after that. In fact, they've just delayed the start of the steeplechase. This jump comes through. Manicorpi. I'll watch for his measurement on roster. .647, no improvement. Well, we saw Tommy Bridger win the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase in a championship record time. One of the most impressive performances of the weekend. It's going to be difficult to pick a favourite performance, certainly. But yes, let's have a look at the lineup here. That was a Birmingham victory, and obviously the 5,000 was as well. And we know that Birmingham and Loughborough tend to be strongest over the 3K steeple. I think Alex Shipley actually won for Oxford, though, in the last couple of years. But run through all the lineup. Shandaval, University of the West of England. Eva Barnes of Birmingham. Apologies for any incorrect pronunciations, by the way. Do our best. Grace Ingles, St Mary's. Emily Parker of Loughborough. So she, of course, won the title last year. Strong competition to try and retain that, though. Abby Mikulek of Birmingham. Neve Thompson of Cambridge. Anika Schwarzer-Chintapatla of Oxford. Sophie Lomas, Loughborough. Ellen Weir, Birmingham. Lizzie Ingram, Bath. Edith Yelling, Birmingham. Emma McLennan, Loughborough. So straight away you can see Emily Parker going out strongly, just like Bridger did. I don't suppose he's influenced the tactics at all, but yes, it looks like we may have another dominant athlete here. Well, we need to keep an eye as well. Final stages of this long jump. Louis White. Well, he's jumping out the pit, absolutely loving that, dancing here. What has he done? We know that Adam Hall in the final round pulled it all out of the bag, 7:19. It's come up as 7:21. So Louis White has taken the silver medal with the final jump. 2 centimetres further than Adam Hall. They pushed Will Reed out of the medals, the Leeds Beckett man. So, well, Hull does still have his 7th BUCS medal, and they were battling together. White into silver in the end, behind Danson, 686. No improvement for him. Wow, what a finish to those men's and women's long jump competitions, and so close in the end. So when she gets towards the halfway point of the lap, Parker will be halfway through the race. Just having a look at who else is near the sharp end, certainly as far as the chasing group goes in the battle for those medals, silver and bronze. Looks like Barnes of Birmingham in 2nd place. And then that's McLennan of Loughborough and Ingram of Bath. So Ingram coming in ranked 2nd overall, in fact. She was 4th last year behind Parker, Wills and Collings, the other medalists. But yeah, some great former winners of this title, including Maisie Grice, and Sarah Tate's done well, Emily Moyes, Amy Pratt as well. The latter two have been holders of the championship record. So that record standing still to Amy Pratt from 2019, 6:26.14. Parker seeing this gap between 1st and 2nd grow all the time. So yes, good reason to just focus on this pack and how it's developing, the battle for silver and bronze. Growing all the time, but Barnes still in 2nd place, Ingram in 3rd place, Neve Thompson of Cambridge, that looks like in 4th. Schwarzer-Chintapatla is also chasing, about 7th place at the moment, I make that. And I think that's Sean Duval in the University of the West of England, also in this group with McLennan, the only one we haven't mentioned. And then it's a bit splintered further back as well. And Weir and Yelling of Birmingham are also just part of this splintered group, just a bit further back. They are starting to separate. Barnes of Birmingham has looked strong in this position so far. Emily Parker, she's going to come through then with 1 lap to go, and this is super impressive. She's getting quicker and quicker. She's going to hit the bell. 5:07. Wow, and she's full of energy, just like Bridger was. So on course for a championship record here. And, you know, you have to think an athlete like Amy Pratt, of course, has been to all the major global championships. So Parker, she has a personal best of 6:35. She's got a 10:28 best. Indeed, over the 3K steeple, which is more regularly run, it's still same position, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Barnes and Ingram and Thompson. And then Duval is in 5th place, I make it. But Parker's incredible. Just endurance here over these laps. Maybe it's helped her 2K steeple just maintain this fluid form throughout. She's through that final water jump. As we see here, Barnes still holding on, but they pulled away. So that could be decisive for silver and bronze. But coming across the line for a championship record for Loughborough, Emily Parker. And she takes Pratt's record by nearly 4 seconds. And she doesn't even look that tired. But this is still on. Bath against Birmingham. So Barnes over the final barrier. Better, she saved something. Crucially, for the last 50 metres or so, Barnes beats Ingram. Birmingham ahead of Bath for silver and bronze. Thompson of Cambridge, 4th. Duval of University of the West of England, 5th. And then the next Birmingham athlete is Ellen Weir in 6th, just ahead of McLennan, 7th, and Yelling, 8th. Good battles behind as well. Chinta Patla against the other Loughborough athlete. I think that would have been Sophie Lomas. Well, fantastic stuff. So Abigail Paulett, Emily Parker and Tommy Bridger have all broken championship records, and 2 in the steeplechase as well. One of the more specialist events, you might say, but yes, fantastic stuff from Parker. Don't forget individually there, as I hinted, breaking her own PB by some 13 seconds, 13.1 seconds. Well, long jump finals have concluded, and shot put will start within the hour. So let's focus on the pole vault. So it looks like we're down to the final 3 athletes. So the bar looks to be at 391. We're going through second attempt. Sophie Ashurst has gone clear. So is Namaya Munir, the UK indoor champion. So very interesting to see the UK indoor champion against the BUCS indoor champion here. But yeah, Munir improving her personal best to 4:37 this year. Ashurst PB 4:35. Eva Cutman, one of those, has gone out, who was a medalist indoors as well, along with Holly Jupp, who's also out of the competition. 3 failures, 381 for both of them. Cromeri, 3 failures, 371 was the other athlete in this A final. So Manon Baines on course for bronze as things stand. So this is Baines. Second attempt, 391. And Bart coming down there. Otherwise, decent technique. but for Baines, showing as a personal best already, yes. So, well, personal best in Loughborough in January of 3:75. So she's looking to improve her PB at this competition overall by some 16 centimetres, which would be super impressive. But medalists confirmed, we're just not sure which order they will finish in. So confirmation, championship record for Parker of Loughborough from Barnes and Ingram, the other medalists in the steeplechase. Well, the next final on track coming your way, the women's 800 metres. Again, shame to see a DNS in this one. A few injuries that we've seen across the weekend. I'll take you through the lineup in a moment. Having looked at that result. So it's Ella Fryer that's the DNS, but still fantastic field, led by Abigail Ives, who hasn't had to sweat too much, just as we were saying for Emily Parker in the steeplechase. But Ives, businesslike as she came through the heat and the semi-final, and we were talking about this gulf between PBs and how it doesn't necessarily matter too much, but you expect Abigail Ives, I mean, she's done this at this level in the past, 2023 and 2024, and also in this Charlotte Young of Loughborough, Sophia Vidak, with that real quality from 100 up to 800. Charlotte Buckley of Oxford, the indoor champion. Eleanor Strevens, really talented up-and-coming athlete. English schools champion Ruby Vinton of Loughborough, super impressive for her. PB in the semi-finals in 2:09.97 in not ideal conditions. Same for Casey, in fact, 2:10 PB. But let's have a look as they come through. Everyone pretty much in contention, 61-68. Not necessarily the way that Ives would have wanted it, but she'll try and do what we've seen Keely Hodgkinson do in some tricky races, but which she's still the favourite. She'll try and eke out that gap as they come through. But look at this, teammate right on her shoulder here. Eleanor Strevens, still a great athlete and someone who is second ranked overall, 2:05 best, and I'm sure capable in the right race of running much quicker. But look at Vidak, again, she did that in the semi-final in the green of Sterling, who are having a great day, by the way, with that 400 bronze. Buckley, the indoor champion, in an Oxford 1-2. It's a Birmingham first and second at the moment. We've said that before, of course. Buckley trying to come through as Ives races into the distance. Buckley pushing to overtake Strevens, but Ives clearing gold once again. It is a Birmingham 1-2, and Buckley across the line for bronze. Vidak just pushed out of the medals, but an intriguing final when it was left pretty late by the gold medal favourite, Abigail Ives. 2:04.48, the winning time, 2:06.5 for Strevens behind her. The sort of margin when, even if it's neutralised by a slower, more tactical race, that you would have expected in any case. Lots to celebrate for Birmingham today. So Luke Gunn will be delighted for that. Of course, there he is, straight away. Nice to follow with the camera there to the coach. And of course, he's the personal coach as well as overseeing the whole Birmingham team. Sophie Ashurst. Gosh, he's almost bolting into the misty sky there. Whole thing goes white bar up to 4:01 though, and Munir clearing a second attempt at 3:91 as we know, but crucially Manon Baines out. Let's have a look here. This is what happened, and bar coming down quite early then with feet. Still got the bronze medal though, and look, she's still got a personal best by 6 centimetres, and she's still made it another Lapra double podium. Been quite a few firsts and thirds for Lapra. Certainly the men's 100 metres with Anyogu and Arthur comes to mind, split by Brunel's Innes, and here it's split by Munir, City University. So here is Munir, I believe, and well, it has to be because only 3 athletes left in the competition. So over first attempt at 4:01 there. So this is quite crucial now, because it means that she's in the gold medal position. Ashurst with 2 more attempts at 4:01. So back with the live pictures now. Let's see what Ashurst can do. Kate Rooney here supporting with coaching typically. Was at the indoors, but yeah, we've seen Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw, and now Sophie Ashurst coming through the ranks as one of our Britain's young pole vaulters. Gemma Tutton went to the World Juniors together. Tutton now out in the US and has improved her personal best this year. But Ashurst, oh, that was closer. So hoping to add outdoor gold to indoor gold, but Munir is in the driving seat, in the vaulting seat. Oh goodness me, I feel like we have to take a deep breath and a pause before this next final. It's the men's 800 metres that's coming right up, and this is often one of the most exciting, and of course the 2 1500 metres to come as well. But this should be a close battle. As you can see, that's what's coming up next. Well, it's so often a tactical battle, and we see some surprise winners, or some astute winners, some intelligent winners in the way that they have run their races. Great indoors when you have 6 athletes and sometimes all of them in contention. Victories for Jacob Smith of Durham and Dominic Walton of Cumbria and David Dempsey of Sheffield. Some thrilling highlights. Quick look at this confirmed result. Abigail Ives from Eleanor Strevens, her teammate for Birmingham. And then Charlotte Buckley then showing us a personal best 2:06.94 then. Yes, well, yes, indoors she's one of those who did run the astute race. Not one of the fastest on time, but certainly that can be lowered. For the 4th year biomedical sciences student, by the way. And lots of praise in Oxford student circles. Won a Roger Bannister Award, in fact, did Charlotte Buckley. Talking of Oxford circles, they have another strong athlete in this, Jack Organ, who've been quite impressed with through the rounds, and I'm sure inspired by the success of Buckley. Oxford, an up-and-coming athlete, Welsh under-20 400 and 800 champion, so similar situation to Vidak, where might try and make a move, use the kick, albeit Abby Ives was very strong with the kick there. Vidak out of the medals in that situation. But yes, Nairobi Smith-Mills in this, Jonathan Marshall, Elliot Savage, Ben Gardner, the indoor champion. David Race was just behind him, trying to dart through to get that gold, that elusive gold for David Race. And Sam Davey of Birmingham. Henry Fisher, though, the fastest on time, 1:46.56 personal best, a previous winner of the indoor title, and he leads the way from Ben Gardner. So winners of indoor titles out front in the top 3. Fisher, Race and Gardner have all tasted gold at BUCS level. Let's see what's possible here. Birmingham City University and Fisher, Gardner in second place and Birmingham. And then third with David Race. He has to get himself in a good position. He's got phenomenal speed. Look at this, down the back straight, into this top bend. Savage in 4th place, by the way. Don't discount him from the medal fight. But David Race Well, he's had second, he's had third, he's had fourth, and he's had fifth. Can he hold on here? A European under-20 4x4 relay medalist, but Gardner is going to try and fight back here. Ben Gardner pushing, chasing, fighting, working so hard. Oh my goodness, it's so close on this line. Gardner does get it though. And it's the same result as indoors, but a different chaser this time. Race tried to hold on, but Gardner was coming right on that line. 1:47.56, another huge victory for Birmingham. Well, 0.02 of a second separated them at the indoors, but this looked like the right moment for David Race to make a move. Ben Gardner looking really strong here. There's 1.2 seconds separating them on PBs. A Race here on the inside, Gardner on the outside, and look at the determination on their faces. And Savage, all while that was happening, Gardner comes through across the line, fairly graceful as falls across the line go. Savage was pushing all the way, having been fourth, of course, at that 200 mark. I did say don't discount him from the medal fight, but wasn't necessarily expecting him to be that close to gold at the finish. But yes, big middle distance hopes for Manchester Met, with Lucy Armitage coming in the women's 1500, who was a silver medalist indoors, and will hopefully have the gold medalist from indoors, Ty Brockley-Langford, joining us for co-coms at that point. But Savage, yes, they're well coached by Steve Green, the Jamaican record holder in the 1500 metres, setting that in 1994 at the Commonwealth Games. Little factoid for you. I wonder how Sophie Ashurst is doing. 4:01 here. Can she make it over? Crucial, no. So we now know Munir, Ashurst, Baines in that order, women's pole vault medalists. Absolutely frantic stuff then, as it always is. And in a flash, those 800 metre finals have happened. 5,000 metres coming up in 9 minutes' time. So Munir can do what she likes from here on in. She's going for 4:11 and was quite close to making it over there. Looks like this is her first attempt. So she has her third BUCS medal and her first podium. Quite unusual for someone to get their first national UK senior title before their first BUCS title. But yeah, it's been strong with the likes of Ashurst and Holly Bradshaw, Jade Spencer-Smith as well. But look at this then. Oh, it's a championship record as well to boot. My word, and two athletes so close. So Ben Gardner for Birmingham, David Race for Loughborough, Elliot Savage, all within a couple of tenths. And they both over the old championship record that's been held since 2001. Oh wow, that is so impressive. Simon Lees of Loughborough, 24 years ago. Wow, sorry for not realising that initially, but it was real excitement of the head-to-head battle. And yeah, there's a reason, there's very good reason why those 800 records have remained in place for so long, and certainly the women's one since 2005, and that's because we don't often get a fast race. But to have two athletes who are desperate for gold to both get over it is incredibly impressive, and we now have 4 championship records. So let's see if we can remember. Paulett in the hurdles, obviously Bridger in the steeplechase, Parker in the steeplechase as well, and obviously now Ben Gardner. So 2 for Loughborough, 2 for Birmingham. That's a nice fight.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Yeah. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
I was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, but I calmed the seas, and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is second guess it, fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. When you've been to hell and back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. Legends are born when the battle is raging. The blood in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. I put it all on the line and I made it. Reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life
So the women's 5,000 metre B final is underway. I feel that's like a good time to just mention what's still to come here as we let this race settle into its early stages. So the women's 5,000 metre A final at 25 past 3, and then 25 minutes after that, the women's 1,500 final, men's 1,500 final at 4, and then the relays begin from 4:15 for the next, 45 minutes or so. And then in the field, the key event really that we've still got is women's shot and also discus, men's discus A finals. So 2 events to watch out for. And the pole vault, well, as we were saying, we know who the medalists are: Munir, Ashurst and Baines. We'll come back to that in just a moment as we just concentrate on the first couple of laps or so of this 5,000 metre B final, excuse me. We have had it on a couple of occasions that a medalist has come from the B final, just because it has been a bit slower, and well, there's about 11 seconds in it really between the winning times, but that covered about 14 athletes in the end because they were really separate right to the end. That Birmingham 1, 2, 3. So just having a look at this final. And who's at the front early on? We've got Aoife Coffey of Loughborough and the Leeds Beckett student Isla Patterson. And looks like the Exeter vest of Bethany Wallace. So a group of 4 here. And then this in the pole vault, Nehemiah Munir confirmed as the champion. What can she do here? And she goes clear now. So I mentioned she's improved her personal best to 4:37. That's the 3rd best in the UK this year, but she's now over 4:11 and I'm sure capable of going higher. Just taking a quick look at what the championship record is. So yeah, well, Holly Bradshaw set that at 4:50, so don't think that's going to happen today. But well, in the kind of few minutes we've seen, it has appeared as though anything has been possible. So Coffey leading this front group, Isla Patterson with her, and also one of the Oxford students, Rhiannon Patton. And then the other in this lead group is actually Caitlin Heggie. Evie Warren of Surrey is now kind of in the middle between the 2 groups. Also, it'll be interesting to see what Munir aims for next, whether she goes up to 4:21 or maybe she aims for a personal best. So that would be quite a big jump. Suspect there's not too many athletes represent City University that she would already be the club record holder, but sometimes we see that as something an athlete might go for. So we'll just keep a watchful eye on these athletes in the B final, and we'll keep across what's happening as well in the women's shot put. So that final has begun also, as has the men's discus. So quite often see heptathletes involved in the shot. Abigail Paul, a previous winner of the gold medal, but she elected to just focus on the high jump. Obviously keen to improve in that high jump, in which was really tricky conditions. We had 4 silver medals handed out behind Callie Coates and Hannah Ferguson, who'd won indoors and outdoors last year as well as indoors last year. I was one of those who struggled with the windy conditions. So in the women's shot put final, Sinead Dutoit, who has 2 shot put silvers in the past, 1 discus silver yesterday. She's leading the way in the second round, 13.94 from Annabelle Amadin, 13.72, and Michaela Joseph, 12.34. So moving quickly through the rounds, Looks like we're already in the 4th round, although this may in fact be the Ambulant shot put final that's happening alongside. So just having a look at that, obviously write a picture here on the split screen. Freya Howgate leading with 8:45. Amy Thompson, Liverpool, John Moores 8:36. And Ellie O'Halloran 7:53. So the first and third of those I mentioned were in the Ambulant discus as well. Lots of doubling up across those couple of disciplines. Indeed, expect to see Dylan Claydon and Zach Davis, who were 2nd and 1st in the men's shot put, also battling for medals in the men's discus. So that was the men's shot put yesterday, sorry, and now in the men's discus. So still the leading group of 4 in the 5,000 metre B final. About to come up with the 3K to go here. (6:44.7) that 2nd kilometre. On for something like 17-minute pace. This front 4 broken away, and the Surrey athlete's been joined by the Exeter student. More in that moment, just eyes focusing as well on Munir here. So she has gone up to 4:21, so she's continuing as though the competition had others in it, really. She's going up by those 10-centimetre increments. But it'd be very interesting to track, actually, Munir's progress over the next couple of years, having won that UK indoor title, obviously in the absence of Molly Bradshaw, Molly Caudry. In the past, we've seen Jade Ive and others kind of moonlight and take those titles. Gemma Tutton, I mentioned she'd improved to 4:42 out in the States, and Munir improving this year to 4:37, so sort of glimpse of the future, if you like. So coming through with 6 laps to go here. I don't think this pace is going to threaten the A final. We did once see Jess Judd in the B final. She hadn't done a 5,000 in a while, so didn't have a seeding time for it, and therefore ended up in the B final, but was eventually the gold medalist because she ran the race faster than Rebecca Murray did in the A final. I think that was maybe 10 years ago or 9 years ago. And in any case, we would have liked to see them race each other, but doesn't matter too much. Same situation happened with Mohammed Mohammed. Might have been 2022, that. Keep an eye on the shot put as well, because they're rattling through into the 5th round. Roster results showing at the end of the 3rd round, so a little bit behind there. So Freya Howgate leading the way in the Ambulant, 8:45 still, and 8:36 and 7:53 for Amy Thompson, Ellie O'Halloran behind her. Also, Ambulant men's shot put final I haven't mentioned that you can see going on. Adam Rutter of Loughborough, 11.57. From Will Bishop, 8.66. Travis Anderson, 6.10. Sean Delaney, the other athlete involved, 3.39. So 3 Loughborough athletes in that Ambulant final. And that's one place where Loughborough really do pick up lots and lots of points and maybe make it very difficult, even despite all of Birmingham's victories, making it really tough to contend all the technical, the specialist events. So, 11.5 minutes into the race, 4 laps to go. Aoife Coffey still out front then. From Rhiannon Patton and Isla Patterson. Second group, 18 seconds behind. In the pole vault, Namai Munir has one more attempt left in a moment at 4:21. So just her against the bar here. UK indoor champion. Third BUCS medal, that is for her. Following 2 bronzes in the past. Unfortunately, though, bring the bar down. I don't think that was her closest attempt either. But still, having a great season and more silverware to add. Imagine we'd see Molly Caudry at the UK Outdoor Championships, so chance of another medal for Munir, even if gold would be tricky by virtue of that. So as you can see, just the 2 now. Coffey leading Patton. And even though this is the B final, it's a really good head-to-head battle. There were 4, then 3, then 2, and psychologically, a great tete-a-tete. Coffey, though, she's been leading for so long. Patton been very happy just to stay in that position. And I'm sure lots of confidence throughout the Oxford side, you know, following that 1-2 for Buckley and Hedge. I'm sure that would have really been a big boost. And we've seen some good results here as well. Natalie Groves in the 400 metres, getting the silver medal. That joint silver, and there, crucially, with 800 to go, Patton pushes on past Coffey and may well be difficult to respond. Patterson in a cleared 3rd place. And then Heggie in 4th, it looks like. There's a Sheffield athlete in between them, but I think not on the lead lap because she didn't feature in the lead group at any point. Evie Warren of Surrey, then behind in 4th place, I make it. And Ava Ledbetter of Newcastle in 5th. So coming through then with 1 lap to go. Rhiannon Patton, Welsh athlete here. Westbury Club, Oxford University. Just over 15.5 minutes at the bell there. This is just her second track race of the year, in fact. She ran 9:53 in Watford, personal best. 9:53.22 over 3,000. PB over the 5K, 17:37.69. So just imagine by how much she's going to smash that here. The clock ticking over 16 minutes, and she's only got 200 to go. Well, I said at one point it was on 17-minute pace, but really pushing on as that group has splintered down. Coffey also on for a decent time. She could probably break her PB of 17:14 as well. But Patton now watching the clock, and she's, I think, pleasantly surprised to see the time. She's got something safe for the finish and wins this B final, 16:47.66. So 50 seconds off her PB, 5-0. And the clock's still running as Coffey goes sub-17 for the first time. Isla Patterson behind in third place for Leeds Beckett here. Big scrap behind them, as you can see. And it looks like just winning that battle was Abby Smith of Liverpool, so someone who didn't feature in the early stages in that group, making up good ground in the latter stage of the race. I think it was Fern Kimber as well, who was also finishing quickly just behind her. And incidentally, for Isla Patterson, who's still an under-20 athlete, don't actually have a 5,000 metre track time. She's run 5K on the road, which is to some extent an indication, but not fully. And also this is her first 5,000, well, I was going to say first event of the year, but she's done one other track competition, the Northern Universities Cup in March. But fascinatingly, Isla Patterson appears to have otherwise not done a track race, apart from that Northern Universities Cup in Bury in March. She appears not to have done a track race since 2019, when she was an under-15 athlete. Also showing that her coach is Laura Waitman as well, who I've seen that for a few athletes here. Laura obviously moving into coaching, having been a long time tutored herself by Steve Cram. And shame obviously we didn't see her competing for longer years and having a few injuries there. But yeah, quite a few athletes we're seeing now coaching. They've achieved a decent level themselves, including Ashley Bryant, we were talking about, who's here. Greg Thompson, who Zach Davis was saying is his new coach. So the A finalists about to come out. These B finalists don't look actually too tired as you might have thought they would be, but we've seen some athletes absolutely exhausted on the track, but not so for these runners. So confirmation of the final result. As you can see, Rhiannon Patton, huge PB, and great to see. That's why really we have these B finals. Athletes have that encouragement going with strong times here, and not too many opportunities, I guess, to run 5,000. It's particularly up-and-coming athletes. You see a number of them have done the 3,000 but not the 5K. So Patton, Coffey, Patterson, it's not gold, silver, bronze, but it is first, second and third in the 5,000 B final. A final coming up shortly. You're watching live coverage of the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, and we are heading into the last hour or so of action here from Manchester. Men's discus, women's shot put, women's 5,000, both of the 1,500 finals and all of the relay finals still coming your way. So let's have a look here at this lineup then. We've already seen the B final. Some astonishing personal bests, and obviously we've also seen the men's A final. It's a Birmingham clean sweep, and maybe Loughborough will be a little bit stronger here. We'll wait and see, but yes, in that one it was Will Barnicott, Tome Tarragano and Isaac Hirschman Chandler, and what was most impressive of all is that they appear to have orchestrated it and planned that out. And Barnicott was looking over to Tarragano with a lap to go. I think, well, what's he looking at him here for? Surely he doesn't want him to push it on, you know, it's all about his race. And then we realised that was what they were going for. Terrific stuff. But in this A final on the women's side, well, Charlotte Dannett potentially is someone to watch out for. She's already won the 10,000 metre title, which was part of the Loughborough Open last month. Now, I've also got Lizzie Wellstead of Leeds Beckett, who went to the World Under-20s in Peru last year. Mia Waldman of St Mary's, just watching out for some of the athletes I'm talking about. Waldman there, blue and white stripes just tucked in the middle of the pack. And we've also, quite interestingly, got Poppy Tank as well, someone who has won a UK steeplechase title here. I can't get my words out, it's been a long day, but yeah, she's a 9:53 steeplechaser, of course, and yeah, interesting that she opted for this event, but also is a great distance runner generally, and has a personal best of 15:45, albeit from 2021. Then again, you might say steeplechase is her main event, so the reason for her to have a recent 5,000 PB in some ways. But yes, another who Luke Gunn has been coaching, and she must be doing a Masters at Birmingham Uni. And looks like she's slotted there into 5th place. So it means that she and Charlotte Dannett are separated by some 15 seconds on paper. But as we were hearing yesterday, races aren't run on paper. I think Peter Warden, who was the author of that quote, although pretty much any coach could have said it, is actually watching on down this home straight. I think he's come to see his daughter Sophie, who's going to be in the 4x1 relay final at a BUCS event, but he'll also be coaching some of these athletes. The Preston Harriers man and Commonwealth medalist back when it was the Empire Games in the 1960s. Just to my right. But yes, this is a really interesting final to call. I don't think it'll be a Birmingham 1-2-3, but we have got some decent Birmingham athletes, including Holly Wheadall, personal best of 16:14. So Holly was the 10,000 metre silver medalist, and that was actually her first ever 10,000 metres. And she ran a time of 34 minutes 56. PB over this distance at Birmingham University in March. That lovely track there, beautifully set in Edgbaston, just round the corner from the university main buildings itself. And we've also got Georgia Palmer, who was 9th in this race last year, and a couple of other athletes who've also kind of featured in the finals before, but haven't necessarily made an impression on the medals. And there's every chance of doing that. You can see just how big this group is out front. Neve Bridson-Hubbard, I must mention as well, the winner of this title 12 months ago for Cambridge, 16:01.31 at best. Another athlete with good range. We've seen her competing for Blackheath and Bromley, her club, across a wide range of distances, run up from 1,500 metres mainly. Not here for Cambridge, with a great chance of a gold for them, of course. It was a decent chance for them last year with that double podium I talked about earlier in the men's steeplechase. But yeah, middle distance is another place where Cambridge tend to be strong, even if Loughborough and Birmingham definitely the powerhouses. St Mary's used to say that about them, but just that their contingent tends to be a little bit smaller, but they do have medal hopes here as well. I think one other thing we see outdoors is that obviously with the possibility of the bigger universities or the biggest universities, to not land myself in hot water, that they can pick 4 athletes, and that makes it a little bit harder for others to contend sometimes, just because of that depth that they would have that others might not have. So these last couple of field events to settle today, and in particular let's keep an eye on the men's discus, because we were talking to Zach Davis earlier, and it was fascinating to hear that he and Dylan Claydon, as we knew, had the same personal best of 16:57. Here, Claydon is the stronger of the two athletes, and Claydon is leading. Dylan Claydon of Loughborough, 52.31 from Nicholas Wederman, 50.89, and Zach Davis, 46.45. So looking to add to a host of medals that they already have. And so Dylan Claydon has 5 BUCS medals and 1 gold, and Zach Davis has 5 BUCS medals and 4 golds. We just saw Davis throwing there, and we're about to see Claydon. Wederman, the UK bronze medalist last year, personal best of 56.45. Dylan Claydon 53.85, so quite a difference there. And then Davis, probably the stronger in the shot put. But we know that doubling up often works well in these two events. Powerful athletes, strong athletes. Dylan Claydon comes back out after that 4th round effort. So we'll keep an eye here. And Ebenezer Ibarra in 4th place, 45.67. Personal best of 48.90. So he's a little bit closer to that than the others ahead of him after their PBs. So clearly in good shape coming into this. Claydon's measurement, no improvement, 50 metres 70 there. Keeping an eye out on the chat now, by the way. And let us know who you're supporting. Support we can see for Jack Organ, who is racing for Oxford in that 800. Chaos Cat keeping an eye on the 800 championship record. It was fantastic that both of them were under that. Lots of support for Tyvon Innes. Loads of people, really popular victory that for Brunel. So let's focus back then on this race, and yes, although there's not been much change in the pace and we've still got a big group of athletes, we are getting closer and closer to the conclusion. We now have 6 laps to go, and we can see that Poppy Tank and Mia Waldman are among those at the front. The noise starts to ramp up as well, as getting closer to the finish is anticipated by the crowd, and Isabel Holt just about leading this alongside Mia Waldman's actually taken over. Holt had a brief spell at the front in any case. Waldman from Holt, from Dannett and Bridson Hubbard, the top 4 just at the sharp end of this group. Trying to break away, but others really sticking to them. Second of the St Mary's student, Bethan Homer, has just dropped off the back of the pack. Let us know what the highlight of the weekend has been. Of course, it may still be yet to come. Men's 800 metres was amazing. Absolutely was. We knew it would be a great race. Talking of which, David Race, you know, he's really going for gold, really willing him on, having had 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the past. And, well, I think he did everything right. He was in a better position this time. Much better position than sometimes we've seen him blocked on the inside or caught out when there's been a big move. And he went for it at a sensible time. But Ben Gardner was, really keen to add outdoor gold to indoors. Yes, a couple of people supporting that comment about the men's 800 metres. Mark Hookway, pleased with the coverage. Great to hear. Chaos Cat, yes, pleased with Abby Paulet's championship record. And yes, of course, she'd been to the European Under-23 Championships in 2023. It ended in disappointment in Espoo, Finland. And it was a shame watching in the stand there in Finland to see her race and not work out in that competition a couple of years ago. Has a chance to make amends, so looking forward to seeing that in Bergen. She may yet choose, of course, to go for the heptathlon, but be very interesting to see over the next couple of years whether she focuses on the hurdles. I think she's still got plenty to achieve yet in the heptathlon, and she'll continue with that for some time. So I'm not suggesting or preempting anything just there. I think that'd be premature. I can say, by the way, just quickly in the discus final that Timmy Babatunde has moved into 3rd place, into the medal. So the Birmingham student up into 3rd. That you can see on the split screen. You can follow it on roster. But for the last 4 laps, important to see this picture unfolding in the 5,000 metres. That looks like a group of 8. There's about to be a group of 7. Poppy Tank, as I say, former UK steeplechase champion here, from Charlotte Dannett, a winner of the 10,000 metre title that was run last month. Mia Waldman also looked impressive at BUCS in the way that she clearly likes to front run. And she has a personal best from 2022, and she's improved considerably since then, so difficult to say what she's capable of. And I think she's capable of fighting with those who have a PB that's much faster, for that very reason that I've just explained. A 5K PB of 15:47, though, is in this situation perhaps a little bit more representative. I mentioned it was becoming a group of 7, and 200 metres later we have a group of 3, and as you know, that could be decisive. Someone somewhere decided that 3 is the number of medals that we award. I read somewhere that once, about 130 years ago, it was just 1 medal. The winner, basically. I mean, that is the case in some situations, of course. But here we are with Tank of Birmingham, Dannett of Loughborough, and Waldman of St Mary's. And Bridson Hubbard, reigning champion for a few more minutes at least, is cut adrift a little bit, but just look there, that gap is being managed quite nicely, you'd have to say. It's Hannah Andreshuk of St Andrews. I don't think I've mentioned St Andrews yet this weekend, the Scottish University. But good to do so now, and high time, because there's still just an opportunity for a medal here. And Poppy Tank, the most experienced athlete, you might say, but Charlotte Dannett also has years of experience. A crow flies through. I hope that's not a bad omen. But Mia Waldman in a great spot too. And yes, this gap is being managed, but I feel it's being eked out as well. It's tough to respond, even though they're working together. So are those in front. And look at that, talking of in front, Charlotte Dannett making a bit of a move, looking round and looking keen to push on then. So Holly Weedle making it a 2 Birmingham athletes, 1 in each group then. The second Cambridge student looks to be in 7th place. That's B. Wood, another athlete with fantastic cross-country pedigree and has always been one to watch. But, well, hey, we've had so many young talents to watch over the last few years. And, yeah, some kind of inexperienced at 5,000 metre running, as we were saying in the B final, where those fantastic PBs were run. But Charlotte Dannett just cannot get rid of Poppy Tank or Mia Waldman. But you can see the gaps getting bigger behind our top 3. So we know now that this story is going to unfold somehow, and only the athletes know what they've got left. Well, Poppy Tank looking very relaxed. Charlotte Dannett looking a little bit conscious of her position, but I think she's wanting to make sure that it is the top 3 that are broken away, and now she's watching for Poppy Tank, who's going to come back past with 1 lap to go. So often that trigger to make a move. 14:52 at the bell. And then behind, Bridson Hubbard has broke away in 4th place. That gap still growing, but there's the Cambridge student, last year's champion, pushing on from those 2 behind. So they're going to be comfortably ahead of the 16:47 B final time, just to make sure. But Poppy Tank, look at this, down the back straight. Away and clear. Waldman will now try and respond. But Poppy Tank very close to sealing another gold medal for Birmingham. And good to see St Mary's on the podium once again. Of that we can be sure, but what colour is it going to be? Dannett comes back round the outside. Said she was conscious of her position. She was perhaps wary that Tank would make a move, and make a move she did. So, Poppy Tank, once again, gold for Birmingham. 16:01.39, and oh, Dannett just gets it there ahead of Mia Waldman. Dannett having led the race quite a number of laps. Bridson Hubbard closing in 4th, and Andreshuk and Weedle 5th and 6th, who are part of that chasing group for so long. So big battles over positions behind, and don't forget we did have that big group of 8-9 athletes really splintered now, some 40 seconds behind our race winner Rebecca Flaherty. It's not a criticism, of course, it's just mentioning how they've been spread out. Flaherty, 3rd at the English Cross-Country Championships at Parham Hill. There's still quite a few athletes working their way around the lap in this final. So obviously we're now outside the time of the B final, so be interesting to see overall where the time of Patton of Oxford 16:47 does feature among the overall standings. It certainly appears to be in the top 10, but look at this, really nice finishing here from the Southampton student Georgia Jones. Going to be just behind Homer, if indeed they are on the last lap. Yes, they are. So that completes the race. Well, yes, nice to finish with a flourish there, having saved something for the end. Yeah, really great story for that race. Different one, of course, to the Birmingham 1-2-3, but again, Birmingham on the top step of the podium. They're really pushing Loughborough hard here, And, well, I think Birmingham sometimes think that indoors they have a better chance of fighting against Loughborough because Loughborough can't bring 4 students in some of the technical events, and they're very, very strong in the para events as well. Having a look at the team standings, yeah, goodness me. I mean, despite all these Birmingham victories, and it probably won't include this Poppy Tank one, Loughborough still have double the points of anyone else. But Birmingham, to be fair to them, have triple the points of the third place Brunel. It's very close in third, and I'm sure someone's watching out for that somewhere. Brunel and Bath just 1.5 points between them, and that's obviously very much still to play for. So we've got something like maybe 12 events, if you include all the Ambulant throws that haven't been included in those final standings. In any case, Birmingham looking very strong. So let's have a look then at the men's discus and how things stand. So Dylan Claydon leading the way. This is Andre Pereira Carnero, his teammate. You see Lucy Armitage with the arms folded there, showing just how cold it is. There's a lot of birds around the stadium. There's a pigeon going down the home straight in lane 8 a moment ago. Again, it's not a bad omen. Let's have a look at some of your comments in the chat. So men's 1500, Caleb Stevenson is looking forward to. Yvonne Brailsford says, well done Malik of Cardiff Uni, brilliant PB in the 5,000 earlier. Joseph Prince says, up the Beckett. All teams in the relay about to turn up. So confirmed result there, Poppy Tanker, Birmingham. Gold for Birmingham. Loughborough silver, Charlotte down at me at Walman, bronze for St Mary's. So you can see all of the results in full on the Roster Athletics website and app. So we still have 1500 metre finals to come and the relays as well. Conclusion of the discus, which they're in the final round now. So we'll keep across that over the next few moments. The women are out though for the 1500 final, and delighted to say that Ty Brockley Langford has joined me.
Really happy to be here and watch this race, because from going back to mean it indoor, it's very, very intense, the 1500 metres.
You, of course, won the gold medal indoors, and, well, everyone's heart was in their mouth as you fell across the line. It was so dramatic, wasn't it?
It was, but it felt a lot better watching the same thing happen in the 800 metre men, so it happens a lot.
Just made it in time to line. Let's see what happens here. So we'll go through the lineup once the gun goes.
So here we go with the final of the women's 1500 metres.
So long hold eventually underway. So in this we have Lucy Armitage, who of course got the silver behind her. Ty Brockley Langford alongside me, the gold medalist indoors. A big medal hope for Manchester Met. They already got a bronze with Elliot Savage in the 800, a 400 medal as well through Nathaniel Dyer. So having a good championships, but this is really stacked. You've got Abigail McAndrew, who's represented GB at the European Under-20s a couple of years ago. Sarah Calvert, she's done the same But just look, it's a really leisurely pace here, Ty.
They've gone off quite conservative, which I think in the 1500 metres isn't the worst thing to do. Oh, Lucy Armitage making a move, which you do want to speed it up a bit, just so you're not all bunched together, because you don't want to be running in and outside of lane 2.
Yeah, she's a confident athlete, Lucy Armitage, because she's tried to make a move on you in that 1500 final, and you said no, you closed the door, and off you went.
Yeah, she did, and it was a brave move, and it helped me speed up, but I think sometimes in the 1500 metres you have to be aware that anything's going to happen at any point, and you need to be able to react.
So also right down to lane 3, we have got more Birmingham athletes, and they've just been having more success after more success. Zoe Hunter and Alice Bates and Jess Bailey, of course, a European under-18 silver medalist a few years ago, someone with a mountain running background and who has seemingly been going from strength to strength the last couple of years. And I know PBs don't count for much in this, and I probably won't hear for times, but Calvert 4:10 quickest, and Bailey second 4:18, then McAndrew. They're all around that 4:10 to 4:20 mark. But someone like Alice Bates, she's been a silver medalist in the past, over 3,000 metres. That was indoors. You've got Armitage, I've mentioned, Iris Courtney of Cardiff, who was 7th at BUCS indoors. Megan Harris of Loughborough, was impressed with her in qualification, and she's just tucked in behind the pack at the moment. But Birmingham have been incredible throughout this weekend, and maybe that's just pushing their team to get more medals.
Yeah, Loughborough and Birmingham both have so much depth, and Alice Bates ran good at the cross-country BUCS as well.
So how do you think this might unfold, Ty?
I'm guessing it was really conservative at the start, so it looks like they're already picking it up now, which I'm not surprised by, and I'm hoping the Loughborough girls, just for our sake, can stick in and keep making a move, and just as long as you stick on the pace in the last 400 metres, I don't think anything can happen really.
So big move made there by Jess Bailey. You can see Lucy Armitage, who initially put the pace on, now found herself at the back of the pack, and that is the change. Bailey from Calvert, from McAndrew now. That's the top 3 as things stand, but very much all to play for. Looks like Kira Brady-Jones, the second of the Loughborough athletes, and Ellie Ravenscroft of Southampton also in contention, as someone who's a previous bronze medalist in the 400 metres. That was in 2019 for Birmingham, now representing Southampton. Look at this though, breakaway though of 4 athletes, and it's Jess Bailey of Birmingham, Sarah Calvert of Edinburgh, shoulder to shoulder at the bell.
Wow.
So thrilling stuff here.
Really good race.
I'm sure, Ty, you'd love to be out there yourself.
It's hard just to sit here and not want to shout everyone on.
Well, thank you for restraining for some degree, but Jess Bailey from Sarah Calvert, I mean, they're almost hand in hand here.
They're both 2 really good athletes.
McAndrew, though, in 4th place, overtaken by Ravenscroft. Didn't expect Jess Bailey then to struggle to respond at this point. Just maybe she has something left. They're more and more strung out though here now. Sarah Calvert, well, she's been on the entry list year after year, but we've been waiting for her to be on the track and to contend for this gold medal.
And she's looking really strong. She's making her way down.
So the Edinburgh student then, come on then, Birmingham have had their fair share of success. Bailey's looks like she's still going to get a medal. Ravenscroft for Southampton in for silver, I think.
Wow.
But Edinburgh, Calvert, gold. 4:21.10 across the line, and Sarah Calvert was really pushed there. And great to see one of the Scottish universities get gold. What did you make of that performance?
Honestly, I was really impressed with the time at the end. From the first lap was quite slow, but for them to really make a move then, it was impressive. And Sarah Calvert ran a really good race with the pedigree of Jess Bailey and all the other athletes in that.
Yeah, in a way, it did kind of go to form on personal best, even though races aren't run on paper. But obviously we saw Abigail Ives win the 800 metres, and there she just eked out that advantage. Again, left it late. Sarah Calvert made the move a little bit earlier, but yeah, reminiscent of that indoor race. Lucy Armitage pulled up alongside you, and you went off and came away for gold. But Calvert, she kind of waited and she hovered on the shoulder, and sometimes you have to kind of move past, don't you?
Yeah.
But really impressed with that final lap though from her.
It's really good.
So yeah, that's the voice of Ty Brockley Langford, who's alongside me. And yeah, how many years have you had now of BUCS?
I've done 4 years, so I did a year indoor at Manchester Uni, then switched over to Loughborough and done 3 years here.
And do you think that indoor gold was your highlight?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I got second in the 800 outdoor last year, which was a really, really difficult race, and it really came down to the last 20 metres, but the indoor gold was definitely the cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, and you weren't afraid to sort of post the finish on your channel. I think your mum actually commented saying it was a lovely moment, but it was worrying to see like that's your daughter there kind of falling to the ground. That's that natural sort of mum's instinct, isn't it?
Definitely. But I think she was a bit worried for me afterwards, but I healed and I'm all good now. And I think sometimes just got to own it, and people fall over all the time in athletics, you see it. And you just tried that hard, that sometimes it happens, and it's a sign of how hard you've worked.
For sure, I think a coach might say that actually that's the best time to be fading and to be tiring once you've given everything right at that point at the line. That's exactly what you trained for. I think I timed it
just right, just got my chest over the line, so that's all you need.
And that was a terrific moment. What do you think is the difference then in the 1500 metres indoors and outdoors?
I think it's so much harder just to overtake people indoor. And once you lose, I guess, that inside line, it's so much harder to get it back because it's so much more difficult to overtake on the bends. And the straights are just, obviously, they're much shorter, they're much more condensed, with that same amount of time to make a move than someone in the last 50.
And you've obviously been part of 2 different teams now at BUCS. What sort of flavour have you got? What does it mean to you to be part of a BUCS weekend, and what's been your experience?
The community, especially at Loughborough, there's so many athletes all the time, and I always remember being at BUCS indoors and when my name was shouted down and everyone cheered, and I've gone to races and people have held my face up, and it's just such a community and a really, really good team to have so many people supporting you.
They've held your face up like a cardboard cutout or printed?
Printed my face up, and then I had like a piece of broccoli behind it because my last name's Broccoli, so yeah, it was really funny.
Love that. That's brilliant. I mean, it's nice because I know that some of the universities, they tell everyone when each person's competing all the way around the lap so that they can make sure there's as many people there as possible, especially some events on the far side, making sure there's a group there cheering on as well. So that's really nice to see.
Because I think in the 5,000 final, I had some of my housemates in it, and I was making sure I was getting away from some of my other friends so they'd have a lot of support all the way around the track. So yeah.
And I suppose, are you based in Manchester or Loughborough, or you're from Manchester?
I'm from Manchester, yes. I only live 10 minutes away. I train with the Sale Harriers group, Norman, but when I'm in Loughborough, I train with Bill Foster.
So having a look at this result then, and well, that's how close it was in the end. A little bit closer on the times there, maybe we predicted. Sarah Calvert of Edinburgh, from Ellie Ravenscroft, Southampton, and Jess Bailey of Birmingham.
That's a really good run from second from Ellie.
Absolutely, and yeah, just behind there you can see quite close, 425, 426, McAndrew. She would have been a gold medal contender. Lucy Armitage as well. She just called out, I think, by that quick change of pace with Jess Bailey, but certainly seems to be a brave athlete, and certainly someone who, because I think this might be her first BUCS year, or if it isn't, then it's her second, and I'm sure she's capable of getting that gold medal.
Yeah, definitely.
Is this your final year?
It is my final year, yes. Graduate this year, and then next year probably either America or get my master's. Yeah.
Oh right, so actually you will continue in academia probably?
Probably, yeah.
So this was a race that just happened before that, and it was again a really close battle with 3 athletes all together. Did you catch this one at all?
I did, yes. It was a really close finish, and I thought the end was really good. Charlotte Dannett made a nice move to get second at the end. Obviously Poppy Tank ran a really good race as well with me, yeah.
Yeah, both 2 really experienced athletes, I think either doing Masters or PhDs, but Poppy Tank from Charlotte Dannett and Mia Waldman, the top 3. They had to wait so long, and that's one of the things about the 5,000. I know some people think that long distance races can be boring, but you're just waiting, more and more anticipation to see it unfold.
Especially in the championship race, it really comes down to that last couple of laps. You've got to be really patient and know when to make your move and not make it too early.
Yeah, I mean, in the men's race, I think no moves were made from a big pack until maybe 350 to go, and you're like, come on, there's medals to be decided here. That's mad stuff. Well, what do you enjoy watching in athletics beyond the events that you take part in?
I enjoy just seeing people about who I know. I think even people who are not from Loughborough, people from other unis I never really see, I just race against. I like catching up with them, seeing how they're doing. I also really enjoy watching some of the field events. I think they're really interesting, especially because I don't really know anything about them. and being able to see how really good people are at that, it's nice to watch.
I've asked pretty much everyone this, but what range of events have you done beyond the obvious that we already know, 800, 1500, etc.?
Yeah, so 800 to 5k I probably can do. Sometimes I'll dabble in a bit of cross country, but it's not my favourite. I got 4th at the BUCS B race, just gone in Cardiff. That was a tough race. I'm not a big fan of the mud. I prefer the nice dry track. So yeah.
I was going to say, if you're not a big fan of the mud, then cross country isn't for you.
Yeah, no, especially not British cross country. Very hard.
I was at a triathlon recently, and one of the officials said, if you're a nervous swimmer, maybe go at the back. And I was like, if you're a nervous swimmer, you're not going to be doing a triathlon in open water at 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning. So yeah, similar with cross country, you've got to deal with the mud, haven't you?
You do, yeah. There's nothing you can do about it.
Going to stay with us for the men's 1500 final as well?
Yes, I can do.
Brilliant. So again, this is really difficult to call, and yeah, rather you than me. But to be honest, any number of these athletes could win gold in this situation. But Tyler Billiard, well, he's an athlete. He actually missed BUCS indoors because he was trying to get a qualifying time for the European indoors, and he was just fell short in that bid. But he seems to be someone who's trying to break into that international class.
Yeah, he's I think if I remember correctly, I think I did a mile road race, and it was the men set off 30 seconds behind the women, and I think Tyler was one of the men who went flying past me about 10 metres before the end. So he was a really quick runner. And then I think Loughborough's got Henry Jonas. I think he got gold in the 800 last year.
Yeah, Henry Jonas is involved. Sam Charig, who got the indoor title when Billard wasn't there. So those two really just a little bit above. They're sub 340. Andrew McGill of Glasgow has looked good. You've got, as ever, a big Loughborough contingent. Will Rabjohns now didn't quite see what happened to him indoors, but I think there was a bit of a trip or a bit of an altercation. As you said, you know, it's so tough for space, and just ended up off the track there. So he'll hope to make amends. It's his first BUCS season. So we'll run through it a little bit more detail once the gun goes. So here we are then, 3 3/4 laps of the track for these men in this 1500 metre final. And well, Tyler Billiard, who has been part of Birmingham golds in the past, knowing what his teammates, the likes of Bridger and Barnicott and Tank have all done, there's absolutely no doubt that he wants the same. But just mentioned there Henry Jonas before, personal best 3:41.72. He won the 800 metres last year, and he was second indoor 800 metres last year as well to Jacob Smith, and that was a great example of a tactical race, astutely won by a brilliantly timed finish. And McGill of Glasgow, been impressed with him, the Scottish champion, Livingston club, same club I believe as Sarah Culvert, who of course has won the women's 1500 race. And so, yeah, this could be really close once again. So let's have a look. Jonas just about shading this. McGill is in the black vest of Glasgow. Billiard just trying to get a bit of space at the moment. Always nervous watching when you see athletes squabbling for space.
Yeah, they're very cramped together right now. And I think that's what happens in 1500 metres, especially as you started a bit conservatively.
Ryan Martin of Stirling also in this. They've had a great competition and been certainly fighting for a couple of medals, one in the 400 metres outdoors. They've got athletes through to the relay finals later, but Ryan Martin, one of their bigger hopes. He was 8th indoors, but has a personal best recently of 3:46. You can see him there just on the outside. Rabjohns, maybe knowing what happened indoors, is trying to find himself space on the outside. He's the second of the Loughborough athletes as they come through with 2 laps to go. Well, there's a lot of athletes working hard here, but no big moves being made just yet.
Well, it's still so tightly packed together. You don't know really what's going to happen this last couple of laps.
Sam Charig now makes his first big appearance on the outside there. Of course, as I say, the gold medalist indoors, 3:38.71 at best, and a silver medalist in this event last year. And some great winners of this title include Tyler Billiard, who's looking for a 4th BUCS gold, but he'll have to really push to go for it. Had a good year so far with that UK indoor bronze. Henry Jonas is also having a fine season, 3:44 he ran indoors. Tommy Shaw in the middle of the pack, one of the Birmingham reserve athletes, a personal best in the semi-final. Not often you see that. 3:47.69 that was. Big improvement this year, 1.8 seconds. 2:52 at the bell then, and still all bunched together. Well, we should have expected nothing less, I suppose. But Henry Jonas from McGill, deja vu, as you were. Then Billiard on the inside. Martin is further up. Charig is still there. He's going to be squeezed through here. Oh my goodness me. Suddenly up the gears on the clutch pedal. Faster speed. Tyler Billiard now just taking a bit of a breather. Ryan Martin continues. His blonde hair flapping about in the wind here. Billiard looking determined. The Birmingham man grits his teeth. Sterling and Martin chasing, and Charig wants outdoor gold, but he's not going to get it. Tyler Billiard, it's not secure just yet. Still not. Jonas still there. Oh wow. It'll come down to a photo finish between Birmingham and Loughborough again.
That was such a tight finish. I knew Henry Jonas had that 800 metre speed at the end.
Wow, it's similar to what we saw between Ben Gardner and David Race. It was Gardner chasing down Race, which was the opposite way to what it was in the indoors. But they were really pushed there on that last lap. It was incredible to watch as everyone suddenly flicked a switch, wasn't it, on the back straight. It was amazing stuff. And it looks like it has been confirmed as Henry Jonas in the gold medal position. So 200ths of a second between them. So in the end, very reminiscent of David Race chasing Ben Gardner indoors. The same margin of victory. Sam Charig gets another medal, gold indoors, bronze outdoors, and a Sterling just miss out, just as they did in the women's 800, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll have to see a replay there and Henry Jonas, because obviously he'd led early on in the race, hadn't he?
He did, yeah. I thought taking it out early, it's always hard to lead the race on your own, but you know, he stuck there and he had faith in his speed at the end. It looks like he got revenge on what happened in the 800 metres earlier, where Birmingham just picked Loughborough.
Yeah, I think that would have maybe added to Loughborough's determination to overhaul Birmingham, do you think? Yeah. This rivalry is known about, but I was actually looking at the team scores, and Loughborough still got, you know, like double points.
There's just so much depth in, well, all the events. They've got so many of the field events. There's just the team at Loughborough, it's really good. They've got really good organisation, and I think it's just a really nice community, and it's hard to compete when there's so many athletes in every event.
Just talk us through what happens here.
So it looks like, so they're all moving so quick, it's really impressive, and I think there's small gaps like starting to open up for Henry on the inside, and I think he sees it, knows there's just enough room, and yeah.
I wonder if Billiard knew he was coming.
It's so loud, I don't think he would have. Because I remember being on this track last year and not knowing at all where people were because everyone's shouting.
Yeah, it's tough from our vantage position to see, but you can tell just how close it was. And that's the freeze frame on the line.
Wow.
Well, it's been great for you to join us for these
Thank you very much.
1500 finals. Ty Brockley-Langford, who won the gold medal, the women's 1500 indoors. Are you excited for the relays as well?
I am really excited. They're always one of the best things to watch. You never know what's going to happen. I think indoors are always super fun. You never, I think people fall over all the time in that, but I think the team spirit in the relays is just unmatched.
Anything particular you're hoping for from this outdoor season?
I'm hoping the World University Games of this year. I'm hoping I can get the time to that. So it's 4:18 for the 15, and my PB is currently 4:18.6. So borderline, hopefully next couple of races I can get the time.
Here's the confirmed result. Jonas of Loughborough, Billiard of Birmingham, Charig of St Mary's, as we say, 200ths of a second between the top two, and then Charig pretty close, and 300ths between him and Ryan Martin of Sterling. Well, thanks for joining, and I hope you enjoy the relays.
I really will.
rising, outsider with a rebel yell. Push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself. Fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough. It's in my blood. For this, I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. 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 I was born.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
So, all that's still to come is, I say all, men's and women's 4x1 and 4x4 relays. To conclude these championships, don't go anywhere. Well, we're just trying to work out really how many of these athletes we can recognise and how many faces we've seen throughout these championships already. Earlier across the few days, you can see Birmingham, Cardiff, really impressed with Cardiff's run. Cardiff Met were reinstated after a changeover was questioned by the officials. They were disproved. Loughborough remained disqualified though, so not in this final. So that's coming up in just a moment's time. So the final of the women's 4x100 metre relay coming right up then. Edge Hill, Leeds Beckett, Brunel, Sheffield Hallam, Strathclyde, Birmingham, Cardiff and Cardiff Met. Well, just listen to the roar to get the athletes underway. Fantastic, first of all, to see Edge Hill in this. Sophie Warden in her final BUCS. Cardiff were terrific in qualification based on time. Cardiff Met were the winners indoors. Birmingham have potentially the individual 200 champion Jasmine Wilkins here. Let's have a look. Cardiff Met looking good. Birmingham, Cardiff chasing now. On to the final leg we go. So Brunel also in contention. Strathclyde, Birmingham with Maddie Waffles on this final leg. Strathclyde, but Waffles coming through for Birmingham with Tustin of Cardiff battling for silver. Another gold goes the way of Birmingham. Seems like it's been their championships. 46-76 across the line. And everyone absolutely stunned by Birmingham's success and thrilled by it if you're the one celebrating. Strathclyde, previous winners of the 4x2 indoor title, but yes, they were doing supremely well. And Birmingham, Maddie Wapples charged down. Great runners on the last leg. Maddie Wapples, well, she's often doubled up at BUCS and has taken part in the finals, so she's certainly got the experience in her legs, but yes, often battled to try and get on the podium. It's so tough in the individual events, but getting the gold on this occasion. We would love to see the replay here. It was great to see Edge Hill make it through, and yeah, Sophie was saying it was going to be her last race at BUCS, and of course making it through to the final. Just want to watch and see what happened there, but Edge Hill, one of the loudest and proudest teams, as we know, considering their size compared to the big powerhouses like Birmingham and Loughborough. Loughborough not involved in this, but Birmingham, they did have the likes of Isabel Skelton and Maddie Wapples, so good speed all round. Sheffield Hallam also going nicely at this stage. Was very impressed by Strathclyde, not a team you'd expect to have a big complement of 100-metre sprinters, but doing well as a team, just as they did a couple of years ago when they won gold. Skelton ran a fantastic leg here on this bend. And now Strathclyde being chased down by Birmingham and by Tustin of Cardiff, and this was crucial, last 30 metres or so. Here comes Wapples at Birmingham, and then Strathclyde just beaten to a medal it was. Tustin did come through for silver, and Brunel, I think, behind them. But Edge Hill, you can see they're finishing, and they really pleased to see them in the final and getting the team through, as well as to the individual final with Olivia Fowler, and she of course didn't run the relay. So really good depth there from one of the smaller universities, and yeah, if you've watched these streams over the last few years, you'll know all about Edge Hill and the awards that they've won within their university, and how Sophie has really pushed to grow the club, similar to as we were hearing with Newcastle and Lenny Saville, who's just sat below us, and how they've really tried to grow their club and double the size of it. And they've had some terrific performances too, and some great medals. But Birmingham, Cardiff and Strathclyde are now shown in the bronze medal position, with Brunel DQ'd, and Cardiff met in the middle of all of that, DNF'd as well, the champions indoors. So yes, it was dramatic. We always have to remember that it's the first, second, third across the line, but you know, Brunel might protest that. I think there's some Brunel people around me that may have used some choice words. But yeah, they'll find out what the procedure is. Of course, Brunel DNF in the men's 4x1 relay, so not what they would have hoped for. Well, they're being led out like football teams at Wembley here. So men's 4x1 coming up next. So really enjoyed that women's 4x1 final, and it's impossible sometimes actually to keep track of everything that's going on at the same time. And we have this men's final here featuring Leeds Beckett, Birmingham, Swansea, Cardiff Met, Sheffield Hallam, Warwick, Loughborough and Stirling. So Bryn Baber-Day is with me from Warwick. Fantastic for you guys, again similar to Edge Hill as we saw in the women's race, to make it through to the final and to look good as well, really strong in qualification. What did you make of it?
Oh, absolutely incredible. You know, we're a bit of a smaller club, so when we come out to BUCS, you know, to get into a final is just an absolute honour, especially qualifying with the fastest time ahead of Loughborough. It's going to be huge.
Absolutely, yeah, and we saw indoors, I think it was, didn't you have to do a rerun in order to make a qualification time?
Yes, yeah, we did, yeah. It's always a bit of entertainment when Warwick are down there, but I think, you know, we've done it slightly cleanly this time, and the final is, yeah, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, someone was mentioning the other day on the chat, George Seary winning gold for Warwick a couple of years ago, and that was a big moment, so hoping for another big moment here, but obviously we know anything can happen in a relay.
That's right, yeah, carrying the legacy of George Seary through and through, that's right, it's going to be huge, can't wait.
So you can see just how many people have arrived to watch on. I think, you know, Brunel, I can see Warwick, I can see Newcastle, I can see Sheffield. Everyone around us is a big attendance, let's say, people packing in for these final races.
That's a phenomenal atmosphere. You know, don't see much like this. It's yeah, absolutely brilliant.
It's exactly what we want to see. I know this is a massive stadium, you know, compared to this level, and there's obviously stands all the way around the lap. It'd be joyous if we could fill every one of them, but this is a great start, and everyone wants the best vantage position as well, right by that finish line. So yeah, really interesting to see how this pans out. I think Birmingham weren't necessarily expecting to make this final. I think they just described it as making it through with half a team, but they did win 2 years ago. Brunel, obviously, the baton slipped out of hand in qualification, so they're not involved. Loughborough, they would be the favourites because, well, they had two of the individual 100 medalists, of course, and also did fairly well in the 200 metres. So that would be interesting. And then Leeds Beckett, they seem very confident about their relay teams as well. David Chapman missing out on individual medals, so he's twice a champion indoors, so I wonder whether he might feature somewhere around the lap. It's difficult really to gauge exactly who's in all of the positions, but who have you got in this Warwick team, Bryn?
Oh, it's a huge team. So we've got to start with the former sprint captain Ben Judah, who actually coaches me sometimes. So shout out to him. Benedict as well is a huge runner. Very excited to see him out there. Then we've got Malachi, who ran earlier in the 2. Very good to see him out there. And then Fidanu as well. So all 4 are phenomenal runners. Can't wait to see them out there.
And is it a similar quartet to indoors?
Sorry?
Is it a similar quartet to that ran indoors?
Yeah, it is very similar, yes.
So here we go then, athletes raring to go. Leeds Beckett, Birmingham, Swansea, Cardiff Met, Sheffield Hallam, Warwick, Loughborough and Stirling. Well, I wonder whether Harry Taylor might feature, just finished 4th in both of the sprint events. And Will Hawker was disqualified from the individual 100. I'm sure he'll want to make amends. He's on the first leg for Cardiff Met. Well, a rapid championship record was set last year by Brunel, 40.13 to come through for gold. But they're not in this final. Let's watch out and see. Well, Loughborough was very close there with the changeover. Flying down the outside, Stirling going nicely alongside them. Cardiff Met and Sheffield Hallam on their inside. Corey Nealon-Richards flying through there. On to this final leg now. Cardiff Met against Loughborough. Coming down this home straight. Sheffield Hallam still battling. The medals are clear. And it's going to be Loughborough for gold. Harry Taylor gets his gold. 40.55. And you can't help but be pleased for an athlete who's just missed out individually. 4th place in the 100 and 200. But he was charging down there on Cardiff Met and Sheffield Hallam, the individual indoor, relay medalists. Warwick, what did you make of your team there, Bryn?
What a scintillating run. I thought we were phenomenal there. 4th place is not, you can't be unhappy with that one. That's something to be proud of. We were hoping for a medal, but 4th place, it's good. Congratulations to Loughborough.
4th place, obviously an agonising place to finish, but the gap there was evident. So
it was.
You knew that there was an outside chance of a medal. And some of these guys, have they got future years at the university?
Oh yeah, they're here for another couple of years. So we'll come
Brilliant.
back next year, reassess, and see what we can do.
No, I love that. There's a good chance that they could develop through and get medals. So yes, Sheffield Hallam beating their Cardiff Met in 2nd and 3rd. That was also a nice little battle because Cardiff Met, last couple of years consistently they've been fighting in the relays, especially indoors. And Sheffield Hallam, obviously, as I say, winning the indoor 4x200 metre gold on their home track. That was Loughborough. They always had to be the favourites, though.
Oh, absolutely, that was incredible. They did everything perfectly.
And people always say Loughborough don't have sprinters, but in the last couple of years, I think that's changed.
I think so.
4x4 finals coming up as well. Let's have another look here. What goes on here? So obviously Warwick, the maroon vest, right-hand side of your screen. And we can see here, everyone's in maroon really, aren't they? And Cardiff Met just about leading at this point, but Harry Taylor with that great speed. He's got a lot of races in his legs, of course.
He does. Been in 100 and 200 competition, and he'll be happy to get over the line in first, I suppose.
And Sheffield Hallam overtaking Cardiff Met as well. And Sheffield Hallam won that goal without arguably their fastest runner, Corey Nealon-Richards, who also ran a great bend. So just having a look at what the chat is saying, by the way. Lots of support for Leeds Beckett, incidentally. Someone says, let's go Bryn. I don't know if that's...
That would be Fionn, Oxford City Athletics legend. Shout out to the home club.
Were you running as well earlier?
I was in the 4x4 heats yesterday, for Warwick.
Yeah, there was lots of people saying, come on Bryn. And I wasn't sure where Bryn was, because obviously you don't see the team sheet. But
well, always good to have
sure you're chuffed by
support.
that. Your cheeks are red, but actually it's the red paint.
Absolutely.
That you've got on there. I love that. So yeah, have you got any other relay teams, or just the 4x1 that was qualified?
Just the 4x1, unfortunately, but I've got friends from back home in the 4x4 final under Cambridge, so it'd be good to watch them out there. Yeah, looking forward to it. Good luck, everyone.
Well, it's been interesting to hear from you, but let's just touch before you go, before the 4x4 starts. A couple of minutes we've got. Just tell me a little bit more about the Warwick Club and what sets you apart. You know, why you enjoy being part of the athletics team.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, you know, we're coming to these tournaments in BUCS. We're a little bit of a smaller club compared to Loughborough, compared to Birmingham, what have you. But we've just got such a great community feel. People coming in, you know, we've got the face paint on. We're all quite excited to be here. I think having that final spot for our 4x100 guys, you just get that feeling of community. Everyone's here, everyone's excited. It feels like a special occasion. We're always rearing and ready to go.
Confirmed result there, Loughborough 40.55. Wow. Ignore the PB there, but Sheffield, Hallam, you can see they're half a second behind, and actually the margin bigger than expected when you saw them across the line. And then Warwick in 4th place. Stirling, again, they've had a lot of 4th and 5th places. I hope they'll still be pleased with that, as you are with 4th place. But has this been the highlight of the weekend, for you?
Yeah, I'd have to say so. This is a phenomenal honour to be here, out here, as one of the spokespeople of BUCS. Yeah, huge pleasure.
Yeah, you've had some athletes as well featuring in some other finals too, haven't you?
We have indeed, yeah. I think it's been a pretty decent weekend for us, all things considered. Yeah, enjoyed it.
And what will you do now to try and grow the club as well? Now you've had a bit of success the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think we just need to stress the performance and just stress kind of the inclusive atmosphere. Anyone get involved, because I think what we kind of struggle with sometimes is filling all the events, trying to get people in here for every single slot. And I think something like this, it's a great atmosphere, it's a good weekend, and just encouraging people to get involved, really.
Brilliant stuff. Well, just the 4x400 metres to come. Are you going to be watching on these as someone who's ran in the heats yesterday? Obviously, you'd like to be part of it again, but should still be good races.
Oh, it would be brilliant. I can't wait.
Any tips for who might do well? I mean, as you say, it's not only Warwick that you know other athletes here, as tends to be the case from clubs and other things.
Yeah, I guess some of the big clubs. I'm hoping Cambridge will do a pretty good job. Yeah, we'll see, I suppose.
Well, thanks very much for joining, and yeah, well done to Warwick there, and glad to see you're proud of what your team's achieved.
Thank you very much.
So, the men's and women's 4x400 metre relay finals coming up in, well, about 5 minutes' time. But everything's been, if not on time, then early. Comment about asking where the shot put is. Well, the shot put concluded some time ago. So, we're showing it earlier. Lots of support for Bryn, including from Bryn Smith and Ben Davis. Well, we'll also keep an eye out to see whether there are any disqualifications. I don't want to tempt fate, of course, but yeah, again, important that we make sure that the results are fully ratified, as it were, or made official. In that men's race, looks like Leeds Beckett were disqualified, but as we know, they didn't affect the first few places. Well, there's been so much going on throughout the day, it's almost been difficult to reflect on each event per se, more than just a few words and a few sentences immediately after a race has finished, or indeed a field event has happened. But we absolutely knew, as soon as Birmingham did a 1-2-3 in a 5,000 metres, that would be talked about football for some years, I expect. And it's been picked up by a lot of people, including Hannah England, the World Championship medalist and commentator, obviously former Birmingham herself. And that's the sort of thing, don't forget that there's a wider community of these universities that are watching on and are very much still in tune and feel very sentimental about their place at the university as it was. That's why people like Cam failure here after graduating. And yeah, it's not only, as we were saying just then, not only the athletes are part of your university, lots of reasons why people are connected in athletics through clubs and counties and international experiences as well. So the final of the women's 4x400 metre relay. Stirling, Glasgow, Oxford, Cardiff, Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Leeds, Beckett and Loughborough. Well, Birmingham were the fastest team in qualification yesterday. However, we suspect that Loughborough will change their team to make it significantly stronger. Also, again, just like the 4x1, impressed with Cardiff's run. And they seem to have some really well-drilled relay quartets. And it's the teams like that that you may not think are made up of the fastest individual runners, but have a well-drilled team. And that's definitely the case for Oxford consistently. And Stirling have also been having a good championships quietly, with the likes of Vidak and Peters and Martin, some just missing out on medals and some getting medals. But either way, you know, different unis have different expectations. Obviously this championships in some ways has belonged to Birmingham, but Loughborough overall set to triumph as they always do. So Maddie Turner, it looks like, on this first leg for Loughborough. She was in the 4 hurdles individually, going well there on this first leg. Of course, they continue in their lanes as the stagger continues. Just looking to see who's coming up later on in the race. Stirling have put Layla Zul, who ran an incredible final leg to help them qualify. They put her on the second leg this time around. So Leeds Beckett doing really well here, leading Loughborough from Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Oxford and Glasgow. Looks like that's Charlotte Buckley, the BUCS 800 metre indoor champion, who you would expect to finish strongly here, almost arm to arm with Cardiff Met there, giving them a chance of a medal, Oxford, as we thought was possible. So Leeds Beckett still leading here, very impressive, but they did say to us that their 4x4 quartets would be strong. And they've kept this gap nicely. So, Leeds Beckett from Birmingham now, Abigail Ives. Previously she's been up against Natasha Harrison of Loughborough, and that was really, really tough to hold on to that against a 400 champion. But Ives, look here, the 800 metre gold medalist, moving past Leeds Beckett then. And Loughborough into third, but this could all change, believe me. Abigail Ives, though, has run a fantastic performance, though. Her and Isabel Boffey combining in the past to win relay gold. What's going to happen here? Birmingham, nice lead, more than 2 seconds from Leeds Beckett and from Loughborough. Oxford in 4th, Glasgow 5th, Cardiff Met 6th, Cardiff 7th and Stirling 8th. So Birmingham continuing to grow this gap. Loughborough looking menacing, trying to move into the silver spot, but surely, barring something incredibly special, this is going to be Birmingham's gold. Never want to say it too early, but this is a fantastic run here. Loughborough trying to close the gap and just about narrowing it ever so slightly, but that's not enough. There's less than 100 metres to go now. So Birmingham coming here down the home straight. As we say, this championship seems to belong to them. Another goal for Birmingham, and Oxford come through for silver. Wow, overtaking 2 positions on the final leg there. Leeds Beckett and Loughborough both overtaken by Oxford. Well, I thought they had a shout of a medal, but a sensational silver there for the Oxford quartet. And that was perhaps the surprise of the final leg. I think it might have been Natalie Groves, who of course got the individual silver. That would make sense. They perhaps put their fastest runner on the final leg. Groves, who's improved her PB significantly this year from, I think it was 57.1 to 54.8. Massive improvement. Sharing the silver medal in the 400 metres. And yes, appeared to be that it was her coming home for that silver medal, overtaking Loughborough and Leeds Beckett. Definitely would love to have a look at that one more time. But Birmingham regaining the title, and to be honest, Birmingham and Loughborough have typically won the women's 4x4 title, but yeah, we knew Loughborough's depth would be stronger come the final, the athletes that they might be able to bring in, but in the end, Abigail Ives, stunning performance. May well have been Eleanor Strevens, in fact, on that final leg. But held on, so real endurance based 4x4 for them. So let's have another look here. So Oxford have handed over, Cardiff in front. So you can see there Birmingham in front, and we just got a glimpse there of the gap. Oxford were in 4th place, and I was just watching to see Loughborough building on that advantage, and just maybe there was a bit of giving up between 1st and 2nd, knowing that gap was too big. Obviously, Oxford yet to really emerge in contention at this point. Eyes are on Birmingham, and yes, Oxford have made that move. Leeds Beckett were tiring there. Glasgow also made up a place. And Loughborough also tiring towards the finish, perhaps trying to close on Birmingham, tiring towards the end, and Oxford come through for an incredible silver. That's definitely one of the results of the relays so far, that silver medal. 3:46.76 from 3:49.54, and then Loughborough a couple of tenths back in bronze behind Birmingham and Oxford. So one more race to go here. The men's 4x400 metre relay final.
Guys, we're at the top of the stairs, please.
So once again on the chat, I'll keep an eye out for comments, so let us know what you've been enjoying. And Apostle Samson Montana says, congratulations Jesse Osas, part of the team that got that 4x1 relay goal. Yeah, Loughborough had lots of athletes they could bring. I don't think I saw Sean Anyogu involved, the gold medalist in the 100. Harry Taylor certainly on the final leg made a big difference there. And sometimes that's the thing, if you are a university with great depth, you might quite like to have 4 runners who've not been involved in anything else, and you could have the luxury of doing that. And the only question then is you know, using someone like Harry Taylor, maybe he has 6 races already, but he can make the difference. So let us know as well in the chat on YouTube who you're cheering on in this men's 4x400 metre final. So the last race of these championships with Bath in lane 1, of course, 3 consecutive victories in this event, 2016, 17, 18, stuff of legend. Cardiff, Cambridge, Birmingham, who've been so strong throughout these relays, Loughborough, Brunel, Leeds Beckett and Sheffield completing the lineup for this final. So the stadium fell silent, and then the cheers to get the athletes underway. And anxious faces watching all the way around the lap. Bath, Cardiff, Cambridge, Birmingham, Loughborough, Brunel, Leeds Beckett and Sheffield. Sheffield, like Oxford, another one of those well-drilled relay quartets. You always back them to try and get a medal. Leeds Beckett, well, they've talked up their 4x4 men's squad. Bailey Lawton on this second leg, who joined us at the indoors on commentary, and very bullish about their chances. Onyeka Oko for Loughborough, trying to get them in contention with Brunel there, just behind this quartet at the moment in their lanes. Oko, who was disappointed after his individual run in the final, but every chance of Loughborough getting another medal, as we know. Bailey Lawton, very strong, working those arms hard down the back straight as he motors on. Sheffield in a very healthy second place at this point. Birmingham battling over third, just being overtaken there by Brunel and by Loughborough. Are we going to have a five-way scrap here? Well, Leeds Beckett and Sheffield often stronger in the 4x4s than the 4x1s, but the two powerhouses behind, and they've won so many goals between them. This isn't over. David Race got the silver individually. He was going for gold, and he'll hope to be on the top step here. He's handed over though. It's now Sheffield from Leeds Beckett from Loughborough, Birmingham with a bit of work to do. So, again, climbing through the gears, Leeds Beckett running blind and back in front. But we're going to see that lead chopping and changing here. Loughborough out front, and there Birmingham emerge, so don't count them out just yet. We know how strong and consistent they've been, especially on the track today. Loughborough trying to finish strongly, but Sheffield doing the best there in the last few metres. Birmingham still in contention for a medal. Birmingham in fourth, behind Leeds Beckett, Loughborough and Sheffield leading. Brunel and Cardiff behind. But here come Sheffield. There will be some pressure applied, you can guarantee it, down the home straight. People have their heads in hands here, cheering, applauding, willing on, but it's up to the athletes out there. Sheffield, Loughborough from Leeds Beckett, great battle over second place. Is goal secure just yet? Sheffield still pushing, Loughborough coming on the line. It's a fast finish, it's a brilliant finish. Loughborough take the gold right at the end. Oh, that's hard on Sheffield, but what a fantastic race they ran there. Really pushed hard, and I told you they were well drilled. A thrilling end to these championships, 3:14.64 on the clock. Loughborough confirmed from Sheffield and Leeds Beckett. And David Reyes gets the gold medal. Obviously he wanted one in the 800 metres and he missed out by such a tiny fraction again, indoors and outdoors. But Onyeka Oko, same with him. Appeared to pull up when he hoped to challenge Jake Minchell in the 400 hurdles, but he gets the gold as well. And it's great when you have those opportunities to, whether you call it make amends or just do better than you've done individually. And a thrilling final leg as well. Loughborough charging down. We knew it could all change. Very much did. So let's have another look. And actually, if you reflect that Loughborough were in front at this point, you'd have to say Sheffield did very well to challenge, and it was that initial breakaway and then try and push on and not give Loughborough a chance. It's difficult to tell between the two vests there, but I think it was Loughborough that were leading on the final leg. into third place, but this move past Leeds Beckett and eventually past Sheffield, still going strongly at this point. The gap's been built up, done everything he can, but just look at this, reeling through, fantastic speed endurance to keep this going all the way to the line. Sheffield, I'm sure they'll still be very proud of that silver medal, even though in the circumstances being overtaken late is disappointing. And yes, no, you can't help but be pleased for David Race and for Onyeka Oko. And what a last leg that was. Well, just wondering there why Loughborough aren't at the top. It's showing that Loughborough have been DQ'd, and there was a sort of squeal I just heard, and that might be why. And, well, that would be very, obviously much more unusual to see the DQs in the 4x400 metres. We didn't spot anything obvious. Now, to do with where the baton was handed over potentially, and I was going to say it could be a lane infringement, but Loughborough, I'm sure, will protest that. But yes, does show as a DQ. It would mean that Birmingham get yet another medal. Sheffield, Leeds, Beckett and Birmingham. But yes, I'm sure Loughborough will look at that, as we've been saying. Often people positioned around the lap to try and get evidence in a situation where something like this happens, and if it was starting outside the takeover zone, it would have been near the start-finish line. So Loughborough have a contingent there. I'm sure they'll be looking to see that, and they'll be investigating. So, thrilling end to these championships, and just have a quick look at the team standings at the end of things. Of course, it may not at this point include everything, but let's have a look. 234.5 points for Loughborough. Birmingham make it over 100, but still well back despite all of those gold medals, 109.5. Brunel, and again, this may not include the 4x4 relays, but Brunel in third, Bath and Sheffield. Glorious championships. We did get the sun for a little while. We saw championship records, of course. Abby Paulett, Tommy Bridger, Emily Parker, Ben Gardner. Wonderful middle distance racing. Some making amends, as I was saying. Great career trajectories. 4 silvers in the high jump was a bit of a strange one that we didn't expect. And that 1, 2, 3 in the 5,000 metres that was planned and orchestrated was great. So thanks very much for watching. Been great to hear also all of the insight that we've heard from some different voices, different teams, Warwick and Newcastle, as well as some previous voices from Edge Hill, Birmingham and Loughborough. Thank you so much for tuning in across these championships. It's been long days of action, but thank you to all the officials and the medics and staff here, and our hard-working production crew as well. My name's Alex Heftel. Thank you. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary as always, and our coverage across track and field.